up when I want, except on Wednesdays when I get rudely awakened by the dustman. I put my trousers on, have a cup of tea, and I think about leaving the house. I feed the pigeons, I sometimes feed the sparrows too. It gives me a sense of enormous well-being. And then I'm happy for the rest of the day, safe in the knowledge there will always be a bit of my heart devoted to it.
All the people, so many people, and they all go hand in hand through their punk life.
It's got nothing to do with your four-sprung dirge technique, you know. And it's not about you joggers who go round, 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 round.
All the people, so many people, and they all go hand in hand through their punk life. All the people, so many people, and they all go hand in hand through their punk life.
We've come a long, long way together, through the hard times and the good. I have to celebrate you, baby. I have to praise you like I should. have to celebrate you, baby. I have to praise you like I should.
Yeah, this should be better like this. So sorry you fixed that. You can go again, Robbie.
Okay, so I'll intro again.
Yep.
Doing some technical difficulties. So if you guys couldn't hear me, I hope you can hear me now. I'm Ravi Vasudevan from Eurozone here with Tom's Tourney. We're going to have a great day of watching some great classic games in the past few years of Tom's Tourney. Here with Boris van der Loek, the tournament director, and Liam Grant should be here eventually, but he's fashionably late. So we'll see him soon enough. So Boris, we're going to kick things off here today with a recap video from 2019. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. So we'll see that video first to get into it, and then we'll probably hop into one of the games there, the women's final from last year, which was a great game. And we probably have some visits from some girls from Deski over, so I think it's going to be a jolly good game to watch and to recap. So for the rest of the day, I think we got a few more games to see. We got a few more interviews. We've got some cool videos and photos that we want to talk about. Basically, if you have anything to say, you can drop it into the YouTube channel and give us a shout out, and we'll make sure to give it a go on the stream. So
yeah, I got my eyes on the
unless you
chat
have
so far. We
everything
see a
to
lot
say.
of Dutch in the chat. I mean, I kind of understand Dutch, but if you want to, definitely Liam doesn't understand any Dutch. So if you want to talk to us and want us to say anything, respond to you, I'd suggest talking in English. But we've got a lot of the Bruges guys there talking in Dutch for the moment.
I'll cover that. They're just ordering beer by now, so that's fine.
Yeah, you got your
Okay.
Brooks
Yeah,
Lazut
I got
glasses
it.
there.
I got it ready. So, Hadi, I'll need a refill, I think. All right. So I suggest we just get going with it, and we'll see whenever Liam gets in.
All right. So start things off here with the recap video from 2019.
All right.
Nice.
So here we are back. Yeah, it got me right there.
Still no Liam.
Nope, guess not.
So maybe I can ask you some questions, Boris. What were some of your
Sure.
talking about 2019? What were some of your best memories from last year's tournament?
It's so distant, already. I think, yeah, I ran a lot. I ran around a lot. I think that year. I remember the U24. I went for some games for them, the Belgian U24. So I tried to pick up as many games as I could. Yeah, but then every half an hour it was like, oh, I got to do this, then I got to do that, and then you run around a lot. But I think the what I remember was the party, the pre-party actually that we had in the tent. Like even before the real party got started on the venue, we started out with playing some music in the tent, and it got kind of cozy, and we got people dancing. So yeah, I think that was a great start, and it shows that people really are living up to that moment of being able to go to the venue after dinner and going for that dance on the final night of TournE. So I hope we can bring it again soon.
What's the weather like out there in Bruges right now? What are we missing out on from Tom's 2020 that should be happening right now?
We got saved a little bit here. I think it's raining, it's cloudy, sunshine sometimes, like very very different. So yeah, there's a lot of wind too, so maybe not the best conditions for TournE, but we would have managed anyway. But let's hope it's sunshine for sure next year. Then we can enjoy another marvelous edition.
All right, so I think our first game we're gonna start it in about scheduled for 10 minutes. Maybe we'll end up starting it a bit early if we don't have much more to talk about. But we're gonna have the Belgian women versus Desky. This was I remember this game. It was really really fun. Two kind of teams that were treating the tournament a bit differently, I would say. Belgian national team, really in preparation for Europeans, and Desky, though they'd had quite a few Irish national team players on the team. We'll get some of them here to talk about that before. They were definitely treating it as a kind of party weekend with a group of friends, but had done quite well up to this point. Both teams, I think Desky had beaten Belgium before this game, and maybe Desky partied a little harder the night before the final than the Belgian women did. I'm not sure.
We'll sure to find out after. they might have, yeah, but that's basically in the spirit of TournE. I think it's great. The best tournaments are when you can play hard and party hard as well, and they kind of show that you can reach a fair or a good placing at a great tournament by doing that as well, and it's something that we really want to preserve as a unique set for TournE. Is that we want to give people the ability to have fun as well, and to enjoy themselves next to the field and outside games. And yeah, that's basically something that I miss. That I got like a small empty feeling inside of me this year. I don't get to hang out with people. I don't get to talk to people on the venue. It's these small things that really, that really make me feel like I'm missing out on something this year.
Yeah, that's the worst part. I really hope that can happen. One silver lining for you guys is that you guys have the bid to host what's probably going to be this XCUCF. Maybe we can talk about that for a couple minutes before starting the game, and we're going to talk about it at the end of the stream too. But what can you tell us about the XCUCF and what's going to happen maybe in Bruges in October, with our fingers crossed here?
So the idea was that it would be hard for European countries to have the EUCRs because it would have been a little bit too soon with the virus. So we actually had, or the EUF had a plan to extend the finals to 4 days with 4 teams and just distribute bids based on previous rankings. So then they asked us if we could manage that, and we said yes. So I think that the TournE site can handle it. We do have the field, so we have the accommodation. We've got the experience, if I may say. to host the tournament. So yeah, I think we're happy in a way that we can look forward to something like that.
How much of like the Tom's Tourney vibe are you trying to bring since we're not having Tom's Tourney this year? Like, are you going to have the big tent? Are we going to have the Brooks Zote flowing? How are you going to? I mean, it's a bit different type of tournament. It's like a super competitive tournament. So, where between like a traditional UCF and a traditional Tom's are we going to be on the spectrum? Do you think?
I think it's going to be very much like Tom Stoney. So you'll have all the aspects. You'll have the beer, you have the waffles, you have the parties, the venues. It's completely the same. But yeah, you have these teams that are all very high level. So I think the main difference will be on the field. And off of the field, it's up to the teams themselves to decide. If you have a team that's dropped low and decides that they don't want to go for ranking anymore because they don't care and they want to party, then they will be able to. And we're happy to give them that.
We got mixed teams though for
so
first times. That should add some flavor to the Tom's atmosphere.
Yeah, hopefully. That's a different experience. I don't know really how that's going to turn out because I don't really see the difference. We do have men's and women's, so we kind of have them both anyway. But yeah, I think the ex ESCR will be much more like Tom Stoney, but then longer and bigger, which is fun.
Yeah, because it's 70. How many teams is a Tom's Tourney normally now? 60?
60, yeah.
Okay. So now we're going to have 72, so it's going to be a little bit bigger.
Yeah. Yeah.
Really, really cool. All right, Liam still hasn't showed up yet, but he'll be here soon enough. Yeah, we'll see how things go here. Please, if you want us to talk about anything, hit us up in the YouTube chat, where I have my eye on that the whole time. And I think we're gonna maybe have some Desky girls drop into the chat for this game, but probably for the very beginning of it, it's just going to be me. Or have you heard from them yet? Do you know what time they're planning to come in?
Yes, they are coming in as we speak. So I will try and get them on.
Maybe we can introduce them and before we start the game.
Yeah. Let me just quickly fix that. So there is 2 of them. All right, let's go.
Hey.
Hello.
I can't hear them, Boris. I don't know if the audio's muted still.
They shouldn't be.
Figuring out our technical setup here.
Yeah, sorry, my editing is a bit clunky. So I got the calls. Yes, this should work. Hello.
Hello?
Hey, there we go. I can hear them anyways.
Hello? Hello.
So we got,
hi, guys.
How
are you?
Doing well. You guys want to introduce yourselves?
Yeah, I'm Anya Gilheeney, and Jess Chambers is joining me as well.
Hi, I'm Jess Chambers.
And we're from Desky.
We're from the Desky team. So what was your, like we were talking about a little bit right before you guys got on, how these were 2 teams treating this a bit differently, though there were a lot of Irish national team players on this team. It definitely wasn't an Irish national team. You guys had a different attitude. So like, what were you guys doing? Just coming out here to have a really good time, party hard and all that?
Yeah, we started coming to Tom's in 2018, and it's kind of, Desky is a team of kind of a mix of players from both Gravity and Rebel in Ireland and kind of plus friends. So it's really just like having fun and playing as hard as we can, but definitely about trying to stay at the party all night long and try and get up the next morning and play.
Had you guys played Belgium before this game?
Yeah, we played them in a really windy game. I think it was the Saturday morning. We had a few people come late after trying to get out of bed. It was a real upwind, downwind game, so it was quite different to the final, I think.
As well. It was like hail, rain, wind, everything.
The perfect way to cure a hangover anyway.
It's not much different from this year, actually. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, the weather in Bruges
just
apparently
won the universe in that game, I think. So we lost the toss, but we scored the last upwind, I think.
Yeah,
as far as I remember.
yeah, that was it.
And
We each
how
got
you guys doing out in Ireland? What's the coronavirus / weather / how's it going for you guys over there?
the weather is
It's
beautiful,
pretty-
annoyingly.
yeah, it did rain for like 6 weeks, which was gorgeous.
Mm.
We're maybe allowed to gather in groups of 4 in about 2 weeks, but still confined to 2 kilometers at the moment.
Yeah, in a few days it'll be up to 5 kilometers, so excited about that. Ooh.
Doesn't make any difference.
Nice.
How's it for you?
Yeah, it's good. I'm in France. It's the rule is still pretty strict here. We're allowed to go within 1 kilometer of our house for 1 hour a day max. They're gonna lift some of that on the 11th of May, so I'm looking forward to that, and we'll see see how things go. But weather's been it's been raining quite a bit here, and apparently in Bruges it's really bad. It's like hailing and raining and all that kind of stuff. So maybe it was nice
really?
that didn't have to be there this year. In a
Sun
way.
is shining now.
Oh, the sun's shining now, apparently.
Yeah, it's going back and forth. So. All right. Is there anything specific that you remember from this final? Something that that pops into your head?
We were pretty tired.
Yeah, tired was not the word.
Was it the only
I
game of your
think
day, the final, or did you have to play any ones before
No,
No, we played the under.
so we were at the party late, and we
We
had
won the
our
party.
semi-final
We won the
against.
party.
But yeah, but we had our semi-final, I think, at 9 o'clock against German U24s.
Yeah.
So that was pretty early, but we were still kind of on that party buzz. So we played really well in the semi-final. And then we had a very steep decline between 9 o'clock and 12 o'clock.
Yeah. That was a sharp, bleak decline.
I think who are 2 best receivers, Sarah and Emma. Emma had fallen asleep in the sun, so she actually kind of had sunstroke in this game. And Sarah went to the bathroom before the final and stood up and hit her head on a pipe. So she actually had like a splitting headache in the game as well. So they were unhelpful contributions to our state of affairs.
But yeah, no, it was good. Our warm up definitely got us a bit more active. We decided to take an unusual warm up.
What was your warm up? Explain that.
Everybody picks a dance move, and everybody has to do that dance move as part of the warm up, and then that's your celebration if you score in the game. So you'll see like people have their own celebrations when they score. So that's kind of our method of warming up and trying to get ourselves pumped, and then how to celebrate when we.
Who had the hardest dance move to do? Who put the most difficult move out there in the warm up?
I think Jess is your one. Drop it like it's hot. I think she does it in the final, maybe.
I do it in the final. We'll see that when it comes up.
I think Stives' one was the worm. A bit more difficult.
Yeah, a bit difficult. Don't forget, we also did our holding hands warm up as well. That was a good element to it to get us all together as a team. Try to feed each other energy through our hands as we were in such a hungover state. I think you see that at the start.
Nice.
But I think Sarah was probably the easiest dance, which was good because she was scoring a lot.
Sarah's dance is just a finger and she just does this.
It was great.
That's all she could muster up.
Yeah.
All right, Bor, should we get into the game?
So
Yeah,
where's Michelle coming?
I haven't seen someone else. So. We'll see
might
if
get
she comes in.
Another Desky member coming in at some point.
Michelle Leahy said she was going to come, so I'm not sure.
Hopefully.
Maybe she fell asleep in the sun, right?
Yeah.
All right, so let's get into it.
Sweet.
Welcome to Tom's Tourney 2019. The women's final just about to kick off here as we see the first pull.
So Boris, are all of us audible? We can all talk.
The Irish fun team that are also taking it serious. You can do both, people. First time in the final, as is Belgium, the home nation here, starting off on offense. So we will have a new champion.
Liam was
here.
given out to you when we were preparing for this, saying you guys threw a lot of zone because you were too hungover to play person-to-person defense. Can you comment on that?
Very excited. I haven't seen much of Deski play so far this weekend, but I did see the semi-final between Belgium and Shout, and Belgium were just the better team. A lot of people expected Shout to win this tournament, UCF champions. Belgium's offense was perfect.
One of our players,
here getting an uncharacteristic mistake compared to that last game.
Has a great game in this game, and it was because she didn't go out to the party as she was doing her dissertation that was due on the Monday after Tom's. She played the game, go home, and write her dissertation for college.
Nice one-handed grab. But Louise Combs.
Yeah.
Dedication to
Jane Lennon's old jersey. Leanne O'Neill now parked aside the end zone. Trying to cram it in the cram hole. Who seems to be wearing pajamas.
It's cold out there.
It is cold. I'm jealous of those pajamas.
My Harry Potter.
I see Michelle just logged in.
Throw.
She here now?
Sarah Melvin. That's a connection you're going to see quite a lot of. Anya
Where's
Gahaney and Sarah Melvin.
Great stuff there from the Irish, getting their first point on the board. The Belgians, just a little bit of a drop there, throws a little bit outside the sideline. Here we're going to see that movement from those pajamas on that replay. Nice cheeky inside pass for the score. Great stuff there. The Irish look very strong on that first point, Liam.
It's not bananas and pajamas, it's pineapple.
Yeah, we looked nice and strong in that first one anyway.
Ski, Irish for pineapple, if you're gullible. Which
I'm sure it continues exactly like that for the whole game.
But what is Deski?
We're off now, you know.
Is a place, or at least an abbreviation of Klaniski.
I think you guys still played pretty well throughout the whole game. I don't remember like it looking like you fell apart that much. The Belgians played really well, though.
UCD campus in
Belgians played very well.
Yeah, the Belgians. The Belgians had a great game. Their throws were so strong, and Lisa had an excellent. Her throws were just outrageous. So, as much as we were hungover, they were playing very well.
Oh, and another.
Not to start off here, though.
We don't want to win this game, but it looks a bit. The first 2 points have started. Two unfortunate errors.
Sophie, what's Sophie doing?
Cap rule's a bit different here.
Jolie now looking to throw to the break side. That one not finding the receiver, Jess Chambers.
Ruh-roh.
Lancriette gets this offense moving. Van Dam, one of the two Van Dam sisters on the team. She's also captain.
Yeah, I think we switched to person and they were just too full of energy in this point, and we're just like, no, we're not doing it again.
We cannot maintain the person.
Yeah, everybody's about 5 meters
out. Delicious buttery biscuit. That is a goal for Belgium.
So yeah, that's why we.
That's why we handlers for the gentle ladies.
Had you guys played a lot of zone already at this point? Because you guys are more of a friendly pickup team. I guess you don't practice anything.
Was it too tricky to come up with anything? Doing actually more things downfield.
Our defense is everybody go out and play their favorite defense, so you can actually just do it once. So usually that consists of me just going deep and not wanting to do too much running, and some people like marking handlers and stuff, so often it works itself out, but now we're doing a bit of them.
See, all tied up.
I think we were playing the German U24s on the Friday, and we actually ended up doing nearly every defense we could think of because their offense was just perfect. So we did mix it up a good bit throughout the weekend, depending on each of the teams.
Depending on our energy level.
And our energy level.
Friday was good because there's no party before it.
Played in the final 2 years ago. That was with Gentle Ladies, and she has some cannons, folks. That is looking like a.
How did you guys do in because I don't think you guys ever went that far in previous toms that you played in.
Belgium coming out in a bit of a junk look.
How would you done in previous
standard cup zone actually? Now that it's
we came ninth, I think. Or 8th the previous year, 9th maybe. the plate.
Difficult corner, shreds through the middle, nice throw. Get them off that line now.
I think the previous year we actually brought a very good team, but we really didn't take it seriously at all. We didn't think that we didn't know what to expect. But I think coming into the tournament this year, we're actually like we could win games, and then we ended up winning nearly all the games we lost to. But I think it was a bit of a surprise to ourselves how well we were doing. To be honest,
to get that swing off, and I think that's what Belgium's trying to force them into.
In the previous
so it wasn't
year,
that different in terms of personnel this year compared to last year's?
If anything, on paper, I actually think the 2018 team looks better, but maybe we all got a bit better. The personnel, yeah, there was a bit of a change. There was a bit of a change in the people that came, but I think maybe the teams we played were different or harder. I'm not sure why we ended up in the final this time.
Ginger like myself and along with their coach as well.
No.
I'm not sure if this is going to be caught.
We got Ian French in the chat
just
saying that he's very proud that you seem to have washed your hair, Jessica. I don't know if that's like a not common thing.
Either way, Belgium get a chance to get their break back now.
How does he know?
She wants to send it, and she does straight away. There might have been
he knows
contact
my pajamas, and he knows how I wash my hair.
You hear the coach Arne Goose telling the team, go down there, get that zone set up here. We were doing a great job of forcing difficult passes and putting them in difficult places. Now we have them on their cone.
Yeah, so we had some Disky cocktails last night. Jess did a cocktail night, and so we made, I think, was it 9 different cocktails, Jess?
9 cocktails.
I have to say, I saw a lot of those passes they're trying to throw around that.
Was that one of you? Was that Jess just throwing it away to you, Anya? You guys had a miscue there?
Belgium was counting on. Nice. They had an easy shot to get that break back. Can they do it? There it is. And De Koning, the Flying Rabbit, picks up the point for the Belgians.
Yeah.
Yeah, the connection. Yes, it is one of the Flying Rabbits players, who of course I despise. So I'd like to congratulate her for that goal, but I can't. So I can't.
I'll congratulate De Koning. De Koning was very sparkful player, really putting energy into the both defense and offense when we saw him play against Shout earlier, making big plays on the defensive side and then often being the one to make that final score. So a very good player here, coming over from the mixed scene at the Flying Rabbits and playing in the women's division here with Belgium ladies. So now things are back on serve as Belgium make it 2-1 and correct their earlier mistake. I really like that Belgium zone, man. Really forced Ireland into
Did y'all play Belgium at Euros later this season?
Had to either throw something over the top.
Yeah, we did. We played them in the second group stages,
when you're throwing over the top upwind, that's a tough ask for a lot of players.
Ended up winning quite well against them, I think, maybe 15-9 or 8. I'm not sure.
15-5 attempting to throw over the top anyway.
15-5.
Is back on. This time we Hawk straight away to Melvin. Some jostling for position. Oh, and good defense position by Laura.
Yeah, Sarah would usually get one of those, I'd like to think.
No call. That was just deep positioning there.
Malise there with the D.
I think that's a good option.
It was a good idea, good look to get them out of that zone, but now Belgium have to work the full field, and they'll be up a break if they can manage this one.
Oh, that's a very big up-line shot. Works out well.
See in the chat, people are saying that it's the in-game audio. It's a little too loud. So Boris, if you can maybe adjust that.
Belgium team well and truly firing at this stage. A little isolated now.
I think he's saying, especially for the women. So I don't know if you girls can talk a little closer to your microphones. That might help. We're working on stuff here.
Beautiful. That is fantastic. D.
Very good stuff. Way to get that disc back for your team. Deski now a chance to get their hold.
Do you think, like, had you played Belgium before as Ireland? Did you play them in the season before Euros, or was this the only game that you guys had played them in the season?
And Belgium's going to get another
Just wondering if, like, this game helped you learn anything in this weird state you guys were in. Did you guys learn anything about the Belgian team?
A lot of these players haven't played in a format like this before.
Yeah, I think this is my first time playing them. Ever. But yeah, no, definitely this game helped. I mean, they played so well. So we got to learn like who their handlers were, kind of what kind of stuff they like to do. Like this was quite a helpful game for us, I think. they played extremely well. It was we could pretty much rely on it.
Shot to Melvin.
Yeah, we were. I guess we knew that their throws were quite good. Like a lot of them can all throw quite consistently. I think in the first game we played them, they were beating us with inside throws a lot. So we kind of had an eye on that, and then we kind of clocked the zone that they were using, and then also the players. Like after this game, we were looking out for Lisa anyway, and a few other people.
Now these teams have played each other already. Ski winning on Universe Point, but the ball is definitely in Belgium.
Fantastic zone offense. Oh, there we go. Yeah. We got our faces there.
Is that in the power
Hello.
Hello.
There, Belgium gets the break.
You can see, the hangovers are definitely starting to become more and more apparent as we get into this.
Yeah, we just get worse and worse.
I have to say that
I like it. That's your first contribution, Michelle. Yeah, we just really go downhill from here.
Has we not been able to hear the other things I've said? No.
This is the first thing I've heard of you, so I don't know if.
Looking like that.
Maybe my thing wasn't working. I have said stuff.
Well, welcome, Michelle. No one's heard you yet, but I think they can hear you now.
That might be the difference here. It's fine.
Great. Oh, let's take it off the pajamas.
Finally taking the
It's scored on 3 times in a row. It's almost traditional.
Here we go, lads.
We're getting serious. Actually, this is where I should have kept them on because this is where we go downhill, isn't it? So I should have kept the pants on, really.
This is our decision to put on zone now, I think. Is it? We're like on the circle, we're like, what do we do now?
Belgium put on a zone and then we can't even deal with it at all. We just are like, we don't want to throw through a zone, we just throw it to the ground instead. You can have it.
Lulu in the chat is asking if you guys remember, did Belgium play the same zone against us at Euros?
Trying to trap them on the downwind sideline.
I can't remember.
No recollection.
I can't remember either yet.
I think at Euros the weather was really still when we played them, so I think they might have done a zone, but I think our overheads we're pretty confident with, so I think we would have just thrown a lot of overheads around it and to beat it if they did play it against the Euros, because it was a really nice day when we played them.
I think most of the players on the field are probably born in the 90s, if I was to guess.
Was it still quite windy here in this game? It doesn't look that windy.
I was just about to ask. I can't remember.
I think a small bit of wind, I think.
I think that it was kind of blustery on that pitch. It's not like one-way wind. It's kind of a wind trap or something, so it kind of goes around in circles, and I think it was on and off in this game. Can you see anything that's...
The sun is coming out,
or maybe that's just an excuse we can use. Oh yeah, it was super windy in this game.
Ian French is embarrassed that none of you can remember what Belgium did to you at Euros, just so you know.
Of course.
Lisa Solis with another gigantic pull, going for hang time.
He'd be embarrassed of us no matter what we said, so I think it's just better to...
Her teammates loads of times to help their defense.
How do you think he felt about you guys coming and doing a party tournament in preparation for a European season for when you guys were on the national team?
Oh, it was fine because we didn't drink at all and we actually went to bed really early, so we were taking it very seriously.
We really took care of ourselves.
We were doing some scouting. I think the Germans were here, or the U24s were here for his Euro team, and the Belgians and the Swiss were here as well. So lots of scouting.
Yeah, we just took a hit. We had to come to do the scouting, really. So yeah. We're just like, we'll take this party tournament hit for the scouting.
Oh, and try to positive goal, which is probably the right idea, but.
Now, if you were Deski, would you try to avoid coming all the way?
Yeah, you saw Ellie there with an amazing savior bid, proving her non-hungover state.
Defense what they want.
Elise up the line, can she get there? Oh.
Ooh.
I think she may have hurt her hands, but she's going to play on, retreating to deep in the zone. I like to see him just try and stretch it, set up the over the top.
Setting up their
zone. People in
zone.
the mids, and if someone's going to be free, just go for it. Be brave.
But I think you'd rather do that from the middle of the field rather than from here,
Yeah, we really just can't. We're finding it quite hard to deal with that zone. Leanne finally getting through it. Hopefully we score this point because.
Oh, it's done.
Yeah.
Reels it in.
So Ian said he was very happy you guys came to this tournament, especially since Jess had to recover from a concussion after laying out in the final. So he seems to be pretty pleased. Whose dance is this?
That's Estelle's dad.
They were over on the high sideline.
That's technically true. I didn't get concussion in the game at all.
And I think if I was Deski, I would rather keep it in the center of the field and try and go over the top from there because you have more space, it's a bit easier.
I'm just saying what Ian's saying in the chat. I don't know what he's talking about.
I think they're doing exactly what that Belgian
I did not get confused with this final. Not at all.
Those throws. It is not that crazy windy or wet. You can definitely.
Estelle's dance was good. I enjoyed that one. Another easy one to do.
I was going to say the Swiss women's team, they actually beat Deski. It was Deski's sole loss.
So it was handy to have Leanne on this team because she would actually have some tactics and coaching things to input for how to try beat things other teams are doing. So she doesn't let most of the deciding what the defense is going to be.
Very a handy player to have.
And the main thing is put Alana, the 6'2" girl, on the mark and make her run loads.
Yeah. Forcing them down to the high sideline, a bit different than
but she's never beat a force before.
So yeah, Alana, we had two friends. We decided to pick up friends team. So Alana and Ellie were our two friends. They're both playing on the under 24 GB squad.
And they're continuing to force back.
But they flew over and joined us initially.
This upwind side, this downwind side.
Robin in the chat wants to know, is Deski coming to Tom's Tourney 2021?
Oh, our plan is to come to all Tom's Tourneys forevermore.
Yeah.
That is, like, I think, Michelle, did you book the accommodation in, like, December, maybe? I think we'd already, like, gotten all our sign-ups.
Everything organized.
Just for Melbourne again, and
yeah.
It
would have been weird to go without you, Anya, though.
How did that work?
Yeah, they were actually super nice because they have a they had a surcharge if you did book a big group, but they were like obviously super nice about the corona. They were like, we neither need nor want to charge you anything. We hope you come back in the future. I was like, thank you. Yeah. So that was really nice.
Did you book the same place that we stayed at this year, like 2019?
I actually booked Charlie, the one where we stayed at previous to that, because last year's one was booked out. Obviously, everyone getting excited for Tom's very early.
Have you guys heard that XUCF is going to happen? If it's happening, it's going to be here at the Tom's Fields in October.
Yeah, I saw that. We nearly
we won't even get into who's going to go
anyway, and see who gets to go. But
oh right, because Rebel won the.
Yeah.
Didn't Rebel win Irish Nationals?
We did, yeah.
But yeah,
forgot about that.
So yeah, actually, yeah, I'm captain of Rebel and Jess is captain of Gravity. So.
Let's play that right here, Michelle. Let's go.
Yeah. Decided by whoever plays better in this game. Which I actually think is probably you, Jess. So that means you get to go.
In all divisions. All divisions. See if that continues.
No, I
think we should rock paper scissors for it, Michelle.
I do have what was it? What was the ski moment of the tournament was my moment in this game.
Yeah, it is the defining moment of this game for us, I think.
Yeah. We'll point it out when it happens. No spoilers, but it's pretty heartbreaking.
You'll know it when you see it.
Now we see Ireland coming out in the zone, forcing them down to the downwind sideline.
So we've switched Emma Healy onto the mark here. She is a formidable person to have on the force in a zone. She has the wingspan of a large bird. So we're so hard to get past
I'm
her.
a large bird.
I do have a tandem thing that she's That's her number.
That's her number, is that she's wearing a jacket.
So are you guys always
then
trying
again-
to force? Because I think I just heard myself say that the sideline closest to us is the downwind sideline. Are you guys always trying to force over here? Because it looked like even when they were on that sideline, you were still forcing this way.
More forward momentum.
Yeah, that's probably what we're trying to do.
Sure.
There's definitely some thought put into what we're doing. Definitely.
Never thought now, yeah.
Gets the hand to it, but can't reel it in. Belgium want to get the disc moving quickly. Don't allow them
Emma
to
would have
set
definitely
up.
normally caught that too.
Now here's what I'm talking about. They
Yeah,
should avoid
well,
swinging
it wasn't a
all the
great
way to this
throw.
sideline because that's what they're trying to be forced to. They do stop it here as opposed to what the Irish did. Nope, they're going all the way. And now
I kind of like this zone. I don't know what it is, but
exactly what they want.
Yeah,
Found their hole through.
I'm like, I can't.
kind of a cup, is it?
Some sort of cup, yeah.
I hope they don't just
Now you
walk
know what
into
it's like
this.
for us in the
here.
commentary trying to figure out your zones while we're watching a game. It's
Oh.
hard enough for you when
We
it's your
don't
own
know.
fucking zone.
Oh
Oh,
So that's exactly what we had planned.
Who gets credit for the assist on that one? Did what?
So that
What are you so
sums
excited
up
about
to
there?
see-
They didn't have
Well, let's watch it.
Because we just always have a series of unfortunate events happen in our games what we call rats moments. So you're just like, oh, I did something really good, and it actually ended up helping the other team.
So
So
yeah,
that was
one
exactly.
I got a touch on the disc, and the touch was actually a match. It backed it in a different direction, straight into the Belgian receiver's hands.
And so it just
And like it actually
sums up our
changed the
team.
thing. Like if I just let it go, it would have been great, but nope.
Turnover.
I just
So Dickie's history in Ireland is losing finals. So I think we have about maybe 8 silver medals. I think more, not sure. It's a lot. So we've lost a whole load of beach finals and indoors, like fun indoor tournament finals, and then we were very proud to come second at Tom's. I'm not sure if we were more happy to come second or if we'd won.
Yeah, this is definitely our best second.
So Jess, you have some friends in the chat here. Lulu saying Jess with the assist, and Zoe Langsdale says Jess, you're a star. So.
Oh, God, no. Well, it wasn't great.
Oh, this was our best point, actually. That was our best point, that one.
Oh, we just...
No turnover. Oh, that's Ellie's.
Ellie's backward.
It was a bit of a different zone from Belgium.
There was also actually another great, I wish that game would be great, in the under 24s, Sophie Farden had an amazing moment where she got this like absolutely outrageous mid save, so it was like full extension layout, caught the disc, stood up, was so surprised when she went to throw the disc, she just threw it straight into her defender's hands. I got like outrageously points off. So it was just like this outrageous save to this completely throwing it away. So that also sums up, I think.
I think Ellie does something similar in this game, does she?
Oh, she bids and then just into the ground. Yeah, possibly.
Yeah. So doing something amazing and then not wanting to get that usurped by anything. So just turfing it yourself. You know what? I can't do anything better than that, so I'm just gonna end it here. I'll throw it into the ground.
Until that last point, I liked
remember
Belgium's
this.
zone offense better than Deski's zone offense.
Remember it as it is.
I would give them the edge, but I think it could be anybody's game.
Here we go, another. So we're doing our zone again.
So yeah,
As I say that,
the Belgians were really lovely to play against as well. Like they were quite spirited and they were
Deski, though.
quite congratulatory on like good things and
They can retake the lead.
yeah, they're a fun team to play the second time. I always like playing a team 2 times that are like actually up for a good game and competitive and spirited.
Thought there was going to be a dangerous collision there.
Yeah, they were very nice to play.
Players figuring it out, making sure everybody was safe.
Charlotte Peters to swing into her own end zone.
Yeah, Alana back in the
Callahan country, but they move it confidently around and gaining a few yards each time they swing it. Almost playing with 4 handlers as they swing over and back. Now they're getting some yards. That's what you got to do. Keep 2 people close together and you get those swings as the zone tries to get across. Possibly more tired legs on the ski as they have fewer players.
Tired legs, tired heads.
Yeah, tired legs. I'm just stumbling around.
Stumbling.
Too long.
It's such a long
Literally.
time, I remember.
Van Dam back across, getting a lot of touches. And
I only just realised our numbers are not very clear on those jerseys at all. You can't tell what number anybody is. Not very helpful.
Yeah, luckily we had
Rami.
Liam commentating, and he knows all of you guys by just like he doesn't need to look at the numbers, so that's helpful. But
popular in Ireland though at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, they were quite quick. I thought they were. Are they better on our start? The reverse slide.
Not holding on to the disc for too
I'd say that maybe. I'm not sure actually. Probably get.
Could also be the cameras. They might look a little better from afar in real life. I can't remember, but
in real life.
Yeah, this is kind of the skis tactics. This is what they want them to do lots of passes, but they're just keeping in. Oh, maybe under this disc cannot get there.
Oh,
beautiful. End zone offense.
It was a good throw.
Belgium.
Very good.
Clean, very crisp.
Yeah, great stuff. I again think moving the disc quickly was their advantage there. They never let the desk ski defense really set.
Is that the drums of Africa I hear in the playing in the background?
The what?
Africa, by Toto, the drums of Africa.
Oh, is it?
I think so.
Could be. They always have some like DJs playing all kinds of music between points.
And that's number 37, Astrid van Vleteren.
I'd know those drums anywhere.
There's actually 2 37s.
Correct. There are 2 37s. There's also Willemien van Dam.
I think that was Willemien.
Willemien, yeah, Van Dam I think was the blonde one they told us. So that is Van Dam.
Okay, what's the next up? Here we go.
And that is another on the money pull. Lisa Solis. And this looks like
Belgium coming out with person, think they know. Tired.
Not sure. Solis is definitely deep, not really guarding anyone.
We did quite well against their last zone though. We figured it out, kind of.
I think Solis does whatever she wants a lot of the time.
Kind of.
Well, someone should be wide open if they're playing that.
Definitely gaining yards now. Oh, and a dangerous crossfield pass that is straight into Solis.
Oh God! I think that's the beginning of us just throwing it.
Like,
yeah, I think that's the beginning of us just throwing it straight to Lisa constantly.
Yes.
Oh,
Go on, Leanne.
Nearly another of our classics, Mac into the opposition.
So sad. Oh, and
work with Solis under there.
Oh, still.
She is minding the house.
She's working that deep
space. I think Emma Healy is wearing Star Wars plasters on
her face. Because I think it was the 4th of May, wasn't it?
I think.
Was it?
Oh yeah, May the 4th be with you.
If another team's, if someone's gonna huck to her, it's usually gonna be.
I think she kept them on for the whole weekend as well.
What a throw from Lisa Sellis. That was incredible.
So this kind of stuff that was great, handy information to have going in for sure.
I think after she threw that throw, I was like,
high release,
this is it.
Throw, perfectly into space.
She can do no wrong.
It's going to be a highlight of this tournament.
I thought there was bigger. I just looked at the score. I thought there was a bigger gap there, but no, we're holding our own. You know, up to this point. Not as bad as I remember in my head.
Such a good throw.
Oh,
yeah, you saw her fake the flick too to kind of move the mark to put it.
Celebration in the
She's a really good handler.
As they take a break lead, 6-4. First time they've been up.
She's very strong handler. Like her pulls are also excellent as well. They go very far, and she has a lot of power.
You know, stand in the deep space. The other team hucks her, and then she throws a huck to her team. It doesn't take that much energy. She can play a lot of deep points in a row.
You just saying, we'll just throw it straight to her and she can just hook it. She doesn't have to do anything. Yep.
Oh yeah, look at that pull.
That pull is definitely going to have a lot of hang time, Liam. I'm not sure it's going to stay in, though.
Yeah, it's the first.
Oh.
I wouldn't say bad pull, but bricked pull from.
Talking about her great pulls there.
Yeah.
All her other ones are all the money. You can see she's just hanging out in the deep space again.
I do think they're going back to the cup zone, though, here. It's like,
oh, is that me going back? Oh, wow. That's exciting.
Yeah, I'd like to see someone go deep, take her out of there, and then try and throw over the middle.
That's never a good idea.
You have one player down there in the deep space. We are listening to you, Liam.
Very believable hammer fake there, Anya.
Thank you. I pride myself on my fake.
That was the one good throw I threw the whole game. I enjoyed that.
Nice one, yeah. Oh, Alana!
Oh.
Two tall players and two strong players doesn't bother them.
I just want to throw to Lisa.
Lisa's happy to get the D there.
We'll have get her on this year. We won't throw it to her. Well, we'll throw it to her, but she'll be on our team.
Yeah,
that's kind of the Disky. The Disky method is if somebody plays better than us and they have good players, we're like, you just come and play for our team, and then we don't have to play against you anymore.
Oh, and some beautiful offensive flow here.
Someone's got to be left alone.
Oh, Michelle.
Oh, get back.
Nearly.
Michelle, where's your gun?
Panic.
What a beautiful throw, this woman.
And there is the result.
Sometimes you gotta take a gamble.
That was a shot. Jesse
that throw was outrageous as well. Just like right on the girl's lap. But then again, we were marking her, so makes it a bit easier.
I think Disky is. I see the team circling.
If you're not marking anyone in the end zone, it makes scoring a lot more simple. Leanne in the chat. Oh, the shame.
Got the Pokemon theme song blaring in the background. Look at that throw. Incredible stuff from Silly.
You tried your darndest there, Michelle. You were so close.
It was very easy.
You don't believe it. 26 degrees tomorrow in Bridges.
Yeah, that's pro.
In the afternoon. Same joke like every year. Hoppa!
Should have done a Jane on it.
Making some jokes here. It's been a bit cold for us this weekend.
This one, bro.
The weather might be picking up tomorrow.
I just thought it gonna get ready. I'm just so for a little run.
It's only there.
And also
The wrong Bruges, but the right
for the ladies in black.
What do you think we're discussing in this huddle?
Was that halftime?
A timeout of some sort, either a halftime or a timeout.
Is there halftime?
Or a halftime?
Maybe in the finals there are.
What's that?
I think we might have. I feel like we might have agreed with them we were going to have a halftime before the game or something. We like asked because you don't swap.
There's a standard halftime in the finals that comes to it.
In the finals. Because Tom's is not usually a halftime at all in the games, isn't it?
That's right.
So
like
in some of the games we have been
no time for
with the DJ
we do with teams if we wanted to swap ends because you don't get that like you can get a really good advantage. So in some games we'd be swapping ends halfway through, and some games we didn't. So I think we also always had the discussion, but then for each new round of Toms, I think they were adding an extra amount of time to the games, or a halftime, or a different cap. And so we were very confused with the Belgians for a while about what we were actually doing for the final. But we didn't think we'd be here. This is great, but what's happening?
Oh man.
What is happening?
Not coming from Lisa Solis. She's not on the field here as Malise makes a pull.
It's actually just semi-final and final. They're different.
Oh, okay. I think we're so hungover that we're very confused.
Yeah, it's just.
So it does seem to be a bit of a man-to-man defense on the handlers with a bit of a clam on the cutters.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like a 3-3-1. Now, Sarah Melvin not afraid to send it. And Jess Shane was able to milk that one.
Oh, here we go!
There's Jess's celebration.
No one would do it with me.
Oh, they made the score 5.
Yeah, you were all alone there.
There's Leanne giving it to me saying she passed the score.
Still in this game with the Irish.
You were. She was pretty close to getting it though. In fairness.
Oh, yeah, no, but I didn't want to score.
They have made quite some unforced errors here. And
I'm like,
I
oh,
think they will
yes. And drop it like a
And
top.
solo, yes. Oh, we actually had
Oh,
someone
Michelle
to
does
do
it.
Oh, Michelle did it. It's like
They're just off camera.
For the Irish.
They're playing all. She's not really playing much O-line. She's playing D-line most of the time. Semi in this game.
The tripod,
On there
my
for her
signature.
pulls, on there to make
What are some of the things you guys like about Tom's that makes you want to keep coming back?
seems to be her role on this team.
I think how short the games are is a big, or the length of the games is a big factor in. We play very well for 40 minutes, just about make it to 50, and any more than that is.
Yeah, the atmosphere is a really good buzz.
I
really
think-
good atmosphere around the place.
I think everything, like, yeah, the setting, the variety of teams as well.
Mm.
Yeah,
It's just so
the
much fun.
organizers are so good. Like they're just incredibly on top of everything. Like before you even make it back to the TD desk, your scores are already on the board, and who you're playing next is already up, and it's one of the most well organized tournaments I've ever played at. I think.
Yeah. They just make it they make it fun and everything. The pitches are nice and the area is nice too. Just a great tournament. This is my first time playing it. But definitely would want to
This
go back.
looks like it's going to be on the money, and another beautiful goal from Belgium. A clean hold.
And the food each evening, where they had just have those massive piles of all different types of food, and you just help yourself, is just incredible. It's so nice just to have like proper good meals straight after you play games, and then having some beers, and everyone's still there and relaxing in the around the desk and stuff.
Timed off of that dump was that cut to the end zone space, and look at that throw. Just
Good times, good
sitting on a
vibes.
platter.
It's good
for the
frizz.
Belgians, and
What's not
Yeah.
like?
score 8-5. Ireland has to come up with something else if they want to give the Belgians some more trouble in this game.
Was your team going to be very different this year compared to last year's team?
A bit.
Neither myself
Yeah, there
nor
was a
Onya
good
were
few
getting-
people.
We're the girl-
Back on the field now.
Who else, Michelle? Who else was on the team? You were kind of leading the team this year, weren't you?
Yeah, myself, Leanne, and Emma, and Michelle Balance would have been returning. Is that it?
Doing some matrix dodging. of
Was
the
Ellie
ball
coming
there.
back?
And the sideline
She-
from
I-
Callahan.
She never had confirmed because we were talking about it at Siege.
Maybe if you're
Yeah, I
right,
think
pin
then
back to the
everyone
back
else
corner,
would have
they
been
weren't really in the end zone.
What do you know?
new
Shot
from
down
last year.
Priscilla space,
One of the
another deal.
girls in
Or was
Ireland.
Louise? No, maybe Louise.
supposed to
Is
be
Louise going again as well?
Her wedding was supposed to be on yesterday, and so a lot of us were going to her wedding. Instead, we couldn't make it to Tom's this year. We were sad, but obviously we were going to go to the wedding. So unfortunately, her wedding had to be postponed till next year, which is tough.
Oh, and a run
But
through D.
wasn't the best weather ever yesterday, so hopefully she feels a bit vindicated, and hopefully it'll be nicer weather next year.
Yeah.
Rivals are deep, and
It was lovely in Cork.
Will Sesby will get there. No, I know she can't. Oh, and a slip and a fall. Looks like that's
It's always lovely in Cork, Michelle.
It's still in Cella's space.
And this is where Michelle just face plants so much before the disc.
Your presence alone can be off-putting sometimes.
You tripped?
There's someone going deep. Does she see it?
I don't know what happened to her.
No, she goes for the under to DeKoning.
And this is just the building, maybe a hawk and hope, but no, that
Well done, yeah, another
is
one.
actually
What?
Well done,
the
yeah. Well done, yeah.
throw. The woman
Ollie, what are you
power.
doing?
She is playing
Yeah,
This
I
is
should have
the
just
best-
trailed
I've seen her
off
play pretty
there.
well before.
Shouldn't have even tried.
This is absolutely the best I've ever seen her play. She's
Oh, Lisa threw it? Oh, there's no point in even trying.
completely marshalling the deep space on D, using her throws to score all the breaks on O. Lisa Sellis show. It's just the Lisa Sellis show.
It's the second time we've seen that connection to Esther.
9-5.
Obviously, very speedy player.
Gap.
Initially, I didn't think she
Deservedly
was that open.
up in the gap.
That frame just sat there. See there, the smiling Lisa Sellis, just out of frame.
You see, there was a deep there, but how close that
There was a
she
deep.
was closer to Haney coming across.
I don't think I was a deep team. I think I was not her.
That's a great shot.
The help.
Two great promotions.
But you are very good deep one, yeah.
The finest athletes in Belgium connecting.
The best, shortest deep I know.
Belgian team came sixth.
Yeah.
Rosie O'Mahony.
Short deep.
Have the greatest show in London.
Oh yeah, Rosie, I guess would contest me for that, wouldn't you?
A lot of these players have played for
I think you threw to her more than we threw to Lisa in this game, Anya, back in the day.
Yeah, that's the one of the Rebel players. Rosie was the example of me just on from Dublin playing against Cork and just throwing it to Rosie in the end zone, like literally just straight to the deep. So then I recruited her for the ski as soon as I could, so that I never had to deal with playing against her ever again if I'm throwing to her deep my team. So that's kind of how we started getting players to play for the ski. Is who does Anya keep throwing to that's on the opposition?
Whatever happened to Rosie? I haven't seen her much on the international scene for quite a while. I knew her brother Sean. He used to play. I played with him in Holland when he was living out there.
It's funny that the ski actually
She moved for work somewhere where there wasn't a team, so she stopped playing. She's back now though, so back in Cork.
Oh, yeah?
So I might be able to get her for a Rebel.
group stages and beat them in the finals.
I might convince her.
Go to EUCF.
Who knows? Don't mention the war.
I nearly convinced her to play Tom's last year, and she was raging she didn't come actually.
Because she played the year before, hadn't she?
Yeah, she played the year before.
That is the three-person cup. Just spread it out.
So I thought I might have convinced her to come this year, but no.
Yeah. I nearly convinced her to play on the Ireland mixed team this year, but failed at the last hurdle.
If Worlds happens next year, do you think Ireland's going to do new tryouts, or are they going to keep the same teams, or is that too touchy a subject to talk about publicly?
It's new tryouts.
You do new tryouts?
They've disbanded the current teams, so it would be new
okay.
Tryouts for 2021 if it happens. Do you have any insight on that, Ravi? Is it likely to?
Can't say anything. No, I actually don't know. I don't know very much. If Liam was here, he would know a lot of stuff he couldn't say because he's on the WIFDIF board, but he's not here and he's supposed to be.
He'd know a lot of stuff he couldn't say. I like that, even though he says it anyway.
Now we're seeing Belgium kind of trapped on the upwind sideline now.
Oh, he's actually pretty well behaved. They try to get that stuff out of him, but.
Yeah, I think he used to say a lot more, didn't he? And he
when he got put on the, because he was just on the athletes committee before, when he got put on the board because he became the head of the athletes committee when the head of it had to go for, like, I think for pregnancy or something like that. So he became the head, and then he really started to know things that he wasn't supposed to he's not supposed to say. So they told him, like, you cannot say this stuff. He's like, okay.
Fine.
Again, Emma Healy's in a lot of space. And this time we see the overhead again, but Korean read it very well.
Nope. Turnover 2.
No.
When the hammer fails, go for the lefty scooper instead, because that's really a better option.
You gonna try it again? Is there gonna be a take 3?
I think I can do it again. I think I'll do it again. Emma's so free. That's better.
That's probably
I don't think Estelle Merkin had that throw or wanted to take it on, but get some nice easy yards. O'Neill
Oh,
end zone, fakes the
so
shot.
background.
Oh, and tries the scuba. That was
Oh no!
Lisa!
Even in the red zone defense.
You guys really throw it to Lisa a lot.
Really making it look great.
Depends how many of those D's do you call hers, but you call all of them hers.
Exaggerating, like we literally just threw it to her.
Operating that kind of mid-air, going as far
Let's get this back.
going to drop.
It's kind of that way of being like, well, you're standing where I want to throw it. Stop standing there.
Nice high release backhand, and now shot to Emma Healy. Oh,
Nice.
she catches
Emma!
this one.
Yes.
Nice.
She needed that.
Lisa Sellis was approaching, trying to add some pressure, but there Healy getting the better of Sellis.
I'm very happy.
So sad.
Where's her stats? Oh, there we go.
You need to bring that back into the game. You see all weekend they were really enjoying it. I think last week
Michelle, what was your dance?
not so much, but Emma Healy.
I don't know. It would have been something. Was it the knees from side to side?
Maybe.
The thing that I learned that weekend.
How many of these desk girls are on the
What was your dance?
I'm trying to count now.
I have no idea what my dance was.
Maybe 7.
Okay,
I don't usually score though.
It's not the whole team.
Wasn't worried.
Women would have played at that level.
I just
Same.
throw
We
them.
didn't have to do mine.
We've got Lana Archer is playing for the GB under-24 women's team.
What are we doing now, do you think? What's it gonna be? It's gonna be... I think it's probably gonna be a zone.
Yeah, they need to get some
A
pace
zone.
back now. The wind picking up just a tiny bit again. I think that will suit the Irish. I think the weather all weekend.
I'm pointing, so it's definitely a zone.
I guess. Been a season, that's what it's like. If you like hailstones, be sure to check out that tournament. And go for the rolling pull this time.
And are these girls
Rolling.
mostly made up of Dublin gravity?
Rolling.
There is a lot of Dublin gravity, definitely a good Dublin base, but there's women from all over Ireland,
What?
Cork, Mayo, Kerry. It's kind of.
Are there any plans in Ireland yet to like open stuff back up in the future, or is it still pretty unknown what's going on?
Looks like a bit of a 1-3.
So there'll be small group gatherings allowed from the 18th of May, but that'll only be about like maybe 4 to 6 people. That hasn't numbers and stuff haven't been confirmed yet. But that'll be from the 18th, so slowly we're building back up. But
Yeah.
no major big plans yet. So it's just
Yeah,
upping.
it's getting like a bit clearer on what things like might look like, I guess, or what they kind of hope to do.
Crazy good game.
Yeah, it's definitely it's nice. It's like a little bit of like hope for the future. It's not just like another 2 weeks, another 2 weeks. It's like no, we are like we're actually
Great handling, just finding every spot through that zone. Like I said, I think the zone was a bit tougher for them this time.
So that's quite nice.
They were patient. They found the options. They
So we're
got
hoping
that cheeky
even get some kind
inside
of pod sessions or something.
phenomenal end zone, phenomenal zone offense from the Belgians. I was to ski. I don't know. I think you gotta switch it up to man-to-man or
Not
something because
entirely sure.
it's this is working so far.
Yeah, definitely to do some kind of defensive adjustments. I'd like to see them just put pressure on the swing somehow or on the resets because they're under no pressure at the moment, Belgium. I know they tried the 100 pass tactic for a while.
Oh, she cold.
The Irish nationals are quite late in the year usually, right? You guys do it in like September, October. Is that still possible? For a lot of European countries do their nationals in like May, June, and they're obviously going to be cancelled. But
Oh yeah,
has
ours,
the
yeah, ours
Irish
are gonna
Federation
start
said?
Yeah, usually early September. Yeah.
early September. Not sure yet. I think.
Yeah.
They haven't confirmed or cancelled anything yet.
Yeah. The government have kind of said that there might be an All Ireland in our GAA or like native sports. So I guess if that happens, then we might be able to have frisbee ones as well. But we don't know for sure.
Yeah, I think that would happen. We were due to have mixed All Irelands. We usually have our mixed All Irelands in May, and then we have our men's and women's in September. The mixed is obviously not going to be happening in May. Whether it happens later or not, I don't know. But it's like a bit messy because it'll be close to women's, men's, and stuff. So all yet to be seen. I guess there's more.
That is a good response. Another clean hole.
Yeah, that was some good zone offense there.
Yeah, that was actually also another good point. I hope they zone us more.
Sarah Melvin is the best player in Ireland. lot of people would maybe say Fiona Myrna. I think the difference was
yeah, so kind of work it through more like taking open passes and not turning as our key components of that zone offense. Not throwing to Lisa. She actually might be off on that point.
A lot of reps. So maybe, yeah, she got a good bid for being the best player in Ireland.
I think we're doing another zone.
I think it brought back a love of the game for her. That's the big thing I noticed. I think
it's a slight
kind of fell out a little bit. Ultimate wasn't that happy.
Maybe.
Being inspired to play with
At least it's shifted over to their O-line now.
Europe and Sean in that limelight.
Whee! Rolling. Oh, great pull on you.
Thanks.
Different defense comes here.
Thanks. A pull.
I think this is more of an arrow.
We see Celis has stepped onto the O-line here. Belgium changing their lines a bit. Maybe still trying to figure things out early in the season.
What zone?
Yeah, shredding through the cup. They don't have time to set up. Oh, but they get
It's a cup, I think.
Oh!
Yeah.
Long arm banana.
If they can do it, it's 11-7 now. The score for the Belgians.
And then sticking with a match defense.
Oh,
Anissa.
Yeah, sorry.
Has to reset it.
Michelle, you're very far away there.
Yeah, I was just going to say, where am I?
Impact on the game, yeah.
Everyone's far away. What's happening?
Oh, this is my failed.
There we see the nice
Yeah.
shimmy to get the up line.
Oh, you're so close.
How did I land?
Here coming out of UCC.
Should have caught that, but anyway.
Belgium wastes no time to get that break off.
I really hurt my shin. It like swells right up.
Whatsoever.
Your chin.
My shin. Whatever way I landed.
See how she tackles this zone.
You just kind of flopped onto the ground there. You nearly did catch it though, in fairness.
I touched it, like I should have caught it.
Why would she be?
Let's blame the hangover.
Peters getting involved.
I know, this
Who's
is
that girl
why
that's
I
on
always
this?
leave the party early.
This Belgian team, nice little dish, push pass.
Who's that? What on you?
There was one girl just completely free deep, but I guess it went to zone, so we're letting her be completely unmarked over there.
That one might go out of reach.
Woo! The zone worked.
Break on the board. Setting up this vertical stack again.
One in heaven time to be started.
First one of the game.
I don't believe so.
Oh, we got a few turnovers.
Yeah, no, I'm teasing.
Nice continuation cut from Archer. Looking for LEP.
This is okay.
Oh, lower on flick doesn't come off.
Oh,
Need to treasure
so
possession
close.
for the Irish.
I think it's funny. So we had a to catch, and I don't think we really knew knew how long this game was going to go on, but we ended up nearly kind of missing the last train we were supposed to get. Like we had to just completely peg it to the train station straight after the game. We just had time for like a small spirit circle, and then we were just running to try catch our flight after the game.
But you made
I had
it?
to ask like a random Belgian guy to call a taxi for me because I didn't know any taxi numbers and none of the apps were working. So I was like trying to figure out, and he was like, "Do you need some help?" I was like, "Please, please help." He's like, "I'll call you a taxi. Thank you." And he called it. He's like, "You can speak." I was like, "Can you talk to him for me?" He was like, because I didn't even know where we were at all, so he had to completely order the taxi, tell the taxi where we were going, how many people, and everything. Like, thank you so much.
The world needs to know. And a big discussion here about this.
I don't know what this discussion is about now on the
Big
field.
discussion about it, but I don't know why it's so long. I can't remember.
So somehow play was affected, but at least I don't know.
Oh, I think it was on me.
It seems to me like just a break throw into space that probably wouldn't have been affected by any pick, but
Yeah, I agree with what you said there, Abby. The background would have been affected. Nah, let me have the disc. Oh, I didn't work that second time.
Put out the way to let Archer come in. The open side space, but not for huge gain. Tries to tread the needle, Gahaney. It's Mac again.
Oh.
Who else?
I'm right to Lisa. I should have caught that one though. That was so annoying.
Yeah, but you just rather Mac it to Lisa. That's your MO.
Yeah,
get it to Lisa somehow.
That is my MO. At least she didn't score that time though. I wasn't backing for a score.
Offensive line, yeah.
If she throws the goal this time though, I'll be very annoyed.
Probably tire out the key, which I think is working.
There they attack aggressively through once the zone opens up, right?
Yeah, it's been a lot of hard running for Archer. And struggled to stop those inside throws.
Such long arms, Alana does.
Because Belgium are very good at throwing.
5 minutes left.
Oh, an LEP
5 minutes. Come on, can you bring it back?
They didn't maybe call her. I don't think she was going to get the disc.
We can do it. Good thing we didn't though, because we definitely would have missed our flight if we'd brought it back. That's why we left it. We were gonna stage a comeback, but we were like, we don't have time.
Pick is called again.
Oh, another pick on me. Oh, flip.
I think having trouble. The sack is
Ruh-roh.
and it's not the person from the
I definitely at this point would not have wanted the disc back. Damn it.
Actually, I think I remember. I think.
Do that, the number 2 in the stack, going to the break side. She needs more.
Do it again, Jess.
Now.
Go on. Yeah, yeah. Oh no! What? Oh my. Oh, I knew it was gonna be. She now knows what I'm gonna do though. Third time's the charm.
Oh, that, yeah, I remember that.
Oh, God.
Let's see what this end zone offense can muster up. A lot of people moving, and one person scoring. Another great goal for Belgium.
Oh, Michelle. I just run off the field.
Oh, yeah. No, I landed on my shin
that
again. Yeah. I put a video actually into the, you wouldn't have seen it, but this is Tom's group of me in the airport after this, getting the lift up one floor because I could not walk.
Oh no, I didn't realize it was that bad.
Well, I just would have been stiff anyway, but it was just funny because the lift door is just open and it's me just giggling because I got the lift up one floor.
That's what they're for.
Really, it's just the throwing ability, I think, that's really impressive.
You just run straight off the sideline.
Bye, Felicia.
Okay, I think we start the comeback now. I think it's around now.
It's a lot of the same people from the last cycle. Like you said, they had a good EUC. They're looking to improve on that. And if they can win Toms, that'll be a nice boost in their confidence. Right now, 27, looks like they have a chance to do that with another short field turnover.
Oh, did that come back
Not
yet?
quite now.
Well, why play defense on the whole field when you can just play defense in the end zone?
Advanced tactics.
Need to reinvigorate themselves and get back into this game. They have an opportunity now.
It works, I guess.
Works like a charm.
And now you have the disc back where you had it, so you made a lot of progress.
Everyone trying to
Very efficient.
to be selfless and make space for someone else. Melvin just gaining a few yards.
And get Sarah on to just run through the zone. It's always a handy tactic.
Oh. Oh yeah, I remember. She stood on my.
You get kicked?
She stood on my. No, she stood on my foot, and I'm really hurt.
Oh.
Yeah, it was actually really sore. God, it was like, you know, just that stud right, and I just couldn't. Yeah. Anyway, I was being a baby.
Oh, it means I got to come on though. Yay!
That's probably what I was hoping for, to be honest. No, it was like when they got my little toe as well. It was all black for like the next week. Yeah.
I just throw it away. Wait till stall 9 and then throw a hammer.
that what you do? No. The comeback on you.
No,
I got still an advantage though.
Oh, skating so free.
very far away.
Nah, you got that. What are you talking about? Cheeky Scoob.
Being patient for now.
Oh.
We really can't get it out of that corner, can we? Oh,
there we go.
Yeah, the trap's working
go.
really well
Got it.
until it doesn't.
Yeah.
It must have been a bit windy because we usually would throw overheads out of that.
Yeah, I think it probably
That's my
is.
excuse.
Staying in this zone all the way down the field. A lot of teams will have broken out of it by now.
There's two players completely unmarked on this side of the field if they can get it over there, but difficult throw.
Oh,
Yeah,
is Lisa on this point?
No, she's not.
Oh, that was lovely.
That's nice.
So we scored. So I think that was what I think we actually did identify. Whenever she's not on, we actually score, and every time she's on, we throw it directly to her.
And we have the score. Ski.
So I guess this is game to 13.
I really hope they can.
Very straightforward
Yeah.
question, Liam. I think it's
I haven't given up on them, and they haven't given up on each other. They are.
It was funny. So there was I had 6 of us on the senior women's team, but a lot of girls from the under 24s Irish women's team as well. And then Ellie and Alana were on the GB U24s team, and we actually kind of realized afterwards maybe we shouldn't have had them play with us because we're giving away all our tactics where they could identify a load of the players from the team. And I think they ended up playing each other at U24s, but GB had a really good game and won that one, unfortunately.
Did they meet at U24?
Does Ireland keep the U24s and the senior teams quite separate, or are people allowed to play both?
No, people. We had there was 3 players.
3 people played both.
Yeah. And we had training. We often trained alongside them.
Yeah,
so we had,
Ian French was coaching both the teams, so
efficient for him.
Like there's some countries like Belgium, I think, and the Netherlands for sure, that pretty much make it a rule that you can't play both because they don't want to burn out younger players. So they had a lot of youth players that played youth, senior, U24, played 3 national teams in one summer. So they're like, okay, we got to cut that out. But I wonder if next year, so that's why the Belgian men's team and the Italian men's team weren't that strong last year because a bunch of them were playing U24s and not Europeans. But if both U24 and Worlds happens next year, I'm curious if they're gonna hold to that or not.
I'd say they'll let them play, will they?
They'll have had a year off anyway.
This is like a whole year to recover. Yeah, burnt out.
No, I was thinking about that. There's a lot of players like Lasma Kublitska, Arbor Zorlovskis, a bunch of top European players that were injured and were just gonna recover just in time for Worlds this year, and now I guess no one's gonna get injured this year, or not that many, so maybe more healthy people will be around for more countries next year.
Yeah, so it'll be a more complete tournament.
This one works. Good shot for Sarah Melvin.
Getting her
Can
back
she get there? Oh, almost. There's a ball in the play.
She definitely had a speed advantage over.
What's your opinion on this foul call?
So I was really annoyed because that was a good throw from me, I think. But I think the girl said that I got the disc, so it's a turnover, and she said it didn't matter that she hit Sarah, and Sarah was like, well, I don't think that you're allowed to do that, but it kind of got lost in translation, and I think people were just really tired at that stage, so I think it ends up coming back to me if she contests it. I think somebody on the sideline said, oh, she got the disc, so it doesn't matter, or something. So I think it was a foul. But I was just annoyed that my throw was a turnover.
Because I think Sarah's logic as well is that the contact prevented her from making a bid on the disc, essentially.
Gotta do it again, Rabbit.
Yeah.
Gotta send it again.
Well, that foot block's that kind of energizing play.
Very neutral sidelines we have here from the Belgian, I'm sure.
emotionally. And
yeah, so I was just very happy with that throw. And I didn't pay attention to the foul at all.
So then you do it again.
Not quite, sadly.
I think Belgium are quite scared of that deep shot after seeing Melvin's speed. And again with that left into space, but difficult going downwind.
So there, Ireland again not able to capitalize on their opportunity. That foot block.
No, not able to capitalize on anything in this.
Also not Ireland.
Also not Ireland.
And you're still an Irish team, right?
From Ireland, yes.
You're from Ireland. You're not Ireland.
We shouldn't be given the mantle of representing Ireland in this at this tournament.
We're representing fun, yes, but
the score is now 13-8. It is game point.
Is that the game or is
oh,
it?
This is game.
No,
I think you said game point actually. So
game point to 14.
That's a pretty big hole for the Irish, Liam, I would say.
But I feel like 5 minutes.
a pretty big hole. Yeah, it's pretty.
5 minutes is age.
Dare Fribbs is asking me how it's like to listen to my own commentary while commentating. It's super weird. Not a fan, but
What's your impression of the women's division so far?
Very meta. Are you going to commentate on this commentary of you commentating at any stage?
Someday. We can only hope.
Next year, we'll do this again. We'll meet up.
There's another women's game we're doing today at 3:30, which is the Gentle Women against the Germany U24 final in 2017, and I commentated that. That was still pretty early on, and I was watching a bit of that before to just remember it, and I really don't like my commentary in that, so I hope that we can just like mute that if I'm going to be.
Do a whole new commentary.
Yeah.
New commentary who does.
The wall zone from Belgium, and they try a risky hook, which is well towed in by Estelle Merkel.
Nice.
Nice.
Another shot
Bro.
too high for Healy. Now,
Oh
Belgium
no!
can finish this one off.
Estelle!
Surely.
It wasn't to Lisa, at least. Lisa changed something up.
True.
So to this now, you can see
True.
Esther's trying to set up that cut as soon as Ellis has it. This time coming under.
Kind of wish it had been to Lisa though. No.
Still getting her team
Staying consistent.
field with that one.
So I think this game demonstrates our ability to play to about 40 or 50 minutes, and then in the last 15 minutes we just are too tired. We can't do it. It's over 50 minutes, I'm not playing anymore. Oh, nice.
that was a great score.
Where's the dance move?
No, we really do try to make a comeback here, don't we?
9 for the Irish. They're not
The dance
out
is
yet,
coming, I
Liam.
think. Oh, is it?
They're going to have
I
to
don't
stop
know.
this dangerous Belgian offense. And do you think they're going to come back out
Dangerous
in that zone,
Belgian
or are they gonna
offense.
let it go?
I'd like them.
Oh, there we
Oh, there
go.
it is.
There we go.
With a dab at the end, very important.
Give everything you got.
And the zone
That's
has
fun.
Yeah, and I think we've learned in this game that Belgium are
Lovely.
very safe,
Just lovely.
very crisp, clean throws, but I think the likes of Melvin and one or two others could really shut down their handlers, or maybe even poach off and help others if they don't have the depth. But you gotta change it up. It's been
What
too
were you in
easy
this
for
one, do you
Belgium.
think?
You think it's person?
Do you see a pretty stacked line coming here for Ski? Top playmakers there. As Belgium trots out, typical O-line.
Playing the disc of the drum. That's cool.
All right, guys, can we do it? Can we bring it back? Who knows?
Only
Who's gonna
4
win?
points.
Across to Peters. And yep, it's the zone.
It is.
And yep, it's the zone.
Broke, don't fix it. That's how that saying goes, right? Something like that. It's definitely
He's
something.
too tired.
You see if Archer can make some.
Feeling a bit hungover now. I'm remembering exactly how it felt doing this.
Yeah.
Women's team.
I'm like, oh, I can't imagine right now doing a final. No.
Easy to gain yards. Continue them now, temporarily. And there's the gap in the middle. Perrine has been owning that little mid space. She knows her role on the team. And this is game point for Belgium. They can smell victory.
Oh, we're doing okay, actually. We're keeping them off a little bit. They're not destroying the zone.
Cool.
No, we're maintaining some dignity in this.
Or maybe they are.
Spicy shot to the end zone. Will be cleaned
Go
up
on,
by the Irish.
Yeah,
Go on, yeah.
What a deep.
I think just wanted to end the game there. Got
earlier.
Finals fever.
Finals fever.
Melvin has to lay out.
Now they're making big
plays.
Oh yeah, why am I gonna do that?
Sorry, Sarah.
Hasn't she done enough?
Here's a big shot from Melvin. That one's going to be too far.
That's
my punishment.
Yeah. Come on, play out for this. Oh
yeah. Plenty of space in the middle. Kromheka has been fantastic at playing zone offense. A nice pass there. This just suits them so much, I think, Ravi.
Yeah, I really think that they should have tried to change their defense up a little bit.
Ted in the chat saying that there was some Irish catch in the end zone that he thinks was a turnover, but I don't know which one he's talking about.
I'll give him that, but...
Was that Ellie's layout one? Must have been Ellie.
Gotta be quicker with your comments, Ted, because I don't remember.
Yeah, I think there was only one layout on our side, which was honest to Ellie. I thought that was fine. I don't know. I didn't watch it 4 times though.
I'm sure Ian will make a GIF out of it and make us study it a few times and see if it's actually a turnover or not. He's been making like streamable clips from things and like discussing the spirit in the clips. So like foul calls or goal calls or travels. And we watched them about 20 times. Oh no! Well, we'll probably get a few from this game now that we've watched it.
How many of those clips are from games against Finland?
No, they're actually from really random games. So he's gone back and looked at some of the indoor finals from like 2014, I think. And he must be quite bored in the quarantine. So they're from a lot of obscure games. And it's just fun to like, when a new one comes in, like, what random game is this clip going to be from this week? But it was from, I think there was one from Indoors 2014. There was one from U24s.
Belgium now trying to work it in.
But no Finland ones. Don't want to reopen those wounds.
Heartbreaking backhand for the Irish, but not in the end zone yet. Who's going to take the shot?
Can we get a D or will they score?
Moving backwards now. We're almost in the end zone and now 20
Oh.
yards behind. Oh, and Perrine thinks about it.
Back to our favorite place to play defense.
Folks?
Could this be it, folks?
You guys hold the zone all the way here, huh?
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, we actually had a discussion about that the other day. We always hold the zone. I think it's hard. I think it's harder to score against the zone if it stays.
Right now, quite tense.
I don't think we had any mental capacity to be doing a transition either.
And like I love when I'm playing zone offense, I love when teams transition. I'm like, oh, we have it now.
There's a question from Jane Linehan who asks, does Desky have plans to recruit Lisa? You guys were talking about it a bit before. I don't know if she missed that, but...
I want a game.
Yeah, Lisa, if you follow us, follow our Instagram, like us on Facebook, and we'll have you with the team.
What's the deal with the pineapples? Can you explain what's going on with pineapples? Doesn't seem to be a very Irish thing.
Well, Disky is pineapple in Irish, which is the first
oh, okay.
thing. But no, I used to just bring a pineapple with me as a snack because they travel well. And then when we made up this team in 2014, our logo was going to be, we wanted to get sponsorship from our local off license. So our logo was going to be a vodka bottle and with a pineapple on it. But then we didn't know if that would be like allowed to be a logo or something. And we were like, no, we're going to be a serious fun team. So we'll just have the pineapple as our thing. And we like patterns. So that also fit into our MO of patterned pineapples.
When did that team start up?
We started in 2014. There were 6 of us that started, and we just wanted to play like fun tournaments because in Ireland at the time, all the women's tournaments were just All Irelands basically. So we wanted to have something a bit more good crack and like just go out and play with your friends. So we only entered open indoor tournaments at the time and just got absolutely smashed by all the men's teams. But it was still like, we would just be messing and throwing things we wanted to throw rather than like any serious trainings and stuff. And then Beach All Ireland started, so then we ended up going to the beach tournaments and losing to Cork every year there and getting our silver medals. And then eventually we recruited some of the Cork girls and we started tournaments abroad. So we've gone to Copa, Tanga, and Tom's and Bo in Spain and stuff. So that's the transition of our open women's team to the finals of Tom's. We did actually.
I think it has made such a difference, like having the chance to play fun tournaments and stuff, just like as friends with no pressure, and like I think it's, everyone really enjoys having that outlet, as well as having our own like clubs.
Yeah.
Are there other women's tournaments in Ireland now?
The women's.
Are there other because you were saying back then there was only All Irelands for women's? Is there other women's tournaments now in Ireland?
Well, we have Siege and Cork Open, which are good, but often they're kind of college teams and stuff. So people would be playing with their colleges at those tournaments as well. So there isn't necessarily any other like fun things. We've organised a few indoor women's leagues and tournaments to play in those friend teams, but we've really just Tom's and Copa are much more fun to go to than playing any tournament in Ireland, really.
Cool.
Yeah.
Boris, you got any questions for them?
Well, I got this one picture sent through that really kind of puzzles me, so I'll just bring it in. I've tried it, but it's kind of hard. Like
pineapple.
Pineapples? Oh, okay, right. And what does it mean?
Pinneapolis. Pinneapolis.
Okay. And does it have a story behind it, or is it just like a tongue twister?
I think it's more of a tongue twister. We had a cocktail party last night, and that's when I sent you all the photos. So I think it was a random selection of.
Right. Yeah, I struggled with this for like half an hour or something.
Pinneapolis.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't know. So we just got word from Liam that he's coming in like half an hour. So.
Oh, great!
Hopefully he'll be here for the next game.
Yeah. That will be fine.
We must have got the time zones mixed up. Like the west of Ireland is in a different time zone, I think.
I think he just figured 3 Irish people is too many for a stream. We can't put 4. That's like not going to be. PJ just put in the chat, can Davide Mori join as the commentator for the next game? If he gets us, I definitely give him a link if he wants to hop in. I don't know what game the next game is, but putting Davide on a stream is always entertainment.
If you're there, give me a shout. All right, I don't have any other questions.
Anything else you guys want to shout out? You said people should follow Desky on Instagram and whatever to.
Follow
definitely
Klonsky's Elite Open Women's Ultimate Bridesmaids.
That's our
one. Follow our friend group. Yeah, so we're just at Ski on Instagram. I don't believe we were very lucky that no one had taken Ski before.
I know, so surprised.
So surprised. But yeah, we do have fun things up there occasionally.
Occasionally, a poll or two.
We only started the Instagram last year after Tom's, wasn't it?
Well, when we started the team, we wanted to make a Facebook page, but we thought that because it's just a group of friends, they'd just be asking people to like our friendship. So we thought that maybe we should invite a few more people in before we can actually have any social media presence of people just following this group of friends. It might not be that interesting. So we thought that our tour of Europe would be a sufficiently okay reason to have some social media presence. So it wasn't liking our friend group anymore.
Yeah.
And Michelle, on the so we talked about it a bit during the game, but on the podcast we recently had, Liam said that he would guess that Rebel would want to take a mixed bid to EUCF. Is there anything you can say about that? Which, like, whether they'd go women's or mixed, or is that still not something that you know yet, or would we be willing to say?
I would think we would not want to send a mixed team.
Liam doesn't know what he's talking about most of the time, so that's
we'd be a bit down the list anyway, because we had an abysmal performance at nationals last year. So, and obviously it won't be happening this year. No, we would have been very much open and women's focused, I think, for this year if it had gone ahead.
That was a very diplomatic answer.
I think you should send a mixed team, Michelle.
Yeah, Michelle, I think you should send an open women's team, actually.
Yeah.
I think it'd be good for Rebel. Yeah, send a mixed team, go on there.
Ted has a question saying that after EUC, were you guys taking like Worlds really seriously after that success, and what was your aim at Worlds that didn't end up happening? Did you guys have a talk about that, like, or is it still too early?
Pretty high. We were aiming big, like beat USA in quarters big.
Whoa.
I mean, that's just me, but no, I think we were taking it very seriously and like training quite hard for Worlds. So I think the team, we were obviously really disappointed when it was cancelled, but no, we were going to aim top of Europe at Worlds.
Definitely.
And hopefully
Can you guys
beat
talk
them.
a quick second about, I've always been curious because Ireland has one of the biggest success to population ratios in terms of how many players versus how successful they are. Like, can you talk about maybe a bit about like how you guys could get there? I think in terms of your female playing population, you're probably the smallest playing population that's ever won Euros or something like that along those lines.
Yeah.
What are some of the things that kind of help you guys to get that success?
I think one of the upsides to having a small population is that we just get so many opportunities to play with each other. So we really get to know our teammates like inside out, basically, because we're always playing with them or against them. So that's definitely a help out of a small population.
Yeah, and the likes of Leanne has been working quite hard at the junior level, like bringing up junior teams. And then Ian has been working so hard in the women's playing population, like coaching and organizing leagues and everything to do with like trying to grow that area of it. We also just haven't had a lot of drop off kind of in like our age group, like mid-20s, whereas before maybe people might have left or emigrated and stuff. So we've just had a lot of people kind of staying on after college, and maybe it's because of like more tournaments, more opportunities. And not that I think that Ski has totally contributed to the success of Irish Women's Ultimate, but it is nice to like have
it has contributed
to play with people like at a nice, like a friendly level.
Yeah, it kind of, in ways, that Ski kind of prevents burnout of like taking things too seriously. There is, as you said, it's a great outlet to have to just go and be like, remember the fun of the sport, and bring it back to it and kind of ground you again. Yeah, I think we've got a lot of our
really did help like Cork and Dublin to bond, you know, prior to any national teams being formed. So good job on
yeah,
you.
I'm just going to take
you
all the
should
credit for
consider
that.
a career in diplomacy.
Yeah, we have thanks to just a lot of dedicated people in Irish women's ultimate. I think that is always like we owe a lot of thanks to. We thank them.
Which is what I think it might be similar to that Finland team. It's kind of the same core of people that won in 2015 as well. And what we're trying to do is just make sure that we're continuing like developing the younger players and like the junior teams and everything like that, and keeping them coming in. So the U24s are an excellent team this year. So hopefully they all stay and keep playing.
All right, and real quick, last question. Can you give us a highlight from the Tom's parties of last year? Because we saw what just happened on the screen. You guys are obviously doing both. Give us some highlight from the party because we know you guys were there as well.
I think one of my highlights was I'd been practicing the dirty dancing lift with one of the girls, so we achieved it at the party, which was quite exciting. And then I think there was a few worm dance moves on display as well. I won't say by who.
I was pretty happy with I've been practicing my death drops after watching a lot of RuPaul's Drag Race, so very proud of my death drops. I think that's the first time I completed it successfully, maybe as well. So
for people that don't know what a death drop is, it's when Jess just completely falls backwards onto the ground and leaves one leg straight and the other one bent, and she perfected it. It was very impressive.
Yeah. Ian French, close your ears.
Nice, thanks. Well, thanks for coming out on the stream. That was a lot of fun. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope you guys are staying safe out there in Ireland, and really hope we'll see everyone at some kind of Frisbee tournament at some point in the future.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks so much for having us.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for having us. It was fun. It's been real.
Nice. So up next, we're going to have the open semifinal between Free Speed and Belgium under 24. For that, it's going to be me and Liam doing the commentary. I think if there's somebody from Free Speed or Belgium U24, maybe get in touch with the Tom's Facebook page and we could maybe throw another person on, because I think it was really nice to have people from the games talking. So talk to Boris. We'll see if he can muscle something together to add another voice in there, if anybody from the game wants to come on. But I think before then, we have to go to a message from our sponsors. Is that what you wanted to do at this time, Boris? Looking at the schedule. I can't hear you. I don't hear you. I don't know if the people can. I still don't hear you at all, Boris.
Yes,
I don't know.
Sorry.
There it is.
Yeah, a bit of trolls there. Yeah, I just want to get the message out that you sent out earlier with the Eurozone podcast. Yeah, talking about all the businesses, the ultimate businesses here in Europe and America, which are having trouble. So I really wanted to give them our support. So usually we have Tokai over at Tom's TournE, we have VC, we would have had Greatest. So I hope they are managing, and I hope we can support them in the future. Because it's nice gear, and we really want them to have our community grow, I think. So also a word out for Eurozone. I think you're doing a great job with bringing Ultimate to the community and beyond. And I believe we had some teams at Tom's TournE or who were wanting to come from outside of Europe, and I think that bringing the message of European Ultimate to the world is a big factor in getting these teams to come to Europe and experience Ultimate here. Because I think that the scene of Ultimate is really different here than in America or in Japan or Australia. So it's really nice to see that out there, and I really love the job you're doing. So keep it up.
Thanks, man. We appreciate it. So yeah, if you want to check that out, go to ultiworld.com/Eurozone. You can see our podcast there. You can subscribe on any podcast apps. Just look for Eurozone. We're on Spotify. We're on all the podcast apps. So we'll talk a lot about European Ultimate, what's going on. And we're putting out a lot of content here in these quarantine times. And I know people are looking for some entertainment. So every couple of weeks, if you want to just listen to two guys talk about European Ultimate, we'll be there.
Great. life as a commentator at TournE, I was just wondering, we all have our things to do, but I'm just wondering, what do you do besides commentating? How does a TournE day work out for you?
It's actually really great. I mean, I commentated a lot of tournaments throughout Europe by now. And if Liam was here, he could have talked a lot about the ones he's done all over the world. But Tom's Tourney treats us really well. You guys keep us in Brooks beer, which I'll fill up my glass at some point. I've got my Brooks glass here, which is great. You have a really good setup there. Sometimes the weather's not great, and I remember I think last year it was hailing and raining at some point during the tournament, and we're up high, not running, and just sitting there. With the wind just like blowing in your face, and that was quite challenging. But in general, you guys do a great job of keeping us happy, keeping us in good food with good beer, and we just get to watch frisbee and talk about it all day. It's stressful doing these tournaments where we have to do so many games in a day. In maybe some of the bigger tournaments where the games are longer and there's not so many in a day, you can like prepare more per team per game. And at Tom's, we don't have that luxury because it's just game after game after game after game. But we keep it going, and we really enjoy it. And I'm definitely, anytime I'm coming, you guys give me an invite to come to Tom's, I'm definitely going to be there. So it's definitely one of the best treatments of commentators, I'd say, at any tournament. So keep up what you're doing, and we'll keep coming.
Shit, thanks. What's like commentating? What does it comprises? What do you have to do every game, and what do you pay attention to?
Yeah, I think different commentators have different strategies about that, and I got into it mainly because one of the things that I think I brought was that I'm just a huge nerd, and I know a lot about all the teams and what they're doing and what the context is of the game. And that's something that I do outside anyways. I like to just like look at results, find out who's good, find out who does what, and like having a good broad knowledge, which isn't something you can do at the weekend. It's something you have to kind of be doing a lot to just have that broad knowledge in your head. And that's, I think, one of the things I'm most good at. In terms of commentating during the weekend, you have to kind of check the rosters, make sure all the numbers are correct, because even with the modern knowledge you have, it's really hard to remember every single player's name correctly. So before games, look at a team and be like, hey, did you actually fill in this roster correctly? Is this number correct? Because it never, especially at tournaments like Tom's that aren't official, so they don't always bring official uniforms, that makes it harder for us. So that's one big thing you have to do. Then during the game, what's really good and what we've established a lot, at least between the European scene, is to have a nice separation between one person doing the play-by-play. So more saying like, this person passed to this person and what a goal, and doing all those exciting things. And then there's the color commentator who maybe in between points, or when there's a bit of a time in a game to have more of a conversation going, talks about more big picture stuff. What was the strategy used in that previous point? What was, what's a story about a player you can talk about? And it's really good. I've found it makes the broadcast a lot better when you kind of separate those roles. Of course, from time to time, the color will be saying something when a big play happens. So you have to kind of just jump in and be play-by-play. And from time to time, the play-by-play will have something interesting to say. So you can blur it a little bit, but kind of structuring those roles a bit separated, I think, makes the broadcast a lot better. We'll see in a game later, the gentlewomen versus Germany U24 women, the one that's happening at 3:30. I mentioned on the stream that wasn't much like I was still early on in the process, and I think I'm talking over Benji. I'm doing it with Benji Reese, who's another great commentator, and I talk over him a lot as the color, and I don't give him as much room to do the play-by-play, which is something I've learned to back off more and more. And it's just, you have to get from experience. Dare Fribs is asking how much time does it take to prepare for a game? It's as much time as we can get, and at Ultimate tournaments we don't usually have that much time. It depends how many commentators are being hired, so sometimes you'll have a game off. But yeah, it to prepare for a game, when we get to a final on the finals day, usually there we have a bit of a story of how the teams arrived at the tournament, and that can really help. And we have more time to kind of interview the teams beforehand. But all the pool play games and stuff like that, we don't get that much time. The broadcast probably would be better if we had more time, but we just kind of, if we have 5 minutes before the game, if we weren't on the previous game, we just ask to clarify the rosters, ask if there's anything really that they can say that we could talk about. And, now we're getting more and more people trying to fill out forms before the tournaments, but we still haven't quite gotten to the level where that can be as helpful as I think it could be. Tom Stiles is doing a lot of good work with some software he's developing called Commentary Source, where he's trying to get all that info put in, and it's kind of a nice interface for us to be able to look at on our laptops during the game, so we don't have to do as much of that. So it's still development a lot, but it's definitely getting better. And yeah, as for time to prepare as much as we can, as much as we have, usually there's not enough time. There's not as much time as I would want to be able to prepare for most games, but it's still really fun, and we do the best we can with what we got.
Sure. It's kind of early years for commentary, right? So it's only for like, what is it, 5 or 6 years that commentary in Europe is really mainstream, and live stream videos are getting up everywhere. So yeah.
And Ulti.tv just wants to shout out Benji because I mentioned him on the stream, because I remember in 2017, it says here he took an overnight bus from London to Bruges and he did every game. I only helped him in the finals because I was playing that year. I wasn't commentating, but I saw he was all alone and I had some experience, so I came up to help him. But he was an absolute hero. He did like every game by himself, and doing games by yourself is so hard. When you have somebody with you, you can kind of, even if the game's has a lull in it, which I can talk about a little low light from last year, was the France women versus the Bristol women, which I think the final score was 6-3 or 5-3 or something like that. It was a really hard game. And if you're by yourself, I don't know what you're going to talk about. At least when you're just someone else, you can have like a chat about something else if the game's not bringing stuff to you. So Benji, absolute hero for doing a whole weekend basically by yourself back in 2017. So shout out to Benji.
I remember that as well. Yeah. And he was really flat out. I think after the last game, he was just lying there, sitting there. He was sunburned too, because he was sitting in the sun all day without sunscreen first day. So his head was like really red and burned. And then he stayed at the party far too long. Of course, why don't you? And I remember on Sunday morning, he was no man. He was just sitting there like all crumply and not awake, and I really had to kind of shake him awake that morning, the Sunday morning, for first commentary. So yeah, big up for Benji for doing that first game. There's now that we're at shout outs, there's another shout out I want to do. It's for Glenn for second. He's the Tom's TournE
hero
tournament director. Yeah, so without Glenn, no Tom's TournE. And the work he's put in every year, the amount of work he's doing to get all tournaments running, to get Frisbees running, it's amazing. So if you see him at any tournament, just give him a hand clap or a wave if it's still not allowed to give hand claps. It's tremendous, and we cannot underestimate what kind of work it is to get this thing rolling. Another shout out to all the staff members and volunteers at Tom's TournE, because without those we couldn't bring what we're bringing right now. And we strive every year to give everyone the best experience, and it's without all those people we couldn't do it. So big up Glenn, thanks, and let's keep it going. All right, so next game we're moving on to is the Open semi-final of last year, which is free speed against the Belgian under-20. And in the ramp up to the game, we kind of saw some things from Belgium under-24, and we were expecting some things because we'd seen names and we were expecting it to be a big game. I don't know if you recall it, Ravi.
I can't quite remember the build up to this one that much. I remember seeing the Belgian U24 team. This is the U24 team, right? Not the U20.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, U24.
Yeah, and they were like after the U20 success that had happened earlier, a lot of people were looking at the Belgian youth men's scene. Of course, you didn't have your Latvian import this time, so that might have been a bit of difference, but still, especially on the Mooncatcher side, a lot of people knew that they had a lot of extremely good young players coming up. I think the Jonkers brothers are playing on the U24 team here.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, we already had seen them in the previous year playing with Frisbees and on the world stage and winning Tom's TournE, which we'll get to that game later today. But so, yeah, I knew this game was going to be a really good one. And Frisbeed's a team that's been coming to Tom's TournE for who knows how many years. I don't know how many editions they've made it out to, or how many they've won. I don't know. Have they won that many Tom's TournEs? I'm not quite sure in the history.
They haven't won that many.
No. But they've been to quite a few.
Final quite, yeah. They've been in the final quite a few times. Yeah, and they've been to many Tom's tourneys. That's right. Yeah.
And yeah, I didn't do any much prep work rewatching this game or anything. So this is going to be pretty fresh in my head. Maybe some memories will come back because I think I was commentating this one, you said, but the commentary, something went wrong with the mic. So like the commentary didn't come through. So we're going to try and add some new commentary to this game. I think Liam's going to join us at some point soon.
Yeah. Yeah, Mike told me the technicals about it. I still don't understand half of it, but something went wrong in connecting the commentator post to the computer. So and there it went all wrong, and then you went out, you went in. The scoreboard wasn't working properly, so you'll probably have to take care of that too because it shows different scores. We're here for you, Glenn.
Yeah, Johannes de Grave also is shouting out your quarantine beard, Boris, saying you got some.
Thanks, Joantje. Yeah, I especially save it for now. I'm holding on to it until I have to go back to work. So. All right.
So I think it's just going to be you and me until Liam gets himself on the mic. Have you heard from him yet?
Probably.
Because he said about a half hour ago. No. So hopefully he'll be up here soon.
No. All right. So now we're talking about players that are actually been at Tom's tourney for a whole lot of years. I remember this final was Chuck against La Fota, and it was one of those finals, and it was beautiful weather. The whole sideline was full, and then suddenly there was like this enormous shower, like really pouring down on us, and everyone went inside. And actually, at that point, La Fota was losing, and they turned it around in the pouring rain, and no one saw it. And then everyone came back when the shower was over. And suddenly, La Fota was in the lead, and everyone was like, "What's happening here?" And Davide, it would have been his 50th Tom's tourney this year. He's been coming since 2005, nonstop, by car, by plane, however he could get here. He came here as a young boy. So yeah, it's those kind of people as well that keep coming to Tom's tourney that really make this kind of wanting to go back every year, talk to them, hang out with them, have beers with them. So yeah, I really hope that we can all get together soon and just relive Frisbee again in real time rather than on a live stream.
Shout out to Eric Becker there on Chalk for that bid.
Yeah.
Those are some pretty ugly jerseys, though. I think I like Chalk's new style with the blues. I'm not a big fan of this green.
We should have done a contest. I have loads of pictures of ugly shirts throughout the history of Tom's tourney. That would be a great award for next time.
I think there was a different jersey style. This was back a little while before. Yeah. Also the like super baggy Cusp jerseys. Yeah. I think they still wear their jerseys a little baggy, but the newer styles are a little bit more fit, which I like.
I remember that some full prints, like you had these drawings all over your body. It was like, All right, so I guess Liam will be calling in anytime. So we'll just get started, I guess, and then he'll drop in. So we're going to the Belgium U24 versus Free Speed game of last year.
Oh, still got the women up there.
Yeah. Let me disable that quickly.
Check, that's Ben Yonkers.
Yeah, so there's no commentary to begin with.
So you see Free Speed coming out in their big famous zone. Yeah, we knew Ben Yonkers there, the tall handler. We had seen him definitely the previous year kind of make a big name for himself. They're throwing to his brother Ref. These two brothers, especially at the previous Tom's tourney final, I think was their big. And people had heard of them before, but that was like their coming out party when they won that tournament on one of the bigger stages, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Tom's tourney was one of the first where they really popped out and got their name on the board.
Free Speed calling a pick here. Felix Chardlow wouldn't be happy. He thinks there shouldn't be any picks in Ultimate, so.
Let's agree to disagree on that.
Yeah, I disagree with him too, but. Oh,
I remember that was
pretty
quite
good D
a
there.
sloppy start phase. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that I thought it was going to sail over all of them, and the player was going to get it behind, but then one person came out.
Ah, all right. The man, the legend, is here. And get him onto the stream.
Oh, we got an Irishman joining.
Yeah. Yes, he's currently showing his room. Right. There you are.
I'm in the game.
How's it going, Liam? How are the waves today?
I was swimming with basking sharks the last 2 hours. I should probably focus on the game. I just had one of the craziest experiences of my life, to be honest. How was the ski game?
Yeah, it was fun. It's cool to have some of the girls out here giving their perspectives on playing a super hungover game. They agreed with you that they played zone because they were definitely too hungover to play person to person. That's what they were doing.
All right, Liam's here. Yes. I know. I'm sorry I missed that. Actually, I'm gonna watch that back. How much did they grill me? They had some license to grill me in that game. I messed up some names and stuff.
No, that with the game audio was really quiet, so we weren't really paying that much attention to in-game audio. So they were mainly talking about the game. I don't think we mentioned you at all. It's not all about you, Liam.
Well, I'm glad. Anya and Jess are super fun, so I'm definitely gonna watch that back.
Yeah, so this game just got started. Free Speed got a break to get things off here. So this game, apparently, our probably brilliant, amazing commentary got lost because Mike Palmer doesn't know what he's doing. So we have to do our own job here. Just kidding there. Mike Palmer is a legend. He's super good at what he does. But this is a bit of a slip up.
In the semifinal rounds of Free Speed.
There is some of
there we hear my voice. There's some of it, yeah, but I think it cuts in and out a lot.
I'm also really hungover in this game. I think it was like 2 octaves lower.
Yeah, this is the semis. These are Sunday morning games, right? Right after the party.
A bit sleepy this morning. Oh, just turned over again. Got broken on the first point there. If anyone missed it.
Overshot there to Ref Yonkers, one of the talismanic players on this.
I think this game is a masterclass in free speed being super sneaky.
Free speed. Sorry, when he was playing with Freeze Bees last year at this tournament. Those two team names hard to get separated, especially.
I love you, Mike. Mike in the chat telling me to be careful.
If they go up 2-0 in this game, that would be pretty tough for the Belgians.
Do we have 2 Mike Palmers in the chat? Because both Mike Palmers maybe are watching this stream.
Yeah, I think we do.
We have the Belgian Mike Palmer out there.
In Cincinnati last year, and that was the toughest thing of all, I think.
All right, so Free Speed with the big hammer opening things up there, getting it over to a lot of new names on this Free Speed team, especially on the D-line. Guys I don't know. I know they're trying to bring some new players up into the ranks. But there, it doesn't work out for the Free Speed D-line, and Belgium U24 getting off to the races. Van de Vega gets it to Ref Yonkers.
So Belgium
Yonkers brothers here on this team.
is struggling the first couple of points here.
Gets it over to Ben there.
I think everyone's just hungover, aren't they? Really. They are. I miss being hungover at a tournament. I haven't had that experience in a long time.
That's going to give Free Speed another shot.
Boris, how much is a Belgian U24 national team allowed to drink at a Tom's Tourney party? I don't know what if you have any intel on that.
I don't actually. I guess they can.
Someone in the chat. Yeah. I'm sure there's some Belgian U24 players in the chat. Let us know. Yeah. Let us know how drunk some of you guys were at this tournament.
Probably Robin knows all about it.
Free Speed, reel it in for the score. make it 2-0 here, but there's a travel call on the field, Liam.
Great call there. Great call. Glad we up 2-0 down in the semi-final. You know, take it back a little bit. That open side hook, travel call. I like it. Yeah, both teams having a rocky road to the semi-final.
I think a better commentator than hungover.
The Belgians
I'm gonna get a beer.
Losing to the big men of Devon. But
two teams that aren't doing so.
Do you have one of these, Liam?
No.
Oh, an actual beer glass. I don't. I think I do.
No, not just a beer glass. It's the Brooks Oats. The Brooks Oats glass from Tom's.
So you stole one. You're a thief, is what
I did not steal. I did not steal
his opponent and not
the Tom's Tourney glass.
hit him. So fair play.
Someone that lives in my apartment may have stolen one.
So you're a snitch.
I didn't. I said may have. I don't know for sure. How? There's one in my apartment.
You're an indecisive snitch. Yay! Oh, great throw.
That one's gonna work with a huge play.
Oh, what a catch!
From John Beekmans as Belgium get a nice athletic.
You call them Beekmans and I call them Beekmans. I still
is
know what it
Beekmans.
is.
Yeah, Beekmans with beautiful trailing edge grab.
There you go. He's really good. He was their best player at 124s.
Robin DeSutter says they couldn't drink. The coach, he was the coach of that team. They took it very serious. And then Arthur van de Vega says strict coaches. So at least the Belgians were not hungover, or at least that's what they say publicly. We don't know if we believe them or not.
Yeah, they're back. I think it's 1-1, is it?
It should be 1-1. I think the scoreboard over there on the sideline is incorrect.
Yeah, I think he was the top scorer at U24s in Heidelberg, wasn't he? Beekmans,
he was at least the top scorer on the team.
The reins.
He was a big asset on the team. Yeah, I think he stood out on the game against Italy just before quarters. That was a really good game there.
They would not agree.
We got Ref Yonkers in the chat saying, of course they were drinking. So we got different from the coaches and the players. We have different perspectives here.
It's a big floaty pull, but it's going to sail just. Oh, that one landed in. I thought that one's going to come out. Great pull. I'm a little surprised the Belgians aren't down there, to be quite honest. But now putting the pressure on. As we see this free speed O-line get a Toby van Barsen, one of the talismanic figures of this free speed line.
I actually watched the free speed revolver game from World Ultimate Club Championships. I've never watched it before. It's on YouTube.
Is there a video of it?
Yeah, video on YouTube. It's taken from like one part of the end zone, but still pretty good footage. No commentary, obviously, but yeah. I think like 90% of the game is on it. Van Barsen had some crazy catches.
I watched the end of the game live, but I was there watching, but I didn't know there was video of it.
Descan here looking for an option. He's not seeing anything at the moment. PJ shutting things down, and Luca Miglioretto getting the
that's some terrible end zone offense there.
There's a big shot from Barsen. Looking for Robin, but he could not find him, and that's going to be a...
That guy's really living up to the Devon jersey. Who plays in the Devon jersey for Belgium U24?
We had two guys streaking deep with meters, but he didn't float that one out high enough to give him either a chance.
Like, our commentary is here. I don't know what to think about our commentary not being there.
It wasn't there at the very beginning of the game. I think it does cut out at some points.
Okay.
It's here right now.
Hamons goes to pick up the disc. And then Wallace now gets it to Kinda. Kinda just a little bit of miscue there with him and Wallace.
So the both teams pretty rubbish so far. I think it's an accurate assessment.
Yeah, it hasn't been the best game, best start.
Picking up the disc on the sideline. Goes for the easy dump to Van Barsen.
They played better against Revolver anyway. Free speed, I can confirm this.
Free speed, that is not a lot of space, and obviously a pick happened, and I'm not surprised.
So this is an offensive possession here for free speed.
I've never seen a team so happy after a loss in free speed when they came off that game. They're just so happy with how they played.
Back to Luca. Luca, one of the most famous throws in the game. Low throw there to Van Barsen, though. Swings it around.
I remember I met Luca Miglioretto. That's a great throw. In California. I'm pretty sure I met him in Santa Cruz. He was like trying out for Boost. Had like flown over to California to put Boost, and I don't think they actually picked him or decided not to take him. Which then he goes and like wrecks Revolver. Obviously they lost, but he played fantastic in that game. So screw you, Boost.
A little sleepy, a little sloppy. Way to start the Sunday. But Free Speed have the upper hand at the moment.
I think the real winner so far is the Tom's Tourney Saturday night tournament party.
Yeah, you had a good time last night, Liam?
I did have a good time. It was my first time seeing the new party venue, which is on site.
No party bus, though.
No party bus. That was the best part. We did talk about bringing back the party bus just to drive around and come back.
I think we have the same issue, Mike. Ravi?
I can't hear Ravi anymore.
No, I think.
Sorry, I was muted. Sorry, I had my mic muted because I was eating some food. Sorry about that.
Sorry, Mike.
I was just RIPing the.
Yeah,
I didn't think so. Just RIP party bus. That's what I was having a moment there. And this is a good zone from Free Speed. Just like force them to do that Mooncatcher's hammers is better than letting them isolate ref deep. Okay, it doesn't work so well this time, but
I recently watched another game. I recently watched another game you commentated, which was the Freeze Bees versus Free Speed game at WCC. Free Speed had
that was a tongue twister.
That
was a big tongue.
I think Free Speed had this American player on their team who called 2 ridiculously bad travels in that game. But I think one of them got retracted. One of them came back and actually caused the turnover later on.
He wasn't a very nice person in any game. I don't know why they took him while he's on. Like the rest of the guys in Free Speed are super nice. No, no, it was just like some kind of charity thing where they just took a douchey American guy on the team. I think it was Robin Fennig was on the call with me for that game, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was great.
Yeah, she is great. Oh, I love Robin. Check her out.
And it was
talking about Tom's Tourney on her podcast.
Yeah, and so that there they also tried to try and Free Speed was like trying to limit PJ and Ref as much as possible with their defenses, but it was really hard to do. And Freezebees is like D-line just couldn't score breaks, even though they got tons of opportunities. Ooh.
This is a broken PJ, isn't it? He's like running on 50%.
I don't think PJ has been healthy for the past 10 years ever, so he's always somewhat broken. He's in the chat. Maybe he can let us know how he was feeling this game.
Pretty much everything you said, the wind and then the opposite. I think
we're back.
Reminding you there, Ravi.
Belgium looking off to get things strong. Fast movement here. See a lot more of the Flemish side of Belgium on this D-line, whereas a lot of the French side from the...
I can confirm PJ was 100% fit when Pelt beat Free Speed at regionals with 10 people. He was 100% PJ.
Flanders or Wallonia right now?
Are we in what?
Flanders or Wallonia?
Or Bologna?
Wallonia. I believe that Belgium is divided in 2 kind of little areas, Flanders and Wallonia.
I think we're in Flanders, but...
Can Boris confirm if Tom's Tourney is in Flanders or Wallonia?
Seems to be a call. I think it might be a contested stall out, or at least a stall out that they're gonna talk about.
Boris, are you there? No.
He may have gone to the bathroom or something.
Called uncontested stall out here.
Can someone in the chat? I can't even see the chat, but someone in the chat wants to confirm if Tom's Tourney is in Flanders or Wallonia.
Again, rare.
I'll let you know. I got my eye on the chat. PJ just commented, "Ow, ow, 3 years." We won't mention bowling balls too much.
The Belgian guy I think we do in the stream, actually. That's a turnover for PJ.
Nah, that was receiver error, wasn't it? It's always receiver error.
Jet Set
I hear he has a beard now. Have you seen him?
PJ?
Yeah, I heard
he's gonna be coming in for an interview. I don't know if it's after this game or after the last game today, so we'll maybe get to see him on a webcam.
Excited.
Maybe he'll shave before then. He's still got time.
A bet. Do you want to do a bet on a beard? If he has a beard or not?
I mean, you just said you think he has one, so I guess I would say, like, where'd you hear that from?
Word of the street. I've got my my little birdies out there feeding me information. The commentary gone again? So we talk about what's going on. Wow, everyone's being rubbish. Why are we streaming this game again?
I think they picked any time a Belgian team was in a good spot at the tournament, they're going to pick that game.
What's that dude's name again? He's great. He's fast.
Is that Boosh?
I think it is.
Yeah, he's really good.
A lot of great hairstyles in this game, actually. This was the year of the Tom's Tourney hats, wasn't it?
Could have been. This was just last year.
Was this last year? Wow.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it was U24s, right? U24s was last year.
Wow. It feels like an age ago.
It's back when we could play Frisbee.
Yeah.
So we're in between points here. Tell us about your shark experience.
Yeah, I got a phone call that there was basking shacks like a mile or two down the road at this like little bay, and so I dropped everything, just went out there. One of my friends had a drone, so he was like following the sharks, and yeah, I just like swam up beside like a 20-foot shark, and I was just like swimming beside it. It was crazy. But then I didn't realize there's another one like right under me, and I had an absolute heart attack. But like they're bigger than great white sharks, basking sharks. They don't really eat people, so they more eat plankton and stuff. But still pretty scary being up beside them.
They don't really eat people. That's what I want to hear if I'm going to swim.
Nah, they don't eat people,
but
they are like 25 feet long. That they have massive tails, and if they get annoyed or something, they can hit you with a tail, which would probably kill you. It's like, I don't know, their tail probably weighs like 2 tons. So it was terrifying, exciting, and an exhilarating experience. It's pretty rare that they're this close to shore. That was some good Frisbee. Good Frisbee.
Yeah, ref's so good. I do wonder, I don't know if there's any Belgians in the chat that can say, let's pretend that Worlds happens next year if they're going to have the same rules that U24 players can't play on the senior teams, because if both are happening at the same time. Is ref still under 24? I think so, right? I think he was 20 in Cincinnati, so he's got to be like 22, 23 next year, I guess.
You just playing person defense against bonkers and ronkers, as I like to call them, is just not going to work out very well. Mm-hmm.
So Robin DeSutter says ref will be playing on the open team, not on the U24 team, which is good.
Which you would also have done this year, so.
Yeah.
which one is Arvid Zolowskis playing? Is he playing for the Belgium Open team or the U24 team?
So cynical, Liam. So cynical.
Yeah, Arvid Zolowskis is the best product to come out of a Belgian national team ever. So.
There's any interesting questions in the chat? Read them out, Ravi, or stuff.
I will.
I can't read them currently. It's quite opposed.
So Ref himself has said he's going to play U20. He's going to play on 23 this year. I don't know. Oh, he's going on 23 this year. So he's.
So he is. He is eligible. Oh, wait, is he? I don't know.
What are the rules then for next year? If you turn 24 in the year, you can't play U24s, I think, right? Or is it you can still play if you turn 24?
Yes. That's a soft call there. I feel like Van Barsten's maybe a little bit underrated as a player in general. He does a lot of great things for his team.
I rate him pretty high.
I rate him pretty high, but I don't know if he has as much fame as Robin or Luca. It's probably just as important.
He's less flashy. Like Robin and Luca, have a bunch more crazy plays, where Van Barsten's just really solid and does really good stuff. But
maybe it's because he's balding. Maybe that's the. There's some pretty good movement here, though. A little shake and bake. That was all him. That was all Van Barsten.
He's good. Mike Palmer wants to know, where did Liam sleep Saturday evening in 2018 Tom's Tourney?
Good question. I'm not
last year
sure.
You slept in the shed, right?
I guess it was last year. I think, yeah, this Saturday night I slept in a garden shed. Alone, just to specify. And it was really cold. Like, I wouldn't have been able to sleep if it wasn't for how drunk I was. I was having those weird drunk, cold shiver things, and then having almost like drunk shiver nightmares. I did not sleep well.
Ooh, that was quite crafty of a throw. Didn't really work out, though.
Hopefully we'll find out pretty soon what WFDF events are planned for next summer. Obviously, I already know.
If only we had an inside man. If only we had an inside man from the WFDF board on the stream to tell us anything. Classic Mooncatcher's throws.
I feel like they relied too much on those kind of throws. In that, I think it was their quarterfinal loss in Heidelberg against Japan. Japan just kind of kept baiting those like crossfield hammers, not huge yard gainers, but you throw enough of them, you're going to turn over eventually, even though they are very, very good at them. I think they still
Weren't they
do it
missing
too
a
much.
key player or two in that game?
Yeah, I think Ref was out.
Yeah.
They were all kind of beaten up. I think they had some close games, had to battle their way to get to quarters. That
I
they kind
remember
of
because I
crumbled
think
a little bit against
I
Japan.
was in the U.S. I didn't make it out to U24s, and then I was like talking to Charlie or someone about which games to put on, and I was saying, oh, I thought Belgium U24 versus Japan would be really good because completely different styles, and like I thought they might actually play somewhat close, but Japan kind of crushed them, didn't they?
Yeah, no, I think it's a really bad matchup for them. Japan are just so safe, conservative, and are very good at doing kind of junky zone kind of things or poaching. That someone like Australia or something like that, I think they'd actually have a really good chance of beating, just because they're probably going to play kind of honest person's defense against them. Love that offside call, by the way. Free speed. Always have someone like standing on the line half the time.
Yeah.
They're
super strict about that.
Yeah, like it's actually, I guess it is spirited, but like sometimes when you're playing against them, it doesn't feel so spirited. They definitely like make every little call, albeit it's generally correct.
Belgium U24 actually had 4 or 5 really good games in pool phase in Heidelberg.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then they decided to stream the Belgian under-24 women. So I believe they had a game scheduled.
3 times, didn't they? They did the under-24 women 3 times.
Yeah, and they had a game scheduled for the men's division, but then they didn't do it. They rescheduled it to play another America game. And I believe it was the Belgians against the Swiss where we came behind like 4 or 5 points, and then we had a magnificent comeback in the last bit of the game to eventually win over Swiss. And yeah, I think that kind of paved the way into quarters. Then they lost against New Zealand, but they won against Australia. Yeah, so that was really a roller coaster, that pool phase.
New Zealand had that one crazy guy, right? Whitlock, I think. He's like their
one
of the stats leaders at the tournament.
They should have won against New Zealand too. It's like 1 or 2 mistakes. I think it was Universe. It was 14-15 in the end, and that was really could have gone either way actually.
Has Benjamin Yonkers bought a New York Empire jersey, or where'd he get that from? Are you muted again, Revy?
Yep. I'm trying not to have my chewing and eating. I'm eating my lunch, so I don't want to have that.
Yeah, you just leave it on mute, man. I got it. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Any answers in the chat from where?
So Ben, I know Ref's in the chat, so maybe Ref knows where Ben Yonkers got his Empire jersey from. He might have bought it. Lots of European kids think that AUDL is really good. He might have traded for it.
Yeah, legitimately.
They played at Cincinnati the year before this, so they might have played against some New York Empire player there at some point.
Look at Moby in the background. He's so cute. So little.
Is he being quarantined in Belgium or in France? Because I think that might affect his eligibility status to play on the Belgian national team next year.
I was just thinking
on where he's
that.
His quarantine.
I don't know, actually. haven't spoken to him since.
Oh.
Ref. Overrated.
Like that time you just could have thrown a regular swing. I don't know why you have to throw the scooper. Probably could have caught it as well. Would have been a...
I think that was definitely just a drop. We got Mike Palmer in the chat booing the AUDL, as is his brand.
I have a confession to make. I did watch a ADL stream last night. The send it back thingy, whatever it was. Oh no, it was 2 nights ago. I watched what? No, there's one with Tad. I want to watch one with Tad. I actually watched.
Well, I don't think it was a send it back. He does one with the AUDL where he's talking to one of the coaches. It's him and one of the coaches doing like a send it back type thing, but it's not through All2 Worlds, through the AUDL. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, sorry. I watched Ben Yard and Trent Dillon do a send it back last night for All2 Worlds at 1 a.m. And then I also did a stream with Felix. I've been on like 4 streams. On 3, watched probably like another 2.
So ref says Benji and he watched a New York Empire game in 2017 and they offered him 2 jerseys.
Who did the club? Somebody? What?
I guess the Empire. Like they went to the game and they just offered them 2 jerseys. Like, did you guys go to New York to watch a game in 2017? That's quite a long ways.
I dropped my phone.
I think this is where the score is starting to get messed up a little bit.
Okay, so we'll try and keep it. So we think 5-5 is correct at this point?
I think so, unless I missed one.
We'll try and keep our own score.
Is that Milan on
dangerous
camera
play
there? Really embodying that Devon jersey.
Yeah, it's definitely Milan. Shout out to Milan if he's in the chat. It's probably not. He's in the US. Probably too early. Okay.
Oh, PJ.
So now it should be 6-5 free speed. Let's see if they adjust the scoreboard correctly. 5-4.
Oh.
No, you just go up in score.
Yeah, that's where we went wrong, I guess.
Was that a Callahan, was it? Or throw an own goal? Great throw. Great throw. Floaty near
PJ isn't allowed to give assists against them.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think this is where the scoreboard's wrong. So it should be 6-5 free speed right now. Boris, can you put a number 6 over that? I don't know what you're allowed to do here on VNet. Hey, there's the scoreboard down there.
Yeah, so that's correct.
What's his name? Arne
Goose?
Arne Goose?
Yeah, I always think Arne Goose. He's a funny guy. First time I ever saw him was in... Yeah. First time I ever saw him was in 2011 at World Beach. And I think Belgium were playing Italy and were up. And he got in some argument with Davide, and you see Davide was getting like, really angry. And then he walked over the crowd and did an impersonation of Davide. It was so funny. He just went, 1, it was a strip. 2, vaffanculo. 3, it was a strip. And like everyone in the crowd just blew up. Great man.
Someone in the in the chat has said Liam's camera angle is so terrible.
What?
He's doing it on his phone. Now you guys can see some of the technical difficulties we have to work with to get a Eurozone podcast to happen. Doesn't have a laptop. He just got internet like yesterday in his apartment.
Yeah. Is this angle better? Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. You can make the close-up angle. We don't need to please that one guy in the chat. It's fine. Just make sure you can watch the game.
Wow, looks great. Ref is good.
Yeah, they can't put anyone on him. Like, I think he's had 2 or 3 different defenders on him so far. Just nobody. I don't know who on the free speed D line you could put to shut him down a bit. Like, PJ is probably the only one who can do anything against him, and I think they're playing PJ on O-line here.
So score now is 6-6.
Yes. PJ's asking, where's your beard, Liam?
Give me... I can grow a ginger mustache. I cannot grow a beard. Unfortunately. I'm a bit weak on the cheeks. I probably got sunburns today. I forgot to put on sun cream. I went swimming with the sharks.
It's pretty
also,
sunny out there.
Also, they're called basking sharks. Yeah, yeah. Or we were calling them Carol basking sharks.
Hey, Tiger King references.
There's also tiger sharks, so there was plenty of jokes to be made.
What's up? A big hammer. Ben's gonna be there, but that one is gonna work.
That's such good commentary.
What the hell is this commentary?
It's epic. That's just what they did against Revolver. Like, it's such a good offense for them. It's just big hammer, filling hammer to the break side, and if they're just so ready for it, and nobody else is defending that area.
So now it's 7-6 free speed, I think.
And there's a photo of him skying the ever-living hell out of me.
What the hell's up with our voices? Got some weird effect.
It's cool. I like it. Oh, they talking about score now or something? Usually when we play free speed, like I'm always telling people at the back of the stack to stand deep and break side of the person.
Give the open side under all day.
What's all these hands about, Benjamin? You should know this. You should know they're going to do that. That's their first look when Luca has it.
So it's 7-6. They haven't done it. Is there halftime in the semis, Boris? I think we lost Boris.
There's no halftimes.
There was halftime in the final.
For anything. Was there?
There was one in the Desky game we just did.
Must have been a glitch. How hungover were they for the stream? They told me they were drinking lots of cocktails last night.
They didn't seem that hungover for the stream.
Okay.
Ian French commented that Jess shampooed her hair. I don't know if that was a little weird, but that came up at some point.
It's actually part of their training regime. Ian also assigns what shampoo and conditioner they use. They're running pretty strict. Strict team management.
All right, so the score should be 7s right now, I think.
Should be.
And this is a big problem with free speed in general. Like I saw it in the Frisbee's free speed game as well. They just don't. They're not deep enough to have a good D line. Their D line. Yeah, their O line's really good, but they can't put together on defense. It's a big problem with lots of European teams actually.
yeah, no, their defense is pretty average.
I mean, aside from like Kuzma and Clapham, most elite teams in Europe are just not very deep past their top 10 players. It's hard to put together a good O-line and a good D-line.
Yeah, this offense is very, very good.
Don't usually see Van Barson making like plays downfield that much like that. Usually just
I think it was him
but...
made one crazy grab against Revolver. I think it was him. I'm pretty sure it's him. He's got good hands. He's just a great all-around player, great offensive player.
What are some of the better D lines in Europe? I guess Chevy, outside of like Kuzma and Clapham, Chevy's got pretty good defense, right?
Oh, so good. They're so good at defense. Just athletically, one of the best. I think both the Irish teams are better at defense than they are on offense. Who else? Czechs, Fui are quite, I think, good on defense.
Like I think Badskid is definitely another super top-heavy team, or like their O-line so much better than their D-line.
Real 5 just have like a bunch of lanky guys, and then just have Kochkin lash it to them, which is more effective than most of the D-lines in Europe. So even with not a huge amount of talent on the D-line, they are effective, kind of.
I think back like a couple years ago, Ragnarok's defense was pretty good.
Don't know about that.
I remember it was what year was it? There was a year, maybe it was the last Cowrley, not this Cowrley, but the previous Cowrley. They had a pretty good D line out there. Might have been a lot of pickups that came over or something for that season, and they played a really close game against Clapham where it looked like they might have been able to actually take it away. And a lot of it was because they played like, but it was more like good zone defense. It wasn't really like hard person-to-person defense. So the score here should be 8-7 for free speed, I think. I think it's like a difference of 2 right now between reality and the actual score.
Yeah, wow, that is so far off the mark.
I mean, it's only 2 points, but it is a pretty big difference.
Yeah.
Between.
I much prefer this defensive look from free speed here, like doing the zone. Even though they're very good at overhead throws, but I still think just make them swing overheads the whole time. Kind of like how Japan did. You might just force the odds turnover. You just can't let ref be isolated downfield with someone. He's going to toast everybody.
I mean, ref is isolated. Yeah, I just saw right there. Still not a very good throw from Ben, but it still worked. Like the deep should just be playing man-to-man on ref. And
I still like it as a look. You know, it's definitely
they get close. I mean, when they play person to person, like it's never going to work. And when they play this like zone, at least there's a couple throws that are almost turns. You see their refs like hopping up and down, like, look at me, I'm open in this space. Hit me, hit me, hit me.
That just got there. That was actually pretty close to D. I think he was kind of off balance, the Swiss defender. Do games ever really get to point cap in Tom's tourney?
Is the point cap 13 or 15?
Can't remember. I think it's 13 for everything but the finals and 15.
Yeah, I think it's just 50-minute games. Basically, it's timed games.
Yeah.
Deski were saying that's one of the things they like about Tom's, because they like to party really hard. So we're like, we can play for 40 minutes, that's fine. But if it's more than that, then they excel in the Tom's Tourney format.
Have you seen? I think a video on Vimeo of their last trip there, and it's pretty funny, like a homemade video.
Ooh, that was quite a tight throw. Yeah, I think that's Bush. Bush is so good. He's been scoring like half their points, I think.
He's definitely scored at least 3, maybe more. How much has Ref scored? Like 4, 5?
What's the score? Bush versus Ref. We should get that counter up there.
Yeah.
Right, Mike just hotfixed me a new scoreboard, so it should be correct now. Tell me if it's not.
Yeah,
Sorry,
now it's 9-8
free
free speed.
Yeah, so that should be correct.
Wait, is that like overlaying the old scoreboard? What's going on?
Yes. This is advanced editing. Thanks, Mike.
Wow, that's impressive, Mike. Probably been more impressive if you just got it right the first time.
At full strength, who do you take first, Ref or PJ?
Oh,
not now, because PJ's injured. They're both in the chat, so that's why I'm asking.
Oh, full strength. Which one do I take?
Full strength.
I don't know.
You're drafting a team. You get to pick one of the two.
They're so good, both of them. I think maybe full strength, like 100% fit. Probably, I've seen PJ more. Like I've seen him like pull really well and be like forced on his own and maybe be more of an all-around player. But maybe I've usually just seen Ref downfield.
Oh, there they are, the two of them.
Oh.
Let's see who wins this battle.
I don't know about the beard, though. I think I'd be weighing PJ down.
I think Ref might be more explosive in the air, though. Like in that one thing, which is the thing they're both the best at, I think Ref is better at that. Is that the end of the game?
Is that the game?
Yep, that was the game.
Tom's Tourney games are so short. God damn.
Yeah. Yeah, it was 50 minutes. So it's 50 minutes always. Now that you ask me. Always cap 15 and only halftime in the final. So that's basically it.
Yeah, so Free Speed took a 10-8. So PJ won the battle there between the Ref, and PJ definitely wasn't at full strength there. Robin de Sutter, the U24 coach, says he thinks PJ is better overall. I don't know, but
Boris, what do you think?
If you could take Ref or PJ, you have to pick one. You're gonna stay out. He's too political. Oh, he's an open team manager, so that's a little bit tough.
No, I've played with PJ for 15 years, so I know him through and through. But I've played with Ref too on Cincinnati, so I like him too. Don't make me choose. I've played with both in one team, and that was super cool. I want to do that again. All right. So that was the.
I don't remember if I asked you this on stream yet, Boris, but because we asked the Irish, I maybe asked you yesterday or something when we were practicing. But what is the? Do you know? Does Belgium yet have a policy for what you're going to do for your national team if there's Worlds next year? And how does that work with U24s? Because in Euros, you guys had a policy where people couldn't play both, right? Is that? Do you know if that's? Is there talks about that stuff yet?
Yeah, it was like that last year. I have no idea what's going on now. Cheers. I guess we'd have to reconsider. But the discussion is still ongoing whether we do new tryouts or not. So I'd leave that to to the actual coaches. I'm just team manager. I'm just making sure we have a roof over our heads. So I guess we'll know shortly. But definitely we will wait until when we know when the championship is. Because I don't think it makes much sense to start organizing everything now while we don't even know when it's going to happen. Because they might just cancel it overall, like was the initial plan. So we'll see. I hope to know more. Yeah, I hope to know more soon, and then we can start things going.
How good was this Belgian Open team going to be compared to the one 4 years ago?
Really good.
That got 7th. You think it was better than 4 years ago?
The difference between 4 years ago and now is that the young guys on the team 4 years ago, they're now the experienced guys, and the experienced guys from then, well, most of them have dropped out since, and then we got that amazing talent from the U24 that's coming in. So I feel like we have a younger, like the older generation is still younger than the older generation 4 years ago, and they have more experience, in my opinion, or like more experience on a bigger stage. They played U24s, they played U20s, they played so much more high level international games. Like 4 years ago, the guys who were 30 then they played Fioreggio and stuff, which I think you can't compare to playing a windmill or the UCF or something. So I really believe that the generation that we have now is exceptionally strong with a lot of experience and a lot of raw power. So I was really looking forward to that, and yeah, I was gutted when I got to hear that the tournament was cancelled. I still thought it was the only sensible decision, but still it was like, damn it, you were hoping so much that you could show something there and that you have a good organization. So yeah.
Cool. Yeah, that was a good game. It was really like the. You think it will happen?
Just well, that's
Can't
my
say anything,
but you gut feeling. I can tell you they're definitely still trying to make it happen. As far as I know, they haven't decided yet or not, but they're trying really hard to make every event happen. So nothing is off the table yet. None of the events, under 24s, World Juniors, all of them they're still trying to make happen. Hopefully, all of them will happen, but that's probably as much as I can tell you. But I'd still be somewhat, preparing and planning to play Worlds next summer. That's probably as much as I can tell you. But there's hope. I actually love that Tom's Tourney jersey. You got in some trouble over that as well, didn't you? Can you show us the jersey there?
We still have them, yeah.
You're wearing it. Let me see the.
You gotta stand up.
Yeah, let's see it there. Tell us the story about what happened with that jersey.
What happened with that jersey?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard there was some controversy with VC, was there?
Oh, that story. Yeah, so we had this design, and they kind of changed it into. It was actually it was like a draft of a man, but it was very like it wasn't really visible whether it was a man or a woman, and they made it into a woman, and we thought like, why would you do that? Why don't you keep the original design? And they were like, yeah, we feel like we have to bring more women in logos, and then okay, that's fine, but then discuss it with us first. And like, we have this design, we have the designer who was, well, not agreeing with the change. So then we said like, okay, we're gonna get these shirts ourselves, and yeah, that was over with. So wasn't much of a big deal, but it's just like, okay, I get it that and I'm all for gender equality, and that's, well, I think that's beyond the point here. It's just the point that like they changed some designing stuff without asking us. But yeah, let's not make it too big. We got the shirts in the end. So,
so we got Ted in the chat asking if there was like an aim for Belgium Open this year, whether you were aiming for quarters or a best European team or just do the best you can, or how high was the ceiling, do you think, for this team?
I think we could be consistent with last year's results. U24
pretty good result last time.
Yeah. So we ended 7th in 2016 in London, and then we ended 7th on the U24s. So I don't think they would be going for anything less than 7. Maybe better. Why not? If you can beat the likes of Australia, I think you have a fair chance of getting up there.
We'll see. Liam, we were saying before, I mean, we hadn't seen the Belgian team yet, but I always thought they were maybe like you got Italy and GB. I think everyone was expecting a lot of them. Belgium just a quite slight notch below, but we never got to actually see him play at full strength. So, but you guys did beat Germany in 2016. So
yeah. So it was only GB that was before us as a European team. So that was at that time that was quite extraordinary. And now we're like kind of expecting to get there. Like it's fun how you can manage such a level with actually such a small country. Like Belgium has maybe 2,000 players overall, so it's cool that you can get such a high level team out of that 2,000.
Who did you play in your pre-quarters in that competition?
Which tournament?
In London?
2016.
In London, yeah.
I don't know. I only arrived for quarters.
I think it was Austria. I remember it was Austria. Yeah. It was a really good game between Italy. Belgium and Austria.
I know they won against Italy.
No, I think it was the Austria Belgium. I don't know if anyone here there's probably someone in the chat that was there that game, but I thought it was Austria Belgium and Ireland Australia were happening at the same time, and I was watching both of those games, and I think those are both pre-quarter games.
Yeah,
I don't know if
Ireland
had
such a tougher road. Ireland knocked out France and then had to play Australia. That's videoed as well. I think
they were close.
Video of that. Yeah, I think they were.
Ireland was up most of that game, and couldn't finish it up.
I think their roster is likely to change a lot for next year because Podge wasn't going to play. He went to Japan there in end of February. So he said he wasn't going to play Worlds because he was spending his money doing that. Pretty much all the Pelt guys didn't play. So they'll probably play next year if they reset the squad, which I think they will. So I think Ireland Open will be a completely different team.
Yeah, PJ is confirming in the chat they played Austria in pre-quarters and they lost to Japan in the quarter. And then I don't remember who they lost in the next one, and then they beat Germany for the last game. Belgium.
All right. I just got Bommy into our stream. So we're going to go back on a little trip down memory lane. Hello, Bommy. Can you hear us? Let me get you.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes,
hey, Bommy.
Oh.
Hey, guys.
That is not Liam.
Hey, I'm Jeff. Hello, it's me, Liam. Look how lovely I look.
Liam, I never thought I was going to say. Oh, too bad.
Bommy, I got. I'm repping it's the closest thing I had to a Belgian, like any Tom's Tourney thing.
First thing I saw, and I'm loving it. Really. Awesome.
That's worth a lot of money now, I'd say.
The jersey Ravi's wearing is pretty unique, actually. I think there's only 4 or maybe 5 of them.
This was the XUCF 2013, right?
Exactly. The very first jerseys we ever had.
Whoa. Why does Ravi have one?
Because he was on our media team.
I did tons of stuff for Get Horizontal. That's where I got started.
Okay.
Actually, I can shout out tomorrow. There should be a podcast coming out on Ultiworld, Sideline Talk, subscribers only. If you subscribe to Ultiworld, that I would do a long form podcast with Bommy and Morley from Get Horizontal. So if you want to hear more about Get Horizontal, like an hour and a half about Get Horizontal's history, that should be coming out tomorrow.
You can get to do it all over again now, right?
Yeah, so actually I'm going to go, since I've already done a huge long interview with Bommy just recently, I'm going to go use the bathroom and I'll let you guys ask some questions to him. I'll be back in a little bit.
Right, great.
Cheers, Ravi.
Right, Bommy, how's it going?
Fine. Yeah, doing pretty okay, but being a little bummed out that there's no TournE going on. Would have loved to have been there.
Gold?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Gentle Old, aka Gold. We've been sending text messages, WhatsApp messages to each other, starting sometime yesterday evening when our coach Morley said, "Hey, I'm thinking about going to the opening party." So
I got this nice. Got this one from you, Full Glory. Can you tell us a bit more about Gold? What's the main idea behind the team?
Well, the name Gold literally means gentle old. We're a masters team. We've been playing with Gentle for about 15 years as Gentle Open at many tournaments, including Tom's Tourney. And when a few of us started retiring from the most competitive level, we still felt the need to play, of course. And that's when Corneel Morlion founded Gold. As a way of still playing competitively, but without tons of practice and tons of physical preparation and tons of pressure and championship battles and things like that, but still to have decent practices with friends at a rather high level with big intensity, and just bringing friends back together who've been playing over many years.
We had a little contest going earlier on the stream about the ugliest shirts at Tom's Tourney. I would say you make a great contender. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, I actually think the what's the name? The mullet. The mullet is
Well, it's the whole package, right?
That's how we roll.
So yeah, you've been playing at Tom's Tourney more than just with Gold. Like, with how many teams would you have played Tom's Tourney?
Good question. I think if I'm not mistaken, I think I've only played at Tom's Tourney with Gold in the past 2 years, and then Gentle Open for I don't know how many years. But then the first 3, I guess, editions of Tom's Tourney I played was with the Frisbees, the organizing team of which I used to be a member.
All right.
Long time ago.
But then, yeah, I remember that. I was still a little kid. So then you also did a few years as Get Horizontal, crew manager as a media team at Tom's Tourney. How?
There you go.
Yeah, I got some throwback pictures right there for you.
Awesome. Instantly getting nostalgic.
Yeah. How could you? What was the difference? Like, if you're playing Tom's Tourney, you're in this kind of flow, but how different is it to be on this side of the tournament? And like you probably didn't see many games. You probably were running around organizing all kinds of stuff.
Running around is actually a good way to describe it. I've done a lot of running around at Tom's Tourney. Usually I got myself a bike or a skateboard or something just to go up and down the fields. Exactly, like there you go. Mini bikes. Yeah, awesome times with Christina from 5 Ultimate. A lot of fun. Yeah, being a reporter at Tom's Tourney, I guess it's not that much different from being a player at Tom's Tourney, because in my personal experience, I've often combined both. Actually doing media coverage and still managing to play a few games here and there, because I just love to be at Tom's Tourney, love playing, and then couldn't let go of the competition and just do media coverage. But simply being there was the most important thing. Like joining in the festivities and the games, looking at games, being there, hanging around, meeting all of those old and new friends. So there's not a huge difference as a reporter or as a player to me specifically, I guess.
Mm-hmm. You organize a lot of stuff at Tom's Tourney during the years with Get Horizontal. What would be your moment supreme? Like, what would be the thing that pops in your head first of that was really, really cool?
Well, it's hard to say. First of all, it wasn't only me. Just to make things clear, I was managing a horizontal team or something like that. But it was mostly Morley and me. So Christophe Morlion, my partner in crime, would Get Horizontal, and then often a lot of other folks we got involved, photographers and videographers, Raf, Wouter, David, Quentin. A whole lot of other people. So it was always a bunch of people, and all of the times were they were just awesome and crazy. I specifically remember the times we set up those inflatable runs. Would Get Horizontal. I still think there you go. I still think that was pretty hilarious for people to start chasing each other and racing and running, and I think people had a lot of fun during those evenings that we tried to spice up a little bit.
Yeah,
by hosting those activities.
I remember the challenge with PJ and Davide, and like hundreds of people standing around the inflatable cheering and jeering.
Exactly. There's been multiple challenges between PJ and Davide as well. But the
challenge.
Sorry?
He somehow ends up in a challenge every year, some kind of another.
Yeah,
so
if you need famous people,
that's right.
Famous people who can put on a show, then David is your man.
So it's PJ, right?
Exactly.
Do you have any other Ultimate related plans in the future? Like,
I'm hoping to have loads more Ultimate plans in the future. I sincerely hope that Gold can continue on for a very long time, because that's my main thing for the past 2 years or something like that. Because it's my weekly practice. It's meeting all of the Gold and the Gentle players. It's also meeting Gentle Open and the Gentle ladies, because they practice on the same evening, which is also always very interesting. So I hope to continue doing that for many years now. And then other plans for sure, definitely. I want to get back to Tom's Tourney for starters.
Sure, everyone wants to.
Exactly, who doesn't? But there's many tournaments that are still on my bucket list, which, as a competitive player over the past years, it was sometimes hard to combine all of those championships and then the competitive tournaments and then the traveling and then one or two fun tournaments here and there, and then family and jobs and friends, of course. So with all of the competitive Ultimate being out of the way, I think I'm hoping that there might be some room for some of my bucket list tournaments in the future.
Yeah, I kind of got the same feeling that especially the Belgian calendar is so loaded that you don't really find the time to go on those fun tournaments anymore like we used to do. And yeah, I'm looking forward to doing that, to going to Costa Brava once more or somewhere in Italy. And yeah,
exactly,
that would be great.
Damn you, Corona.
Yeah, exactly. What's your best experience as a player, or what do you remember as a player on Tom's Tourney?
Again, as I've been at so many Tom's Tourneys, it's hard to pick one specific highlight. There were definitely multiple, and I'm forgetting so much because it's literally been I actually tried to count the number of editions that I was at, but I sort of lost track. I know that I was a player in 2003 at Tom's, and then I'm guessing about every year I was there. Maybe I skipped one edition here or there. So that must have been at least 16 editions as a player, and then maybe, or a player slash media journalist, whatever you want to call it. And then I've witnessed, I guess, 2 more before that, or 3 more before that. So I've been at maybe 16 to 19 or 20 editions. And it's hard to pick a moment, but one of the coolest things we had was winning a Spirit Award with Gentle. It's back in the days. I can't remember when, but I think it must have been maybe 8 or 10 years ago, something like that. And it's funny that Spirit is always so. Some people say that the Spirit Award is actually overrated because it's just a number, yada yada yada. But I still believe, winning that Spirit Award and generally having Spirit overall is very important. And it was it was a proud moment for our team, winning Spirit at Tom's Tourney, because Tom's Tourney has been a huge international tournament for a long time now, and it's that was a big honor. That Spirit-wise, there's a lot of competitive moments that were great battles during harsh conditions, sometimes very windy, very rainy, cold, early Sunday morning, hungover games. A lot of stuff. One game I specifically remember as well, because it wasn't that long ago, was the semi-final in second division with Gold 2 years ago. It was I think it was against an English team, but we were down by 5 or something, 11, 6 or 7, whatever it was. And we made a huge comeback, and we managed to win that semi-final. And that was competitive wise, that was a very cool comeback, very cool moment. Making it into the final of the second division, and then getting our ass whooped by some young Italians. Who's there, Liam? Who we saying hi to?
My shark swimming friend Joao. He was out swimming with sharks with me this morning. Sorry, sure. He's just walked into the house. I have to acknowledge his presence. We were swimming sharks this morning. Sorry, I completely interrupted your story. That was very rude.
No, my story was over. I was just.
Okay, good. I have a question then. Who's the best player you've ever played with?
Played with?
Yes.
I picked in on your conversation, and without a doubt, he's definitely listening. So he's gonna laugh at this, but I'm convinced it's PJ Pieter-Jan de Meulenaar.
It's not me then.
Yeah, PJ. Nah, he's one of the most versatile, athletic, players I've ever seen. Both with the disc, throwing, running, catching. He has all of the skills. And as I mentioned, I started playing in Frisbees, and I saw him as a little boy, like literally a little boy. Like I think I was, in a matter of speaking, twice as tall as him. But I saw him evolve from a small, shy, tiny boy into a team leader, actually taking his team with him, winning national championships and beyond. So easy question.
Who's the most,
some harder questions.
Who's the most underrated player in Belgium?
The most underrated player.
It's like a really good player that nobody talks about.
I'm going back to my own team. Cornel Morel. Morley.
Oh no, this is a different Cornel. It was Cornel Descan wearing the Devon shirt. Cornel Morleon. So what can you tell us about him?
I think he's always very secure, and I think you wouldn't notice how much he distributes a team. I've played with him in Gentle Open for a bazillion years, now playing in Gold. My teammates are going to make fun of me because we've been making some jokes about kissing the coach's ass. So that's exactly what I'm doing right now. So I need harder questions, Liam.
What's the best beer in Belgium?
Brugse Zot, dude.
Okay, is it the best? Is
it? Okay. It depends on where you're drinking it. If you're drinking it at Tom's TournE, it's the best beer in the world.
Well, what's the best beer overall if you're drinking it on an average non-Tom's TournE location?
I'd have to say that Brugse Zot would be the number 2. My personal favorite would be La Chouffe.
La Chouffe.
Nice. Yeah, that would be my number 1 beer all time. Yeah.
Do you remember
where is the inflatable couch these days?
Excuse me?
Where is the inflatable couch these days?
It's where it has always been, at the company I used to work with, and they still have it. You can still rent it. It wasn't mine.
You'll have to come and set it up, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to talk to my...
We did some inflatable work together.
Yes, that was hilarious. Little side note: Liam once, I once hosted an event with world's longest inflatable obstacle course in Dublin, and Liam came to be the MC himself. He was hyping up people who were going to chase down that inflatable, and it was hilarious.
All right, it was fun. It was called the Beast. I still have a T-shirt from it. I remember getting up I had an inflatable Beast costume, and some Frisbee players turned up to beat me up, which was kind of fun. Yeah.
It's just because you're a beast.
I am a beast.
I remember
big ginger beast.
You actually played with Gentle one year at Tom's TournE.
That was the worst I've ever played. I kept turning up to games, and they'd be like warming up for like 45 minutes, and I turn up like wearing my sleeping bag like 5 minutes late, and they weren't too impressed with that. They're all very structured and doing stuff. I'm like, hey, let's just have a laugh. But I played really bad. I played well. We played together for the 5 All-Star team. We had Nicky Preen, Rob Schumacher, Lisa. Please remember that. That was good times. That was a good team. I played okay then.
Not as good as PJ, apparently. Sorry, Liam.
Not as good as PJ. I was thinking maybe Nicky Preen might have been maybe a candidate for one of the best players you played with.
I actually agree. Yeah.
PJ's in the chat, and he's asking me to ask you how Dio went to the entrepot. I don't know what that means, but maybe you know what that means.
I do know what that means. So one of the traditions our traditions at Tom's TournE is my parents live right next to the fields, so I was born and raised in Bruges, right next to the fields of Tom's TournE. I've been playing there as a young boy for many years, and so my teammates always used to ask if they could crash or spend the night at my parents' place after the party, so they wouldn't have to go sleep in a cold tent. And one night we were riding our bikes from my parents' place to the Tom's TournE party, and we'd already been drinking some beers and we were having fun. And then while we got there, we drove into the skate park with our bikes. And then, of course, as you can imagine, we started doing some goofy stuff. But it was getting a little dark, and Dio didn't see the end of the ramp. So he was riding a regular, plain old, normal, old bike, and he fell off a ramp and broke his hand. And at the time, Dio was one of our main players. So he like got up and he's like, man, that hurts. And then put ice on it and then like partied some more. And then in the morning was like, hey, this is not okay. Then went to the hospital and actually saw that his hand was broken. was yeah, harsh.
Morris, what has caused more injuries at Tom's Tourney, playing on the fields or that skate park? It's like,
that skate park is lethal, man, I tell you.
Yeah, the Irish incident.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who that was. I just remember blood everywhere.
Yeah. It had just rained and like the blood was just streaming into the gutter. I remember that.
Yeah.
It was an ugly sight, very ugly sight. All right. I guess I got another trip down memory lane. I got the After movie from 2017, which shows the inflatable and stuff. So let's have a look at that.
All right.
From the start, yes.
Let's make a short version of the national anthem. Switzerland is the winner. Yes!
Right. So 2017 was our 25th birthday. Yeah. I remember that party. It was the first year we had that new venue close to the field. And we did the surprise party there. I remember that was like a bit chaos in the start, but then you started like distributing these lighting sticks, and then the party got totally smashed. So yeah.
How come you never used that venue before? Like, it's been sitting there the whole time.
Yeah, why?
Good question, Liam. I've also asked that question about a bazillion times.
I think it's quite a big venue, and like usually When you remember the venue before that, it was very small, and we were thinking that we couldn't fill up the venue, and if your venue is half full, then well, I don't know. That's maybe not so cool for your party. Yeah, but why not? Actually, I don't know.
There's only one legitimate answer, and that's because you wanted the party bus to exist. The party venue had to be
really cool.
Far enough away to take the party bus. That venue was too close.
I believe it was the last year we did it, 2016, and I was doing like sort of shift on the party bus, driving up and down with it every time. And we got like, actually the party bus was really cool. We got like a time like on the middle of the ring road where it broke down, and suddenly this big black smoke started coming out of the motor. And the bus driver was like, "Oh, that's no problem. We just wait 15 minutes and then we'll just start it up again." We sat there 15 minutes partying at the side of the road, lights flashing, and then he just opened the hatch of the motor block, just fiddled a little bit with it, and we drove off again. Yeah, that was great. And then the best ride was the last ride back at 4 a.m. and all these people like really, they were out. They were just like lulling on the bus, and you had this really crazy loud music and the lights flashing still. That was kind of surreal. But yeah, the party bus is a good memory, I guess. We don't need it anymore now. Maybe we should just put it there because it wasn't really safe. You know?
The non-driving party bus.
It was so good.
Yeah.
I did like 8 runs that one year. I fell asleep on it or something.
So that's where you slept.
Yeah.
Why am I?
I don't think I've ever slept in like the same. I don't think I've ever slept in the same place twice. That's actually true. I'm outside and have beer. Oh, where's my blouser?
Right. So I got a few more things. Do you remember the reception, Bummy, in 2012?
Was that the first one?
Yeah, first one.
So that must have been Tom's Tourney's 20th birthday, right? Or Frisbee's? Or Tom's 20 and Frisbee's 25?
Yeah, like that.
That was one of the most crazy nights at not only Tom's Tourney, but at tournament ever.
Mm-hmm. So it's actually, I think it's the only time we actually set the dress code for the party, which was half suited up. Yeah, we had some very, very original ideas for that, I remember. And then I think...
You also had a lot of drinks.
Yeah, we did. And actually, this is where it got a little out of hand. So this is Guido, it's PJ's father. He's together with Jan. He found Frisbees in Bruges, and he's like, master of drinks. and yeah, I think I told that story on the podcast. Like we had drinks for 1,000 people, but only 300 remained. But there were 300 dedicated people, and then we wasn't long until we got to the chair jumping stage.
I don't even remember this picture.
So well, I believe it's quite a lot of gently sitting at the chairs.
Yeah. I know. It's me in front, and then Nick and Jarit and maybe Hime.
I think it's Jarit. Yeah.
Jarit, but behind Jarit there's somebody else.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Probably Hime. Yeah. We'll talk about the chair jumping later when PJ joins in. Sure.
Perfect. I think it's funny if you take a look at this picture. It's gone already, but half of them, I think, it's hilarious to see. You see like gentle Frisbees, then there's Kevin with a lot of the jet set and Löwenkroeg, and in the back there's a bunch of broccoli players. So I'm guessing this is just a Belgian Irish get together, which happened a lot, I think, at the time. A lot of parties, the Belgians and the Irish just got together and partied. Good memories.
Got some special connection there.
Definitely.
All right.
I'm working on my suntan now.
Yeah.
It's like 60 degrees, 70 degrees Celsius here. Pumping sunshine. I have a Flemish bike, or from Flanders. My bicycle. It's chilling right now. So that's keeping the Belgian Irish connection going.
Great.
I missed that year. I missed that.
You missed the Belgians.
I do.
You should come to TournE once.
All right.
I haven't eaten anything yet today. I've had 2 beers and 0 food so far.
It's kind of the same as at TournE for you.
Yeah, I'm trying to relive it. Get in the zone, the Tom's Tourney zone. I'm drinking the 50-cent Aldi beer though. It's not quite the same.
Ouch. At least Ravi's making an effort and drinking Brugse Zot.
Yeah, well, that's because he robbed Tom's Tourney. I'm a spirited person who doesn't steal things.
I did not rob Tom's Tourney. I've never taken a glass from Tom's Tourney.
That's good.
Robbie's in love with a thief for Tom's Tourney.
All right,
someone in my apartment may have taken a glass, but I did not take a glass.
So we have the Gentle Ladies next up against the German under-24 team back in 2017. Do you remember anything of that game?
I do.
I do as well, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go for it, Bommy. What do you remember about the game?
I remember being hugely disappointed and proud at the same time. Because that was an insane game, and I don't think I've seen the Gentle Ladies perform on the highest level the level they were playing on. They've always been good, but I think this was kind of their, I don't know if breakthrough is the good choice of words, but at least this was like this was next level. This was the next phase they were entering, and I was very, very, very proud to see. Also because I've seen the evolution they've gone through in the past 15 years.
Yeah, I remember this game because I was, like said before, I don't know what we're going to do for commentary for this one. If we're going to talk through it, maybe we'll just leave the original commentary, maybe take a break. Maybe if anybody's in the chat from Gentle, I know that the Germany U24 women are coming for an interview after the game, but maybe if there's any Gentle women in the chat and you want to come on, I'm sure if you hit up Boris in the YouTube chat or something, he'll send you a link and you can come talk about the game if you want. But yeah, this was just like, I played the whole tournament, and I said this before in a previous chat that Benji Reese was doing the commentary, and I'm not so happy. I think I talked over him too much in this commentary, so I'm not super proud of what I did. I was still starting out at this time, but like, I remember just seeing this game was just completely crazy and so close and so intense. And like, Balmy probably knew a lot more about Gentle Ladies before this time. I had never really seen them play at an international stage yet, so for me, it was definitely their first like bringing to that next level. Now they're kind of like an EUCF level team. We expect them to be there. And you know what the Belgian women did by winning Tom's Tourney last year, we've seen more of that. But this was one of the first times that I really saw the Gentle women play on an international stage at this level. And also the German U24 team played really, really well. Just incredible, exciting, and memorable game. It was a great one. And shout out to Benji Reese again for doing commentary throughout this whole tournament. You didn't hire enough commentators back then, Boris, so he had to do quite a big job.
True. We actually had it set up quite late, the whole the whole live stream thing. It's like we broke a deal with Fancy back then, and it was all arranged in quite a hurry. Yeah, we didn't have any experience with back then, so I think we did better on that the year after. But it was great having Benji over. I remember him arriving. It's like, what I had to do.
Did he do every game?
Like,
he did every game by himself. I only helped him in the. I was playing that tournament, so I helped him in the final. That was it. He did the whole tournament by himself.
What a legend! An absolute legend.
Sorry,
and he partied till like 4 a.m. too at the at the party, so he was completely wiped out.
Affirmative. All right, let's go for it. Thanks, Bommy, for joining in. It was a pleasure having you.
Thanks for having me, and more specifically, thanks for all of your efforts, the three of you, because all three of you have been putting in tons of work for the Ultimate community, and I'm proud of you guys. Hope to see you at Tom's Tourney next year.
Yeah,
miss you, mate. So good to see you.
Yeah.
Good to see you too, guys. All right. Take care.
And this game is going to be a great one. Gentle is going to start by pulling to the German under-24 team. Germany in white, Gentle in blue.
Yeah, we're going to see Gerner begin the point here, bricking this disc. She was very effective in their semi-final that we streamed earlier against Grut. She's definitely a player to keep an eye on.
So yeah, Germany under 24 here getting a win against Grutz, and Gentle getting a win in their semifinal against Jaka, which are two very tough women's opponents, so we know that these two teams are going to be really strong.
Absolutely, just moving on to this near sideline with Kuhn. Swinging back towards the middle, Gerner's got it again. Happy to operate the dump swing to start with.
So Gentle here coming out with a 3-3-1 look with a wall type of zone. Germany happy to swing it around so far.
Yeah, Tisson and Gerner getting a lot of touches in early, getting comfortable with this disc.
Gentle now going into single coverage.
Yeah, it's Kuhn with the disc here.
Lots of energy here from the sidelines.
She finds Gerner a little up-line cut. She's going to swing it off very effectively, but it's going to die just before Tisson gets there. Gentle will have an opportunity here to start this game with a break. Moving the disc forward here. Vertical set to start with. As a little high release backhand to release the pressure, reset that stall count. Looking downfield, sliding that inside out through, and it's stolen away. Porsche doing an excellent job in coverage, getting in front of her mark.
Both teams coming out firing, putting lots of pressure on. Really eager to win this match.
It's a person look at the moment, and they're going to shoot that one deep. Brinker's going to catch it for the goal, but it is going to go back on a travel call here.
There's a travel call on the play.
Germans begin to rush the field and then probably return back to the sidelines.
Pity, that was quite a nice disc she threw there.
Yeah, Lieberth did excellent last game, both as a thrower and as a receiver as well. She's going to take the reset just to Tisson off the restart. Schaefer now with the disc resetting to Tisson. Tisson finds Forsch downfield. Tisson burning up line there. Defender left in the dust. Germany beckoning towards the end zone.
Gentle doing a really good job to cut off the upline cuts right here and putting pressure on the around from the mark. Nice, great team defense here. But there appears to be some type of call. Stahl is going to come in on 4.
Tisson with the disc. Looking for Gerner on the reset. She clears out, and he goes back to Lieberth. Kuhn now with the disc, just knocking on the door, not quite able to get in yet. Just shy of the end zone, maybe looking to squeeze that little IO in, deciding against it. Instead throwing that flick around for the goal. Kuhn hitting Brinker with the score.
And that's the first score, a hold by Germany, and makes it 1-0. Here in this women's division final at Tom's Tourney 2017.
An excellent start for the Germans. That'd be exactly what they wanted, getting on the board pretty efficiently. Maybe not the cleanest point they've ever had.
Still impressive movement, impressive throws, and also impressive for them to have that tenacious defense to get that point back after they made that mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. Very well done all round, I think.
So Gentle here bringing out their O-line for the first time. Germany coming out on D.
Something we saw in the earlier stream game is that Germany don't necessarily keep strict offense or defensive lines. They do tend to have a lot of crossover between them, which worked well because it meant they could keep strong handlers on both lines. So when they did get the turns on defense, they were able to punish them effectively. That disc is going to land inbounds and then just fade out the sideline. So it's going to come from the front cone here. Side stack set from right from that far side of the field. Just comes into that near side, shooting deep.
Great put. And Gentle now in their red zone, looking to score. Beautiful inside break there. Amazing point by Gentle. Great movement, great huck, and a great IO lefty backhand for the score. If they throw out that type of offense, it's going to be really hard for Germany to put pressure on that. They seem to have no trouble at all there.
Absolutely. I know although it's very early on, Germany seemingly having no answers for the questions that Gentle offense posed. You can see tracking down that huck well, way in front of the defender.
And here you're going to see that low step into this inside break. There it is. Beauty of a disc.
Yeah.
In there for the score. That brings the score
execution.
1-1. Gentle with the hold, answering Germany's hold. Gentle having a bit of an easier hold on their O-line than Germany did. Germany had one turnover, and then even after that turnover, Gentle was able to put a lot more pressure on. So Germany's going to have to find a way to put pressure on this Gentle offense.
Absolutely. In the meantime, the Germans coming out on an offensive line, though. We see Tisson playing again. Gerner's back up. Gerner's retaken to the field. This is, I think, might be the same 7 that we saw open the game for the Germans, actually.
That pull's going to be a bit short, making the Germans only having to work half field, and Gentle again coming out in this wall zone.
Disc is swung on this near side to Tisson. Gerner has it at the moment. Perhaps looking for Lieberth behind that wall.
Get to continue. They reset. Germany calling to go to single coverage.
Disc with Tisson now, looking downfield, trying to isolate an option, and she finds one there. This is going to go off the hand, and it's slapped down. Just not able to gather it cleanly was Kuhn. And the Gentle defender making sure that there wasn't an opportunity there to get it at a second attempt. But they're going to give it back immediately. Throw just slightly out of reach. Tisson picking up quickly, trying to not give the Gentle defense a chance to send. Gets high for that one, fakes that low backhand.
Able to get it up the line.
Yeah, Brinker now with the disc. Swing it back into the middle. Defender falls over on Gerner's cut, but there's a little call here. I think she's saying that there was a little elbow, shoulder maybe, as Gerner ran through for that. This is going to go back to the handler.
Uncontested foul there, I believe, or maybe there's still some discussion.
I think maybe just a little explanation to try and prevent it happening again, perhaps. Little slap of hands, and Germany will get on the move again here. Sticks into Tisson, nice low inside break, carving open right to that break side. Forsch with the disc here. She finds Gerner getting close to the end zone now, looking for that around break. They used it effectively last time, and the defender's closing. Lieberth is more than happy to take that before they can get a chance at it. Nice put from Gerner. Lieberth left wide open.
So you'll see here, this is the mistake that's made. The mark goes to try and take that open side option and then leaves that break open. You have to trust the rest of your defense to get that one and keep your mark on. Otherwise, you make a nice, easy score for Germany. Germany able to capitalize. Though so far I am impressed with Gentle's defense more than Germany's defense, making it a lot harder for Germany to score. That brings the score to 2-1 for Germany, under 24 against Gentle ladies here in this women's final, TournE 2017.
German coaches and sideline coming onto the field here. Trying to make adjustments. Draw up a defensive plan here. Something that perhaps can exert a bit more pressure on the Gentle ladies. We weren't quite able to do it last time.
So let's see. Gentle can have another. That's a great pull.
That's a phenomenal pull. Nice low release backhand, releasing it on the move, getting beyond the mark. Just going out towards that far sideline. It's going to rifle that one deep. Going to chase it down and going to run it down efficiently as well.
What a throw from Lisa Sellis, Belgian national team handler there. She's known for shooting it deep. That was an amazing disc. No defenders in sight. Gentle again with a pretty uncontested offensive point.
Yeah, whatever Germany were doing that time, it was not effective, that single coverage.
There we see that bomb of a flick.
An absolute
all the
monster.
way into space. Perfectly just sits on a shelf for the attacker. And that makes it 2-2 for this game in the women's final. So far, no breaks. Both offenses holding strong.
Yeah, both teams on serve, but as we've talked about, Gentle have looked the more likely to make a break happen. Not quite able to generate so much pressure the German defense, but there's still plenty of time left in this game. Only 10 minutes in so far.
So far, yeah, Germany's been unable to get a solid offensive point without turning it over for a score. Both possessions they have had one turnover. We'll see if that'll continue. And Lisa Sellis here with the pull. And it's going to be bricked.
Yeah, not quite what they would have had in mind. And it looks like they might be coming out with this zonal set again.
It seems what I'm really impressed with Gentle's offset here is not so much the zone, but their transition to person single coverage defense after that. They're able that time. That's a situation where a lot of teams can get stuck, and then an offense can capitalize on a mismatch. But Gentle are really able to clamp down on single coverage defense and then put pressure on. That's where they've all gotten. I think both of their turns is on that transition.
Yeah, Tisson now with the disc. Schaefer has it. Swing it back to Gerner. Nice little blade around. Swinging it all the way across this field. Trying to open up spaces beyond that wall. Squeezing it down the sideline. There's a defender there. Lieberth will chase that down though.
Gentle defender was close, but Lieberth able to just take control.
Here the sideline shout to transition. That's going to go out to space. A lovely little put there for Gerner. Really effectively done by Lieberth. Germany will take a 3-2 lead here.
So Lieberth has been involved in all three of Germany's scores so far. She seems to be a quite effective player here for the German side.
Absolutely. German coaches coming on. Marco Müller and Max Liebersberger. Trying to come up with perhaps a different strategy. Maybe it's a little adjustment, perhaps it's a complete something they can do to try and alter the state of this.
So Gentle fielding the pull. Great pull by the Germans. They're really able to get that pull deep into the end zone. Incredibly important thing to do. And the Germans coming out with a four-person cup. Gentle hammering it over. I like this from Germany, trying to see if they can do something to stop Gentle's amazing offense they've shown so far.
Even if they can't generate a turn, maybe make them think a bit more, get them out of rhythm. when a team is in an offensive rhythm, it can be really difficult to disrupt them. Just right on this near sideline here.
They're only giving them that little crash. They're taking away everything else. Now they're able to dump it back, way back. Can they get the swing off? Now things may be opening up. Launch that disc. There is a deep in the area. 2 Gentle people and an amazing takedown for the score. What a point from the Gentle ladies. They are not afraid to shoot it deep, even with that deep there. Great pressure from the Germans. They were able to make 3 or 4 passes right here on the sideline, but then when they got that dump off, they're able to swing it around with a huge bomb there.
You're seeing it now on the replay. The defender gets really close with this. He might even get a tiniest piece of it.
But she seems to be a little focused on her person there, and the other Gentle lady able to take that space and easily come down with it. Great point there from Gentle ladies. They're just on a roll here. They're bringing the score up to 3-3. It's anyone's game so far, but Gentle's offense just incredibly impressive. They were able to handle that zone without much problem.
Good work by both Gentle cutters, following it up in case one of them wasn't able to get it, making sure there were 2 options available. Gentle seem very good, very keen to put it deep, and it's been very effective for them so far. Germany come back out on offense. Schaefer with it now.
Gentle changing it up here, deciding to go into single coverage straight away.
Going now with the disc. Takes the forehand.
I believe there was a piece of that from the mark there.
Yeah, not enough to divert it from the path of force though.
But great dump coverage here by Gentle.
Stockout rising. Able to get it down the sideline to Kuhn. Taking the backhand, squeezing it up to Tisson now.
Pity to lose that upline cut. Great movement by Germany so far.
Yeah, looking for a reset now. Gunner's going to burn back up line. Not going to be quite in the end zone. Reset her feet on that end zone line. I'd look for another around shot. We've seen them score with those twice already.
Looking for Tisson, but great coverage, completely shutting it down. Oh, but her wide open score to the break side. Oh, and it's going to be... Wow!
What on earth just happened?
I have to see the replay on that. I am not sure what happened, but I'm definitely sure that wasn't her intended receiver. The disc seemed to slip out of her hands, but amazing... Wow, amazing reaction speed there from the Germans.
Yeah, Kuhn notching her second assist of the game. Perhaps not quite what she wanted. Definitely looked like it was behind the intended
So here we'll see,
target.
there's great dump coverage. Again, the mark steps off, giving that break pass. Looking for that easy spot, and it just sticks in her hands a little longer and scooped off the ground. What a point by the Germans.
Yeah, it's the second time we've seen Kuhn and Brinker have that connection for the score. But just it seems very fortuitous, but good positioning to make that score. As the Germans take a 4-3 lead in this game.
So that again, I think, a little bit of criticism on Belgium. The mark there, it's the same marking player, number 4. Sorry, we don't have all the names of the Belgian players, but she tries to put a little bit too much pressure on the upline pass and gives up the break, and that's what Germany was able to score on there. But Gentle here, centering to Lisa Sellis. Germany coming out with that zone again, seeing if they can apply some pressure. Big hammer across to the side. Big swing again. Gentle doesn't seem to have too much problem, but now Germany's going to try and clamp and trap them here on the sideline. But Gentle able to bust through.
This is where they want to pin the Belgians, on this near sideline with the wind pushing it off the pitch. Big swing around now. Fakes downfield, a little pop pass into the cup. Perhaps a hammer option over instead. Just chooses to come back, take an easier pass for a loss of yards. They're going to shoot deep again here.
And that's going to be an easy score for the Belgians. Just handling that zone without any problems, hammering around it, getting out of those traps, going through it, going around it, and then always finding that big huck for the score. That's the second time in a row they've had that kind of play against that zone. Not quite as effective as I think Germany would like it to be, but at least trying to take them a bit out of their game, but so far Gentle able to score with ease.
Yeah, exact same combination for the score as well, actually, but we see here scything that through, bisecting that cup, and with no mark there, able to absolutely burn it deep.
That is a tough throw to make. There's only a little bit of sideline there for her to put that OI, but great disc and great come down by number 50 there. So that makes the score 4-4. Still no breaks yet, and still Gentle having a bit easier time on offense than Germany under 24 on every possession so far in this game.
Definitely agree with you there, Ravi. Wonder if there's any adjustments that the Germans can make to perhaps make the offense a bit easier on themselves.
I think they got to take away that deep shot. They got to force Gentle to make a few more passes because that deep shot is really dangerous. Gentle have at least 2 or 3 really good huckers, but now Gentle out on defense and applying pressure in single coverage defense. Big pass. It looks like it was a bailout throw, but able to come down with it is number 7.
Huge grab by Vera Forsch, sending to the break side to where the defender is not near the mark for the score.
I believe there's great dump coverage by Gentle there. They had no dumps open, and she had to throw that. I believe must have been style 9.5, but amazing vision for Germany to come down with that disc.
Brinker collecting her 3rd goal of the game in the process as well.
Brinker is dangerous, and she's always on that break side. She knows exactly when her handlers have that break option. Here we see that boosted throw. 28 on Gentle. Looks like she might be able to get position, but 7 comes over, grabs the disc. And then Brinker knows, oh, look, I got that break space open. And nice inside-out backhand into that space.
Yeah, with no mark on tight, able to put that throw into space without much pressure. Well executed as well.
That makes the score 5-4 for the Germans.
Gentle getting ready for offense now.
What can Germany do to apply a bit more pressure to this Gentle offense? Because so far I haven't seen it. We will see if they're going to go into that zone or go into single coverage. Here with a big pull. That is something that Germany does have over Gentle. They have better pulls, all their pulls going into the end zone. They're going to single coverage. And Gentle going into a side stack. Got their first cut open.
See that down the sideline.
And that's going to be a bit too far. Germany with a big chance here. Uncharacteristic turnover by Gentle.
Just a simple overthrow in the end, but they're going to get it back immediately.
Lose their chance. They're a bit too eager probably.
Number 30, Daru, just steaming through, getting the D.
Gentle calmly picking up the disc. Getting that around break into space.
And it's going to be in the end zone. I don't think the receiver realised quite where she was.
She had no idea that she was in the end zone.
In a way, you almost like that. Focus more on just getting the disc rather than getting the goal.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Great offensive play there by Gentle. Here we're going to see the around break. Great throw on that around break there. Number 50, not even knowing she was in the end zone, ready to throw that next pass.
Yeah, it's Eva's 3rd goal of the game. She's got the last 3 for the Belgian side. An excellent put as well, like you mentioned, with that around backhand. Really well done.
So the score is now 5-5. Amazing game so far. Really great offense from both teams.
All the makings of a classic early doors.
Gentle just playing solid offense, hitting break passes, and Germany able to dig themselves out of some holes under really tight Belgian coverage, but always seeming to find an option. Really impressed with the play here so far in this women's final, but can't expect much less here in Tom's Tourney. We always get incredibly high-level teams in both the women's and the men's divisions. 5-5, Lisa Sellis with the pull for Gentle.
Boosting it deep to start with. Caught comfortably by Schaefer, and she's going to move it forward to Tisson here.
Gentle going with the straight mark in single coverage, trying to stop that first huck.
Nice leading throw to Gerner. Huck's going to come off there, though.
But there's going to be coverage underneath, and a huge D by number 16, Knowles. And Gentle with the chance to break here.
Great pressure, a couple of defenders and receivers in the area. She was the one who, I think, just took the best path to the disc there, managed to get in front before the attacker could.
I think the cutters were open when the throw happened, but they were a bit deep, and the throw just sat in the air too much, allowed some coverage to get underneath it. And now we'll see if Gentle can capitalize on a chance to break here.
Disc pinned on this near sideline. Nice tight mark, not a lot going on downfield. Good reset or tight pressure, but able to come down with it. Moving the disc forward.
And there's a pick call. We always see national teams using the hand signals because they have to learn that. It's good to see. Easier for the commentators.
Yeah, and for all the sideline as well. It does make the job easy. Quite. Looking for that around break. Still count rising.
And that's going to be out the sideline. Lisa Sellis not able to track it down. Germany's here on the sideline. They're deciding to force backhand, put some pressure here.
Gerner swings into Tissot, and they've worked their way over towards that far side now. Lieberth with the disc at the moment. Oh, completely loses her marker on that up line cut. Tissot's going to put it deep. It might sit in the back of the end zone. Just too far. Agonising for the German team there.
Gentle here with a second chance on this point to get a break. Score is still 5-5. This would be the first break of the game.
All on serve as it stands. But only 25 minutes in. Plenty of time left in this.
Here we see the replay on that pass. It's just out the back.
Yeah, didn't quite sit down in time. Nice inside break there, though. Working the disc forward. Isolating that reset. Just a little fumble.
Great defensive pressure there. Now Germany has an easy chance to score if they can keep their composure.
Got to convert on the short field here. Gerner has the disc. Looking to isolate a cutter at the front of the end zone. High release backhand. Well tracked down by the receiver, Vera Forsch, for the goal.
It was not the best inside backhand throw. Popped up with the wind, but Vera Forsch, great composure, able to track that one down. So, though it wasn't the easiest point for the Germans, they do make it 6-5 and able to keep that hold there. So it's now 6-5, still out everything on serve. And Gentle will put their O-line out on the fields, with Germany looking to apply some more pressure here.
Excellent adjustment there by Forsch, knowing that on her initial path, the disc was going to pop over her head, adjusting and still being able to track the disc towards the back of the end zone, making the grab for the goal, taking a 6-5 lead.
Here you see our lovely sidelines, people enjoying some nice Belgian food. Everybody's finishing up their games here, and we're getting a nice big crowd here surrounding the fields at Tom's Tourney 2017. About 1,200 players coming out here on 60 different teams, I believe, from all over Europe.
60 teams exactly.
I believe it's that. I'm not sure.
Pool's going to go deep. Not the best one we've seen from Germany, but they've set so high standards so far, and that is still a very good pool regardless. Lankriat now has the disc.
Germany decided to go into single coverage.
Vertical stack, all bobbled at the first time. Verriek just very good concentration to keep it though. Looking downfield now. Verriek will get this again, nice inside break to Lankriat.
And they continue it, I love that continuation. And she's gonna be able to track that down for the score. That's number 6, Sophie Sapp.
Yeah, the forehand popped up a little slightly, like we saw with that last, with the last point. Maybe the wind a little bit unpredictable, but well executed. But again, once again, well tracked down, plucking out of the sky with the left hand for the goal.
I love Belgium's Gentle's ability to attack the break side here. Here we're going to see the bobble. Still has the focus to keep that fluttering disc in her hands.
Yeah, went for it one hand first time round. Made sure she had two. Made sure she got 2 on it the second time of asking.
That's the last IO break we see in that point, but there was 2 other breaks that got you into that spot to get that score. So that makes it 6. Still on serve here.
Shredding the German defense with those inside outs so far.
So 27 minutes in, still no team able to generate a break yet. Both offenses playing hard, and if they do turn it over, able to generate really strong defense here. Lisa Sellis with another pull here for Gentle.
Another strong pull as well.
Into the German end zone.
So now another zone from the Belgian team. Nice hammer over the top from Gerner. Just squeaks over the head of the defender. Lieberth has it on the sideline and will reset back into the middle with Gerner. Plenty of space open for the swing, and they can gain quite a few yards on this as well. Schaefer now with the disc on that far sideline. They're showing a willingness to continue to swing it back and forth. Lieberth with it now again. Decisive fake. And swing it around again to Schaefer, gaining a couple of yards each time they do this. It's very effective and efficient. mechanical almost, but a nice find through to Lieberth there. Transition to single coverage now from Gentle.
Here's where they're traditionally able to get a turn when they were throwing this before, but Germany able to get it up the line, and another up the line cut for the score. 7-6, Germany takes the lead.
Gerner is so fleet of foot that it's very difficult to stop, and if she catches you on the heels, then bang, she's gone. Her second goal of the game there, already with a couple of assists under her belt as well.
So that will be halftime, 7-6 for the Germans. So far, everything on serve.
So far, this matchup is everything we expected it to be and more.
The ladies in the blue shirts, Gentle ladies. They have 3 girls from the Frisbees also in the team, Naomi, Lisbeth and Ella. They lost against Yaka,
We live?
but they win against Yaka in the semi-finals.
So again here,
we're going to put our pictures up there.
7-6 here.
We're coming back here now to the second half of this game.
For Germany.
Joined now with Simona Lieberth and Caroline
This first
Thyssen.
half, what I've seen so far.
Do we have both of them here?
Again, I think Gentle's offense is still a little stronger than Germany's offense so far. I think that Gentle has a better chance to generate a break so far,
Liam
but
Grant might be joining
they
us
haven't
at
been
some
able to
point.
capitalize on it. I
Or
don't know if
maybe
they
turn
don't
down
they
the
just get a
game
little too
audio a bit,
eager when they get
probably.
those turnovers.
Yep.
But
How you ladies doing in this in these bizarre, weird times? You guys are just doing a youth training camp, I heard.
Yeah, I'm doing fine. Yeah, I'm coaching the under 20 girls here in Germany. And so at the dates we would normally have had a training camp, we try to involve the girls virtually somehow for a few hours, so we stay in touch. And we had this morning and have another one next morning.
Did you tell them to tune into the game, learn something from their coaches playing on the field?
Yeah, we told them, but they had to join us this morning for a few hours, so they might be up for something different this afternoon.
Some of their nice players.
So where are you two located right now?
Nice, confident.
I'm in Berlin at my home.
Yeah, you want to set the tone early.
Yeah, I'm too at home at Cologne.
March it down comfortably.
Nice. So let's go talk a bit about this game. I remember I was commentating this one. You guys were both playing. What are some of your memories you have about this particular game?
Absolutely.
Talk through some strategy there.
Absolutely great game so far.
Well,
really
I'd say it
effective
was
offense on both
one
sides.
of the best games we had with the under 24 in that season, and maybe at all. It somehow was like a milestone for us in the preparation for the Worlds in Perth. And the tournament itself went really, really well, and then winning it in the end was just like perfect.
Yeah, I still get like goosebumps when I think about it. It was an amazing weekend, and this game was really spirited and still so athletic and so hard fought. It was, I don't remember too many specific parts, just it being so amazing, and we had so much fun, I guess, in both teams. And I think you could see that.
Maybe just coming out of coming into the second half, the game was super close. Do you remember anything like we saw all that first half? Just seems like a really good battle between two very well executing teams. Was there anything that you were trying to adjust, or I don't know if you can remember anymore, but what were your thoughts? Like, what does a team think in this tight of a game at this point?
I think it's really hard for us to think back like 3 years ago, and so many games and stuff has happened since then. But what I can still remember is that in this game we just lived from point to point, because the game forced us to live just in this moment and in this point. And I think you can really see that we were just living up to that.
There's trouble afoot.
Were you guys familiar with the Gentle Ladies at all before this game? I mean, this was we were talking before on the stream that this was kind of one of their coming out performances. Now they're kind of an EUCF level team regularly, but before this game, not many people had seen them on the European stage that much.
I'm not sure if we played them before in the tournament, but I knew them from our Cologne's tournament, where they attended regularly, So I kind of knew them from the years before, and we knew that they are strong, obviously, because they were in the final 2. But I don't really remember if we had any game plan for that other than trying to do what we wanted to do and show what we can do.
Eberth with that backhand down the line. Just on this near sideline. Kira Force swings it off. Gonna has the disc now. Receiver's gone deep. She's choosing to utilize them. It's going to send that down the sideline.
And that's a perfect
for the score.
Perfect connection there.
Yeah, it's Brinker again.
Yeah, we see Brinker there in the first half, and I think throughout the second half she scored like, it seems like 80% of your points or something. She's just always in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, she had an amazing game there.
Look at this huck again.
And she's incredibly fast, so she can easily
nice OI edge on it.
Just take over for like 10 meters, even if you started at the same height. She's so fast.
Yeah, she also impressed me just with her like timing. She didn't seem to do that much until you score. Like it seemed a lot of times the team would work it up, but it's always that she just finds the right timing and the speed, of course, to get herself in the right position. It reminds me, because a lot of people talked about a player like this on the U.S. national team in 2016, Joel Schlackett on the men's team. He was always never doing that much, but when it was a scoring, he was there to score, and she reminds me a lot of that.
Gentle Ladies getting ready to receive the pull here.
Did you guys have pretty much your full squad at this tournament, or?
Got both Longcrete and Lisa Sellis here.
I think we started full squad,
yes,
at least. But
maybe some people catching their flights home by now already.
So, I think we were down to. Our team wasn't that big in the beginning, I guess. And then we kind of lost 3 people or 2. I'm not sure.
Yeah, actually, I think during the finals we were missing also 3 important people. So some of our main handlers on the D line. So that's why we were seeing Anna and Caro a lot there. They had to kind of replace them.
What a game so far.
They did.
And had either of you played a lot of Tom's tourneys before this time?
This is what you want to see in a final. 2.
We discussed this earlier, and we're not sure.
So I've been there 3 times. We've been there once. We're not sure whether it's been with the under 20 or the under 23. Then we've been there a second time with the under 23, which we're seeing right now. And I came back last year with my club team, Jinx.
Similarly for me, so one time prior to this year, and then in 2018, I guess it was, with my club team.
Again with a nice pull. She's had a number of them so far today.
Yeah, steepling pull coming down. Just on catching it and dishing quickly to Gerner. Get Lieberth coming free in the middle.
This is also one of the first times I saw Anna Gerner playing at a European, like high-level European. Of course, she's done a lot of crazy stuff since then, but this is one of the first times I saw her on this stage.
Swing it around to Lieberth. Couple of cutters there. Gerner plucks it out.
We already saw her earlier, performing really great.
Yeah. And get it back. Faking the big, but instead taking that around. Not grabbed cleanly by Force, but she does get it.
Second bobble we've seen this game that have come with.
So huge parts of this squad already have been playing together for a few years, so since under 17s division. So some of these connections they just grew out of a lot of experience together in different junior events.
Is this team very diverse geographically in Germany? Like, does the youth program have a lot of really strong hubs, or do you really take women from all over the country?
Actually, we're from all over the country.
Yeah, especially in these years. So it shifted a bit because some cities now have really successful programs where they really involve girls. They were not so successful in doing this when we were younger, but now we have a really strong junior program in Berlin, for example. They have a handful of really talented young girls, but up until now, they are mostly spread out in entire Germany.
I am really not sure. I mean, if I'm Germany, I think I try to go back to that zone look. I think.
How does it work? Like, because I know some other countries in Europe, maybe a bit smaller than Germany, it's easier to kind of find each other. But I imagine if some of these women started in very young, how do they find out about like that these youth national teams are there? I mean, is it easy to find these women and these opportunities? What's the recruitment process like for the youth programs here?
So far, their zone as well. Gentle was able to do both.
So mostly we try to have mouth-to-mouth propaganda, kind of. So we have a broad network of youth coaches that we know from previous years, as well as we always tell the girls to bring everyone they know to the tryouts. And then at the German Youth Championships, we also try to attend or tell all the girls that have been in the squad before to talk to each and every girl to join in our training camp. So our tryouts are more training camps and learning opportunities than real tryouts. And so we try to cover as many teams as possible. That's how we try to do it, but I'm still sure that there will be some school clubs or some teams that don't know about these opportunities. But yeah, it's not easy to reach all of them.
Lots of energy here from the German D-line. They are pumped up.
Yeah, Forsch on the mark here. Just swinging.
And especially in the under-24 division, we often miss that people that start at university, they are mostly they are young enough to try out for the under-24, but we are not too good in identifying those people because the German Frisbee Sport Federation is not too tightly connected with the University Sports Federation.
Bruges locals. I heard there were 3 Frisbees is the local club in Bruges, but I think they don't quite.
Can you remember it all in this game? Because I'm seeing the Belgium just scored again. It looks like you guys are putting a lot of effort into the person-to-person defense, but they just keep hitting you with long shots. Was there any kind of things that you tried to adapt to try and slow this team down?
I'm really having a hard time to remember that specific question. I'm sure we had something going on.
Well, we'll see. As you watch the game, if you remember anything like that, was some kind of decision made or something that brings to mind, feel free to tell some stories.
Impressive defensive energy, but
and if people in the chat want to send any questions, feel free. I'll keep my eye there in case anyone's asking you.
I think we're still in the learning process, especially having the person D behind. So at this point, we were quite good in trying to be between the disc and our player, but we spend a lot more time working on person D behind after these tournaments. And I guess we were a bit better in that than in Perth later. But it's, yeah, a season is a learning process, and I think we had troubles doing the person D behind in that game.
Taking advantage of that face mark. Lieberth getting it again. Right in the assessment of the force middle there. Going with it now, swinging it out wide to Tisson. Sideline is loud here. Big support for
a lot of the gentle
ladies.
old guys that were just playing in the Open Division 2 final now finished celebrating and now helping to sideline their women's team.
Yeah, do you guys remember anything? We were just talking there in the commentary about the sidelines. It sounds really, really loud and really, really crazy. I don't know if either of you had too many opportunities before this to play in front of such an atmosphere. Can you remember anything about that?
I remember that it was really pushing. So, yeah. yeah, I think so. We played big tournaments before, but I really have a special feeling to this particular game when I think back, just because the crowd was, as you can hear, really enthusiastic and
lots of energy here at
yeah.
TournE 2017 finals.
So I got really good
try and get the first break of the game. So far,
memories to that game and that atmosphere there.
Yeah, I think Germans worried about those.
Yeah, I also remember that our team had to be very loud with their sideline work to get heard because there was so much crowd noise. Actually, I couldn't talk for 3 days after this tournament because it was so exhausting to somehow get onto the field with my voice.
Smothering the throw before it ever really got anywhere. Justin's going to get a chance to make amends here. Picking up the disc on the end zone line. Germany's O-line defense has just been stifling.
Benji is watching Rohi.
Up the line.
Yeah, I see Benji. Benji's out there in the chat.
Great coverage by Gentle so
My
far,
co-commentator in this game.
Germany able to punch it in.
Just popping it into that tight window.
You were a beast, Benji.
Ghana's third goal, along with 4 assists.
So can I ask you something as a commentator?
Sure.
So was it like the first time you commented a game where there was a junior team? Or how do you prepare for something like this? Because they usually don't have so much resources like a club team might have.
Yeah, well, this game, I mean, Benji would be able to tell you more than I would, because this game I was playing at the tournament. I just joined in for the finals. I don't think I did any preparation at all. So we maybe had roster sheets with your numbers and names, and we're just trying to talk about the game as it went on. And I wasn't familiar with either team very much. Like I said, Gentle hadn't done that much on the European stage yet, and especially with the junior team. Yeah, so this game, this is the type of game where sometimes you have that where you watch a team that you don't know anything about, so you have to mainly, if they give you any stories, you can use that. Otherwise, you just kind of try to talk about what's going on in the game itself. It can be challenging, but this game luckily was just so electric and entertaining that it was never there are some games that the ultimate isn't as good, and that makes it really hard, but when the game is going so well, you can just talk about that and keep it it makes it really easy for us. So thanks.
Welcome.
Farik with it now.
Farik has just been a solid presence for Gentle this whole game. She's got all the breakthrows. Very composed handler.
Yeah, what really makes me happy when I'm watching this and when I'm seeing all the players our team is that a lot of us are already playing together since the under 20 or under 17 even, and are still playing together in the women's national team now, or the training squad. And yeah, I think you can also see that there is a lot of connection and team atmosphere on the field and off the field as well. And this is really a great achievement, I think, which it also lasted longer than this game and this tournament, and I'm sure it will, yeah, still long in the future as well.
Again with the great around break that she's been doing all game.
Just swings back into the middle.
So our coaches have started a really good and strong program there. And yeah, it's great to watch it again.
Yeah, but what I was thinking the last 2 points was like how beautiful are these break throws of Gentle ladies. It was so hard to defend. You see like breaking us again and again, and we just we just have to look how they do that. Yeah.
Here we'll see that again. Blading, high stall count throw. Almost gets it.
Just off the fingertips.
Yeah, it's something I was actually, I don't know if you guys are follow Felix Ultimate at all. He's this guy who has this whole Hex Ultimate philosophy, and he's been doing all these live streams during this quarantine time. And I was talking with him on one of his streams, I think it was yesterday, about marks, because we were watching the Australia women versus Japanese women. And the Japanese women were breaking a lot, and we were talking about something that I think is helpful against those teams. I don't know if your guys' opinion is on this. Is that I think a lot of people mark too close And when you're a good thrower, it doesn't actually put that much pressure when someone's marking right next to you. It actually just makes it easier to break. So there was a bit of a debate there as to like, maybe people should be marking a bit further away to stop break throws. Some people saying, no, that just makes it too easy. I don't know what you guys think as both defenders and throwers. What makes it harder or easier for you?
I guess it depends a bit on how tall the marker is. But yeah, generally, if someone is about the same height as me and comes really close, I feel like I can step around her. But I also think it has to do a lot with angle. It's not just how far you're away, but in what angle you're standing. So usually we learn a really like a 45-degree angle to the thrower. So sometimes it's called a half a mark, or not half, or 3/4 mark, sometimes like this. And when we had in Germany, we had two of the two elite camps, which was basically 4 coaches from the US came to work with players in Germany, and they taught a different approach and having a much more flat mark. And I felt that teaching this to the girls was very successful, because if the angle is too, if they stand too angled, it's much more easy to just step around and break them.
German offense will get to work here. Gunner's going to absolutely nail that one deep. Force with a huge shell of speed, laying out, strips herself as she hits the ground.
Oh, she's fast too. Incredibly fast. You can just put a disc somewhere and she will somehow touch it.
That's Vera Forsch, was that?
Yeah.
Like when that disc went up, it seemed like there was nobody close to it, and then she really got close. She really impressed the. I remember when the German women's team went to U.S. Open. I know the Ultra World staff there were really impressed with her. Said she was one of the top players they saw.
With the lefty towards the sideline.
Yeah, she is very similar to this player type you mentioned before, like the person who knows when to run and when not to clock any lane. She plays a really clean ultimate, and she knows when she has to leave a space and when she can go for a space.
Yeah, she's really a person to watch when the disc is not near her or close to her as well. So you can learn a lot from her, from spacing, timing.
There's a no-look D from the gentlewoman there. Just jumping at the right time.
I think what's really impressive with the gentle ladies is that they try to go for every disc, but they are still so aware of where their body is. You see that often when you play against them.
Nice inside find, attacking the disc well.
Yeah, it's true. I think this match has really been hard fought discs in the air, but it was not, so there was always good spirit. It was never dangerous or nasty or anything like that.
It didn't affect any of the handlers. They can't hear these pit calls with the sidelines so loud here.
High release backhand.
Great put to Verika. Here's their chance, and they shoot it.
Oh, beautiful.
Sellis and Sophie, and a great.
I was so annoyed after that.
That is the first break of the game, and what a break!
That's a situation I remember well.
Gentle is excited to take their first lead of the game.
If my commentary is correct there, that apparently was the first break of the whole game, which is quite impressive. That's what it took to get a break. You were so close there.
A great leading pass, and she just wants to shoot it deep to Lisa Sellis.
So you go up and attack it.
Goes up, great defensive effort, then it bobbles in the air and just stands and takes it down. I think Sophie would have had it.
Yeah, that's incredible how
wow,
much attention they paid to that disc. That they had like 2 safeties for one throw.
Have another look at this from the low angle this time.
That was really a team effort of gentle ladies.
Just knocking it away from the
I really thought, even at the last second there, that Lisa was going to get the disc over you, but you really did a great job to jump with a lot of power. You can see the frustrated little circle.
Yeah. It's always the situation when you think like, when you hate the world and you're like, okay, it's ultimate, stay cool, stay cool. But yeah.
I think you, if I remember correctly, I think you get one back a little later this game, so you'll make up for it.
That Gentle will mind though.
We'll see. It's really hard to get broken like that in this type of game. Germany has to keep their composure here and get another hold.
But am I right to remember that it now gets a lot more closer, and we have some really cool defenses on both sides now where this first break happened?
I think so.
She's going to shoot deep down that far sideline. Is it going to stay in bounds for Brinker? Yes, it is.
Brinker with another goal.
Yeah. To always know when to find it. Always know when a timer cuts for that score. That brings a score.
Yeah, I think this is one of the best games I've seen from her.
This game.
Definitely.
Just on fire. Brinker.
Which club does she play for?
She is living in a town that had no women's team for a long time, but now she is one of the founders of the Bono Babes, which is the ladies' team of the Bonobos in Bochum. It's in the Ruhr area. They have a solid team playing in the second league, but yeah, she tried to make the best out of it and took it in her hands, and now they have a women's team, which is really cool.
5 minutes left in this game, and if it's anything like the Open Division 2 final, that will be a
So I don't know if you know how. Like, that's what always makes me curious. If she was from an area that doesn't really have a women's team, how did she, at such a young age, be able to get to a level to play on with you at the national team level?
Pull, and it got a little air bounce there to stay a little further, a little higher.
I think one factor was that. Oh yeah, you go ahead, Simona.
Go on.
So polite. She had a great athletic level when she began to play. So this is always very beneficial, I guess. She played soccer before, so she had an awareness of this of the field. She knew how to handle 100 meter. And also, I guess it's so most of the women that don't have a women team, they just play open. So I myself grew up in an open team. I played open for half of my frisbee life. And it's just that at some tournament, somebody got aware that there's a woman, and then you ask her like, "How old are you? Do you want to join?" And yeah, that's how it works.
We like this matchup here, and we're not afraid to.
I think we just, during Talk, did we just miss your D? Was that your D that caused this? Because you guys just got the break back. We're going to watch here. Yeah. Yeah. I remember that D.
Oh, I remember that situation.
Amazing defensive energy.
I was defending this cut for 3 times, and I never was able to defend it. And so between these points, my coach was like, "You have to defend this. It's the open side." So I was like, "Oh, damn. Okay. Now I have to go for it." So it was.
You made it.
Yeah, I made it. I was so relieved afterwards, like, oh, I haven't done it a 3rd time, okay? Yeah. It was so hard to defend them.
She's got a big smile on her face. Nice throw into space. And they're going to launch a deep to Sophie. She's going to be there.
Just shy of the end zone. Knocking on the door. There's a player wide open, and they're going to take it, flip it in with a lefty backhand for the goal.
And that's that composed, gentle offense we've seen all game. Just able to shoot into space and play with their whole team. Here we see the launch deep to Sophie.
Yeah, I thought at one point it might blade too much, but it does hold its edge nicely. See all these players chasing it down. Good hustle. Sophie Sapp collecting her 3rd goal of the game as well.
Oh, nice shoulder look, Simona.
You can see the mark goes all the way around to try and stop.
Would have been nice if it would have did it earlier.
Yeah, probably.
So now the score is 12-12.
That scoreboard's wrong, I'm pretty sure. I think it's 12-all.
Yeah, it's corrected now.
What a game we have here.
And, like, are we allowed to say the words instant classic?
We can't ask for anything else. Tell your friends if they
Did
don't
you
have
ever
fan
watch
seats,
this
it's beginning
game
to get one to watch
again
this game on
after we
demand
played
later.
it?
I know what I'm doing when I get home.
Yes.
Yeah.
Many times.
You can hear the excitement building on the sidelines.
Kind
Don't
of.
know, maybe
It's running up to
2
the
or
ball.
3 times. Yeah, it's
I did not
actually
watch
it's
it too
honestly
often.
one of my it's one of my favorite games we had as this team or as a youth national team.
Yeah, with the German offense getting into a rhythm, deciding just to change things up a bit, especially with these big energizing plays.
Sidelines are getting louder and louder. That can make it a lot harder to keep your composure in a zone offense.
And I think the year afterwards, they had this EY Podi Award where you could send in, as a youth player, a video of you. It was, I think 5 Ultimate did that. And I sent in a video, and it had very many scenes of this game, because we usually don't have too much footage of us playing. And so my boyfriend edited the video, and he must have watched the game like 50 times too. It was really nice of him. Yeah, but so I saw many of the scenes again and again.
Germany is all over this coverage. Every disc is contested so far.
Gerner peels off to try and get the layout D on that. Is not successful.
Fakes the around break, can't quite get it. Stall count must be rising by now.
Oh, and they break us again. This time was my fault.
Nice effort from Anna there.
13-12. Gentle takes the lead. I haven't heard the horn
I think
yet,
one thing that you can sometimes see when Gentle scores, that in this season we were very good at high-fiving all our players that just defended the game before. I think it's really important that even though you might not have scored, that you get appreciated that you tried to defend it. So it's not easy with such a small squad to do that, but I still think we managed it good. And especially the players who were not playing, like Helen and Kata and Lisa, they were doing so much very valuable sideline support of giving high fives and filling up water bottles and motivating people. That was really valuable.
Make amazing grabs under pressure.
Got everything so far. Got wide momentum swings, huge plays, tips, second efforts. This is quite something.
Here we are, the score is 13-12, Gentle Ladies leading.
Do you remember any thoughts? This is a part of the game, it's super late, now you're down a break in a game that there weren't that many breaks. Was there, where you know, they say you should just play every point like it's 0-0, but can you remember any, like, feeling nervous or anything?
Gentle coming out with that wall zone again.
Or are you guys just really good at mental toughness?
After that transition. They've been so effective at doing.
I would not say that we're generally very good in that, but that game,
this goes back to Gerner.
I think we managed to somehow keep calm. Or not, as you saw my throw.
Oh, God. I was just about to say that I'm really confident in our O-line, and also in this game I had just so much, yeah, I felt so confident the whole time. And as you can see, we got it back.
Maybe we had the favor of the underdog somehow, because we did not come to this tournament with thinking we could win it. So it was a bit, yeah, we enjoyed the moment very much. So everything we could achieve there was another point. So it was a bit easier than if you go into this game with expectations. Or with high expectations.
Not sure what's going on. Love to see some hand signals here, but some type of call. I think maybe that somebody tried to call the disc down, but I'm pretty sure it was up. You can see there on the replay. I think she was able to scoop it up.
Definitely gets the one hand under it. Doesn't know with the disc. That's the throw she wanted earlier that was Deed. Weaving that inside-out backhand through the cup. Germany off to the races. A nice bit of the gauntlet there.
Can they stop? Can they stop Brinker in the end zone? You know she's going to want this score. She's been getting them all game. There she goes for it. Brinker again. Ties the game up, 13-13. Belgium with a huge missed opportunity there to take the first 2-point lead of the game. But they do still have the advantage.
Just for clarity, we just got into the cap +2, so it's
Just
game
on
to
burning
15.
that backhand down the line.
Oh, it's a bit of a pity we only maximum of 3 points left.
Because we kind of changed the rules a little bit.
Can we not let them play forever? Is that not a thing?
So Liam asked in the last game if any Tom's Tourney games actually go to 15. I guess this is one that did make it. Both offenses were so efficient, even in the smaller amount of time you guys managed to score this this quickly.
It's just a scene, really. See Tisson staying on for this D point. I like that call. She's been a huge energy provider for them. She got that excellent layout D last time they came out on defense.
Benji's talking about you, I think.
He's going to put it as well.
It's going to sail to about the brick mark. And Germany coming out with a 1-3-3.
Oh,
huge layout bid from
Tisson again. Lovely little hammer over the top.
She's got plenty of time.
Long create isolated in space. Throw a little
Nice
floaty backhand
Oh,
over the
close.
top.
It's amazing how they're still able to hammer, because it was quite windy, as I remember.
I'm scything it through. Good catch by
It's
the
still
receiver,
Ella.
falling down. Good focus on it.
She has amazing technique.
But now regaining their composure, they're on their own doorstep. And there's the throw. And Tisson with the D!
Yeah, Tisson.
Yeah.
Tisson is just playing huge on this German defense.
I remember
This is the D I
our
remember.
coach playing at the standing at the sideline and shouting at me, "Get this D!" or something like this. I was like, okay, I'm going to try. Yeah, and then I just fell over.
Launches it deep. There's going to be coverage underneath.
Snagged out of the air by Link.
Almost give it right back.
Yeah, that was a know your receiver throw. It's just
yeah,
get it, Laura.
Laura saved you there.
There's the around pass.
Breaking it again.
Yeah, I think now we were a little bit nervous at that point.
Back in. She's going to shoot deep
Yeah.
looking for rifling. It's going to just sail over the
But trust your
Did you notice how Laura was like not in her head, like throw this deep?
Didn't see it.
So my receiver, she was just nodding, telling me to throw it deep.
Here we're going to see her launch this disc.
Now you see her.
There's her throw.
Yeah, it's good awareness of the defensive positioning, because sometimes, even though she's on the correct side of the disc, it's really hard to read it when it's coming over your head to get a D on it.
On fire. Watching her 5th assist of the game, it's along with, I can make it at least 3 huge blocks.
And putting tons of pressure. She's doing everything she can for this team, putting the team on her back now.
Yeah, Ripon getting her first goal of the game as well. The Germans will look to kill this one off here if they can.
They are taking Tisson off, trying to save her for that universe point probably if it comes to that.
Yeah, she's just having a phenomenal game here. Gona's going to pull for this German
I'm
team.
so excited, even though I know the outcome.
Very ready. Hoping to put this offense in nice and easy. Bring it to an exciting thriller at the end of this game. The score is now 13-14. If Germany can score here, they will be your Tom's Tourney champions.
Yeah, it was not easy having the offense from that side where Gentle's starting now, because the pulls were so long because of the wind.
A lot of pressure, and it's going to be defended.
And Germany with the short field here.
It's Ripon again, stealing through.
Just a few meters to work with if they punch this in. They are champions of this tournament.
You can tell the tension, you can feel the excitement. The crowd really ramped up. It is loud in here. It is loud. Looking to get Noyes down the line.
So far, great coverage from Gentle. There's the around pass. Is there continuation swing? Not yet. Disc is back, closer to that forced sideline.
It's good defense from Gentle to start at least.
Yes.
Marcus comes off into that lane. They take the reset to Gerner.
Sophie's going to have to hold her mark here. Has to be a bit more disciplined and not give up the break passes if she can. Lisa Sellis now on the mark. With
yeah, they pressure us to go backwards quite some meters.
Popping up.
Oh, we got the Irish boy coming in for the last point.
Great coverage by Gentle, forcing a lot of passes here on this end zone.
May or may not be the last point, Ravi. Who knows?
Is she going to have it?
I do.
It's inbounds. Germany under 24. Your Tom's Tourney 2017 women's champions. And what a championship game for them there. Amazing match from both sides. Gentle has to keep their heads high. That was a great game up until the
Had
end.
either of you won like many big tournaments like this before? Was this a pretty unique feeling for you?
Wow, what a game.
I need a lie down.
I think I've never won such a... Oh, I did. I'm not sure. It was too sad.
I think it was the first time winning such a big tournament. So I think there were like under 20 European championships, but it's always something different because at this tournament here, Tom's Tourney, you have, it's much more visible because you have more spectators. And so I think at this size, it was the first tournament for me. So
actually, I'm not sure, Simona.
Yeah.
Didn't we play Didn't we play Windmill the year before with?
True, it was the year before. I was thinking
team?
about it the whole time, which was the first. No. Yeah, you're right, Caro.
So I think we
I
won
got it wrong.
Windmill the year before with the women's national team, and then that year, but it was the first. So for me, the Windmill game was it was really cool being a part of it, but this time we were more involved. It was part our responsibility how this game would end. So it's very different to just being a rookie on a very good team or being responsible for a good team to score.
Yeah, true.
I've got some questions. We've seen several German players participate in the Eurostars tour. I think you've had Levka and Nikki Preen. Is there any other players you'd like to see doing it, or would you like to do it yourself?
Who first?
You start.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I thought about playing it, and I wanted to after Perth, which was in 2018, I wanted to apply for the tour, but then I got injured and it wasn't possible for me. And the last year it just didn't fit my personal university schedule. So far time and health, I'd say, didn't fit. I can't say what the future will bring.
Yeah, I think we have quite some players who would have the potential to go for this. So sure, Levke, Anna, Nikki, Yanni, they are really good players. But I also think we have some more players that would be that are just good enough as well to play such a tour. And I'm really interested or curious how the next years will turn out, or who will stand out, because this last season we had the Europeans and the US Open, where people that were maybe not too experienced before had one or two very special events. They could take a lot of experience with them. So maybe if we have had a world championship this year, other persons would have stood out as well.
Sorry, maybe I misunderstood the question. I thought you were asking whether Caro and I did apply. I totally agree with
both.
Caro.
Okay. I asked both, so you answered.
So you each answered one, so that's perfect.
Great.
shared work.
So I applied to one time, but then afterwards it was just not possible because I'm coaching the under-20 girls here in Germany, and it's always at the same time, like the tour that they have their event. So it's so the under-20 girls are clearly my priority for that.
Were you surprised with the performances of the German national team last year in Hungary? I think I picked Germany to win the women's division. Obviously, they did not.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
Liam with the
maybe if
tough
you would have
questions
asked us before the event, we maybe would have been so keen to think we win it, and that might have been our biggest mistake, having such a good season before, and then yeah, it was very unexpected for us, so we I think it was a lot about mental toughness then in these few points. I guess we had a very good tournament and we had some very bad points in a moment that was just the moment where we should have had at least some okay points. Yeah.
That's kind of like a, I don't want to be harsh, but maybe we could ask you guys if you feel the same way, just as an observer. It seems kind of, it's happened a few times with Germany women that you have a very good season, and then at the big tournament, it doesn't go so well. You talked about winning Windmill. I think that was the year. Was that the World's year? Or was that the Euros year? I think it was. Maybe it was the World's year. But even the year before that, you also had a good season. And then at Euros, it was, you saw Finland and Switzerland in the final, and then in the Worlds also. I remember Switzerland beat Germany. Maybe I think you guys finished higher than them, but Switzerland did beat Germany at London at some point at the tournament. I remember talking to some of my friends on the Swiss team. So it seems to me that it's kind of a strange pattern that you guys in the regular season or in the preparation phases, you guys look like the best team in Europe by far, and then all of a sudden at the big tournament,
I think he's saying you choke a lot. I think that's what he's saying. He's trying to say you choke a lot.
I'm trying to say it in a nice way, but wondering if that's something that you guys feel and talk about. So the German side.
Yes, it's of course something we thought about as well, and I think you can say that generally if you don't have the pressure to perform, it may be easier at some points to perform really, really well and have a really good game. And yeah, I think you're right that sometimes we struggled with when we had to perform at a point.
Yeah, I also think that maybe this success during the season contributes a bit to what we expect from ourselves at such a tournament like World or European Championship, and that adds just onto this pressure, this general pressure you have when you're on a European Championship, and it becomes much more likely to choke under pressure. That's yeah, I think we can just name it. But I also think that this entire topic of mental toughness gets more and more into the awareness of coaches in the adult and the youth divisions, and it's something that we try to tackle because, yeah, you're totally right. We had a lot of teams in both single gender divisions who had successful preparation seasons, and then at the event they failed at the moment where it counted the most.
Cool. Boris, did they send you some photos they wanted to put up, or is Boris sleeping? They're back. They had a couple of photos. Were you able to get those up, or?
Let me just check.
I also want to see your cat on stage.
My cat.
Maybe not right now, but you know.
Okay.
Some stage.
Yeah, I'll turn on the cat cam a little bit.
While he's doing that, you talked a bit about how you guys developed, and maybe that's just the answer because you stayed together from the youth. But one thing that Germany, I think, has, especially in the women's national team program, different than a lot of other countries in Europe, is that you do really have women from many different clubs come together, whereas a lot of other top national teams are generally made up of a big group of one of their top clubs, or one or two of their top clubs. Do you find it hard to generate chemistry with a national team program like that, or what are some of the reasons why you're able to still be such a strong team with that challenge in place?
I think the competition between those many teams is part of what makes strong players. So we have quite a big player base to draw from. I think it's only in the beginning of the season a bit harder to find those connections, but we work a lot on that on our training camps, and we meet quite frequently to get this chemistry. So I don't think it's a huge challenge, because that's what you just do on training camps. You try to find a language that you all speak on the field, and if you then add many very good players to it, they should play some okay ultimate, I guess. So yeah.
Right, I found
Yeah, so what do you guys want to say about this photo?
Oh, yeah, this was at was it the Friday or the Saturday evening, but we really got involved into the spike ball sessions going on. And when I looked at the pictures from the Tom's Tourney tournament, yeah, this picture just reflects how much fun we had apart from the games there. And what I also really like about this picture is all of us being on the picture also made the step into the women's squad. So yeah, it's just a great memory of showing ultimate friendship and yeah, happy people.
Yeah, that was also taken at Tom's Tourney, as you can see on the flag. And we used it as our Facebook profile picture for quite a long time. And this #team was our hashtag that guided us through the season. So we wanted to be a team, act like a team, play like a team. And this was like one of the most appreciated pictures, because it pictured the moment where we won Tom's Tourney and we were at a place where we really wanted to be. So this is a really good memory for this season as well.
Yeah, it also somehow reflects what happened during that season, what is still kind of going on in the German women's ultimate scene, I think, because our coaches, Marco and Max, they put so much work into it. And after this season, in my opinion, you could also really feel that a lot of the players there had a change or a shift in their role in their club team. So they started having a more important role there, and this just kind of gave a push into the women's scene, I think.
Nice. And is there anything that you like this is the Tom's Tourney stream, so what are some things that you find unique about Tom's Tourney and the tournament, and just some memories you have, maybe besides winning it, obviously, but what else do you like about the tournament in Bruges?
So a fun fact I'd like to share, it is also linked with the final we just saw, but we were so happy about it afterwards that during the men's final, which was going on after our final, we were running around in the background of the game and were celebrating and dancing so much. So if you have a spare moment and don't know what to do, have a look at the men's final, and then you can see us jumping around and celebrating in the background. And this also just symbolizes Tom's Tourney is a tournament, high level ultimate, but people have fun there and just spend great time there.
Yeah, I also think that's one of the unique things in these European level tournaments that we have, like Tom's Tourney and Windmill, that they are so much fun. They have competitive ultimate as well, and you can really feel like that this sport has a community. You meet so many familiar faces. And also, I think that Tom's Tourney is always very well organized. We never had any problems. The fields are, or I like that the fields are a bit spread out. So every time you move your location, it's a new mindset. You can go to that field and play. This is the field where you play gentle, and this is the field where you play jinx, and I like it when it's a bit more spread out. And also, I remember very well, one of my favorite moments was a layout on the really fresh artificial turf. I think you had maybe the year before. I just remember one year we came there and there was a new artificial turf, and it was so fluffy. It was just so nice to run and jump on it. You were so fast, and every time you did a layout, everything, just the tiny black things, they just went everywhere. But it was a really cozy grass. I loved it.
Nice.
Did you camp or did you stay in a hostel or something like that? Where did you stay?
That year we were in a hostel, but I also camped in other years.
Me too.
Which do you prefer?
But we always maybe the hostel. but we always stayed the entire evening, and we had dinner there, which is also a very special thing at Tom's Tourney, that you have these long tables where you can socialize with other teams. And but having a proper mattress is just nice at a 3-day tournament.
Were you allowed to drink after you'd won the game? Were you allowed to consume alcohol? Did you want to consume alcohol, or?
I don't remember.
So you had a lot then.
No.
No, I think
maybe you have
didn't.
to ask Simona.
So as long as we were under 20 players, we had a really strict no alcohol policy. I think when we got older, it was not that our coaches would control us, but so we're in a national team and we're there to perform, and so nobody would do something stupid. So I think everybody acted responsible.
And I also think that we did not open this huge bottle that we were awarded. I think Anna took it, and nobody knows what happened then.
Yeah, I can't remember actually.
I know that Anna.
That's why she didn't want to come on the stream. She knew we'd ask her about that bottle.
Maybe
That's what happened.
It's the only thing I remember from winning Tom's Tourney.
Oh, me and Ravi, the only ones that haven't won Tom's Tourney. I feel bad now.
The only ones, on this stream that haven't won Tom's Tourney. No,
yeah,
have not. All right, thanks for coming out, girls, and good luck in the future. Hopefully, we'll get to see you at some tournament in the future. I don't know if either of your clubs are maybe eligible to get into the XUCF that would be in Bruges in October, but maybe if we're crossing our fingers, it could happen.
Yeah. Yeah, we have to see
Looking
what
forward
comes.
to play Ultimate again at some point.
All right.
Cool. So
Thank you
Boris,
very
what's
much.
next? Are you gonna go? Are we gonna do this?
Yeah, thanks for having
recap
us.
of 2018.
Yeah.
We're gonna go for the 2018
Thanks.
season.
That was a great game. That was a fantastic game.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So good.
Thanks for coming by.
Thank you.
All right, so we're joined here by PJ, who's going to be
PJ.
Wacht, ik ben nog even...
He's still setting up.
Did he shave his beard in the last hour or two and make a mustache?
He's got the mustache.
yeah, you lost, Liam. Hi.
No, no.
How are you?
I'm good. I like the we call it a
it's
soup
good, eh?
strainer. You're straining your soup.
I don't know what it means, but
soup snort. All right, so we're gonna talk a bit about Tom's tourney, obviously. You've seen
fuck,
quite.
we zijn al heel tijd live.
Yes, we're live and live.
Okay, cool.
So you've been to quite a few Tom's tourneys. You practically grew up on Tom's tourney, I guess.
Yes.
But you've also played with many different teams. You played with Free Speed, you played with Frisbees, with the Belgian Open and stuff. What's it like? Is it a different feeling?
Yeah, of course, there's a different feeling between the three teams. First of all, yeah, my first tournament, my first team was obviously Frisbees, and I started playing as a kid. And then it was always hard to combine playing and organizing during the tournament. But then I grew up a little bit, and then it even became harder because you need to party, you need to organize, and you need to play. So that was obviously a really hard task to do, but so much fun. And then I played with Free Speed, and actually that was the first time for me. I came in a really structured and competitive organization where they play frisbee on a whole other level than we did in Bruges. So that was a unique experience for me. It was the time of the year we went to Lecco. I joined them at TournE, and we made a run to finals. So that was really, really extraordinary for me. And then also with Belgium, the perspective is a little bit different. You want to go for a final, or you want to go for a win. So yeah, the tournament is a little bit different, but we didn't succeed with Belgium, so that's kind of pity.
But if I recall correctly, then Frisbees is the only team with which you won Tom's tourney, actually.
Yeah, it was the best moment ever for me personally in my ultimate career. And that was a really amazing performance from the whole squad, from the whole organization of Frisbees. That was a dream came true.
It's one of the few things I remember from that final is we were standing next to each other for that picture that was taken, and I said to you like I can't really grasp what's going on, and you were looking at me like me neither, like I could never imagine winning this tournament with Frisbees, and we were both a bit lost, and I think we started drinking them, and we were totally lost then.
Yeah, for me personally, it was an amazing weekend, especially because I had my ankle smashed by a bowling ball, Liam. So I wasn't fit, and I played 2 weeks before with an injection in my ankle. So I wasn't sure I could play. And then the guys played an amazing tournament, the whole squad, in our run to Cincinnati. And yeah, for us the tournament was just perfect. We won every game, and everything was on our side. For once, we won universe points instead of losing them. We won in the big moments, and then eventually we even won the tournament. That was a really amazing performance from the whole squad.
How come you always end up in a battle with Davide in some weird way at Tom's tourney? And have you ever lost one of those battles?
Why you come up in battle with Davide, I don't know, because he probably is. He wants to be challenged a lot, and then why I always join him is probably because we have some drinks on the evening, and then I do stupid stuff sometimes. And
have
no,
you ever
I
lost,
don't think
or
I ever lost
him?
a battle against Davide. No, that would be not so cool and stupid.
I think I lost an arm wrestle to him before, so
yeah,
I think that's acceptable.
That could happen.
Yeah, that's probably also one of the challenge I would lose.
Do you still have,
you definitely lose
contact?
To me.
Oh, sorry. Do you still have a lot of contact with the Free Speed boys? And are you planning to playing with them more, or do you think that's a bit ended?
I still have contact with them. It's been for 6 years now. I was able to play with them, which I really like. I still really like to play with them. For the future, I don't know. With the coronavirus right now, I don't know. I wasn't planning to play with them this year because I couldn't commit for Tom's tourney and Windmill, and regionals, but with the coronavirus right now, it might change, and maybe I'll get a spot on the roster for finals, but I'm not sure yet. Yeah, Robin, some nice pictures. Yeah, it's great.
Is it true they call you the millionaire? Someone told me that was your nickname on the team.
Yeah, that's my nickname, but I don't have a lot of money, so. And they are Swiss and they have a lot of money.
It's actually come that way because of commentary, because your surname sounds, well, when it's pronounced in English, it sounds a bit like millionaire. It's more or less
I
like the
think
cable
it was
guy
the
that
first
they have.
time in Lecco, some reporter
Yeah.
called me. He tried to call the Mullenare, but he didn't. That didn't work out for him, and he pronounced the millionaire or something. And that was the reason they called me like this sometimes.
Amateurs.
Yeah.
I think that was that the game against
it's
Furious.
not
I think it was Liam Rosen doing that probably.
Yeah, it was a game against Furious. But he actually can speak Dutch, so that's funny. Pronouncing it wrong.
He's very good at languages. He was learning Chinese and Mandarin there recently. But not as good as commentary, as we find out.
Sorry?
I said I'm the best Liam commentator. I just want to make that clear for everyone.
Can you pronounce my name?
Peter Jan de Mullenaar?
Yeah, that's good. It's okay.
That's okay. It's
De
okay.
Mullenara, right? There's you say
yeah,
De Mullenara?
better.
Yeah.
But I lived in Holland for
All
9 years, so for 7 years, so.
Is there anything specific that you remember about that final with Frisbees? Like the first thing.
Yeah, like I said before, everything was just right that weekend. We had a really good atmosphere within the team. We were all buddies. There was no one. We didn't have any issues at the team. We were all friends and we all fight for each other. I think this is one of the main reasons. We came so far. We also introduced the wolf pack shout over there, and that's because the strength of the wolf is the pack, and I think that really that really made us perform really good. It's also with all the homeboys from St. Kruis. They all live like 1 kilometer from the field, from the main field where the final was played. So that's really amazing for us. We played for friends and family. We had a really big crowd. In our opinion, we had a big crowd, and I really know. I know it was a really team effort, and we had some luck. We had some few chuck turnovers in the end, and then we managed to score those defensive or those turnovers. And an amazing day, an amazing end of a tournament, an amazing celebration afterwards. Even cleaning up the whole tournament was never that much fun. We were all quite drunk, but that was really good time. It's really sad we're now in our home doing a chat here. That's also cool, but it's not the same.
I think I remember, Boris, at the end of this game, I think you were supposed to give me a ride to the train station, and then you got drunk, and then you had to find somebody else to give me a ride.
Yeah, well, I promised that before the tournament started, and well, I never could have thought that I would end up in that situation. So yeah,
it's fine. I understood. I got my way to the train station eventually.
It was Lolo that drove both of us there, so thank you to Lolo.
Yeah.
Do you remember the semi-final though? I think the semi-final was maybe more controversial than the final.
Mm-hmm.
What was your memories of it?
Yeah, kind of the same. We were lucky. We were down the whole game. I think one break, and then at the end, Seba did an amazing defense by shutting his player down, and then he threw a flick towards the other side of the field. I think Ref caught it, and then time was over and we won. That was really weird because then afterwards, yeah, the tournament director came and what are the rules? So it's not the kind of end of game you want. We wanted to play another point, but the rules were the rules, and it was over. So it felt like, yeah, this is kind of weird, but at the end, I think we deserve it. And for us, it was a good thing. Time was over.
It's a little bit my mistake there. I made the jingles, and it was like for Time's Up jingle, there was the Johnny Cash thing, and it was actually music before it said Time's Up and music after. And if you just hear the music, you didn't know whether it was Time's Up or not, like had it already been said or not, because time is up exactly when the jingle says it. And we had heard Time's Up call during the jingle, I think just before Seba did the D, but no one was listening to the jingle because we all were watching that defense. And then the disc was caught and the jingle was still running. So the Chevron guys thought that the jingle was still running, so time was still running. But then you had to explain, like, no, the call went before, and we tried to review it on stream, but we couldn't get an exact timing there as well. So it was really, and they were saying, like, you're tournament directors, you're trying to bend the rules in your advantage, which we were not. But I can understand them saying that.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I was doing commentary.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, let's just play another point. I had my headphones on as well, so I never heard the jingle. I'm like, one more point. I was like, I don't care what the rules are. I want another point, just because it was such a good game. Yeah, you were ahead for maybe like 20 seconds in total that whole entire game.
Yeah,
that's
true. We were also ready to take another offensive point and jam it in, but
we said we didn't have
you would have as well.
Yeah, this is a difficult situation, and the stupid thing was that we had the same situation with Chuck versus Free Speed. Like their semifinal also ended that way, with the last throw being thrown when time was up, and oh, cheers.
Oh, I got to get another.
Nice. You got the glass as well. I'll have a glass. Everyone has a British shot glass but me.
I got to grab another beer. I'll be right back.
So in the end, I reckon, like, okay, I have to make these jingles different. I have to really put in some kind of air horn or something, which I did. And jingles have been like that for years, and we never had that problem. And it happens twice in 1 year, and just in the semi-final, which was a little bit shit. But okay.
Yeah. Was it both semi-finals and finals went to Universe Point that year?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That was they were all so much fun to watch, and I just wanted the games to keep going because I was enjoying them so much as a commentator and a fan. I think all those teams, Free Speed, Jack, Chevron, yourselves were really, really good, and it was really entertaining Ultimate, and I would have loved to watch 100-minute games, 200-minute games, as much as possible. So, yeah, that was a good year. That was a great year.
It was great.
60-minute games are really good for frisbees.
Yeah. I think 20-minute games would be really good for frisbees.
No, we need 50 minutes to get ahead. So.
Yeah. Or we might start sometimes sloppy, so we need to retake that and then try to win in 60 minutes.
Should we start the game, Boris? I think we've talked enough about it. Let's start watching.
I think we can. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Caroline Thiston
it is
still
my
here.
distinct and unique pleasure to invite you here to Bruges, Belgium, at the tail end of what has been a fantastic
There's
weekend.
the best
A
Irish
beautiful
commentator out there,
Sunday in the
Lorcan
early
Murray.
days of May.
Liam
Where
Grant,
else would
same
you want to
person.
be in the world than where you are right now with us before the final, the third in a trifecta of excellent competitive games to put the finishing flourish on this magnificent iteration of Tom's Tourney. Fighting in the black, the hometown heroes, Frisbees, are going to lock horns with the French champions, Shaq. It promises to be a scintillating battle, black versus white. It will be anything but monochrome. I am Lorcan Murray, and it's my distinct pleasure to be joined by the infamously informed Ravi Vasudevan.
Yes, Lorcan, and we're going to see a great matchup here. These
Lorcan's
two teams
so
both
good.
won their semifinals.
He's so much better than all of us. I don't know what he's doing, not being commentator at every single event for everything.
We see a turnover quite early, very different than the final.
I remember the Czech guys always when the pool went up, they did these seagull sounds, like the cawing.
Yeah.
And that was so frustrating when you had to catch it, and which was my job, I know. But it was really like some extra stress that was put onto you, like these sounds. Crazy.
So perhaps
I played Shaq a couple times. One thing at least I remember from them is that they really run the pull down and they put the D, like they really work to put the D on right away. From the couple times I played them.
Like it should be.
Yeah. But still, a lot of teams don't do it even at high levels. But they,
yeah,
they
I know.
Full nerves here in front of the crowd. That is very similar for Frisbees as well as PJ. Dumoulin plays it down the line to Yonkers. Yonkers looking for options, and this time makes no mistake with the smooth score to Tavale.
Great stuff. We're going to see a lot of stuff from Tavale, Dumoulin, and Yonkers. Look at those names, because those guys are going to be key cogs.
PJ, who's the toughest matchup you've had in Europe? Somebody who's guarding you.
Usually plays for free
it's Holger Beutemüller.
But he has built his team up.
I think that's the toughest guy to defend on. Or do you mean the other way around?
You can do both.
Tell me both.
Holger is the hardest guy to defend on because he's so explosive. He has a massive body, and he does a really good. Well, he has a really good body work. Yeah, and then if you catch the disc, the chance is really big that he throws an assist, or otherwise he just scores a point. So he's so dangerous and fast and big. And his cutting is also really explosive, and that's hard to defend, especially for me because his first steps are really fast.
And who's the hardest defender that you have to go against in Europe?
French offense that is led by Espita, a man who will throw damn near
I think that's a tougher question.
all the better when there's a crowd. Someone to show off to.
There aren't any wrestling games with Davide.
Yeah, wrestling game with Davide. Now, probably the guys who are faster in the first steps are really hard to get loose from. And I also think Holger is always in a threat if he's behind or in front of you. So I might pick him.
A straight dunk. Espita springing around to Becquet. Becquet looks to the middle, decides he doesn't like it. And this zone from Belgium, or at least this kind of poachy defense that they were trying to play, is designed to stop the inside breaks and big around throws. There's a big around throw from Espita, launching it deep to the end zone. Becquet underneath it and takes it down emphatically.
I believe that is Sokolski that came down with that one. Sokolski making big plays like that all game in the semifinal and making one here early on in Chuck's first O-line point. One adjustment they made compared to the showcase game like yesterday, Lorcan, is that they took Mathieu Bosset and put him on the D-line. They were having trouble getting breaks against Chevron, and they realized that they actually have a very good O-line without him. He's one of the best players on their team, but they trust the rest of their offensive players enough to put Bosset on the D-line to try and generate breaks. He had the task of taking on Luca Miglioretto and had a very tough time of it in the semifinal. I'm interested to see what matchup he's going to take here. Probably either Peter-Jan Dumoulin or Rafael Yonkers, I would guess.
Well, Miglioretto is...
That was a good jump from Bruce.
Shot down. I am very interested to see
he's got another D in later.
To try and
the same situation.
Is not in on this point.
Maybe a bit of injuries, maybe a bit of shaken up, not really ready.
EJ, how often have
but
you
we'll see
and
if he
Ref
jumps on
competed
later on
in
this
the
game.
air, and who usually wins that battle?
To Yonkers. Yonkers looking around.
Not too often.
Get free from him.
It's
in the form
yeah,
of
it's
De
sad
Valle.
we didn't have too many chances yet.
Yonkers, De
But
Valle. There's the younger Yonkers.
I
Close to his
remember
brother.
he had me
Two
once
walkers.
last year in indoor
Going to Worlds
finals.
with Frisbees.
But this
to
year I
bring them to
took
the
him
final.
back.
That is
So
a
it's
beautiful
1-1 there.
Stuber somehow
And
stolen away.
outdoor, I
And
don't
that's
know.
just how PJ works. You put it vaguely in his vicinity, and he
yeah,
takes
practices
it down. It looked like
would
Gillo
have
had
been
that
really
all
great with
day.
the national team
There
this
seems
year,
to be
but
a call on the play. I don't know exactly what's going on. Maybe
it's,
a pick.
It's sad it's over.
No hand signals. No hand signals. Not really sure
So,
what's going on.
I don't know yet.
It's going to go back to De Moulin.
But what a grab.
Okay, it's
by
1-1 is the
said that-
score.
Again,
I'll
Gillo
try and...
had his position. He laid out, put his incredibly long arm over Gillo's shoulder.
Yeah, we got to keep track of that.
caught the scuba.
Hopefully there's a season. Hopefully there's a Worlds next year, so you'll get some more
that many points in the semifinal.
practice with Ref.
I hope so too.
Ankle in February and is nursing it a bit. Really wants to be ready for Worlds.
That classic ultimate injury, bowling ball to the ankle.
But in this season in 2018, you guys didn't have a lot at practice, or I guess maybe you were recovering from injury too much, or I don't know.
Yeah, we did have a lot of practice, but we were both on the same line most of the time.
Oh yeah,
since,
true.
Raphael was a practice and pickup. When he came from Brussels, we played with our O&D line, so we most of the time we played together.
Slightly. They get in the end with a huge layout block on the
And maybe
end
Raf
zone
remembers
line.
some
Get
skies.
that out of here.
That is a big play there.
See, Ref, if you're in the chat, do you remember any other times you and PJ battled?
Doing
Let
a
us
lot of
know.
offensive work in the last game against Free Speed. Now he seems to be getting onto the D line, and you can see why here.
So now, Shock with another chance, their second chance of the game to get a break. They squandered their first on a throwaway. And that
Is there a point where we didn't turn?
And a big hook
this
going
final?
all the way down.
Yeah. We started out
But he can't get
quite
there in time as
sloppy, but
Oczynski
after
comes
that,
in and steals it
we
away.
didn't have
Immediately
turnovers
gets it to
anymore.
Descan.
In my,
Swings it around,
that's
and we've
how
got
I
a hook
remember
going in
it.
the opposite
And this one is
direction.
insane.
Yonkers underneath it. Skies 2!
Oh.
Shack players, we've got ourselves a war, ladies and gentlemen.
That was ridiculous. First the D by Oczynski, who's one of the Moon Catchers players, and then that pass. It looked good to Yonkers
Yeah, I
starting
think
out, but
Oczynski is
Bichon got
a
under it.
really
Bichon is a beast in the
undervalued
air,
player in
but
this
Yonkers
game.
going
Like
up
the
and
amount of Ds
ruined
that
the
he's
sky
generated,
here
the amount of-
as Frisbees get a point
He's
on the
fast,
board.
he's good at cutting.
And Garros, no slouch
And you have to watch the
Bichon is
speed
so
on the
upset at
back
himself.
end.
a ladder.
That brings a score
His
up
back
to
end is so
2-1 for the
fast.
Frisbees, I
Ref is
believe.
almost
Still
already in.
everything
Oh,
on
that's something
serve.
else.
There's another look at the fantastic grab by De Moulin. Take that disc.
That's your
Away
extended
from the
arm.
attention of Gillo.
Here we see the D from Oczynski.
Kablamo.
Oh. That was the D from Robles.
This one.
Now the big huck. Look at this.
was
Look at
yours,
this
though.
positioning and then this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look how high he gets, Lorcan. That's a posterize if I've ever seen it.
Oh, that's going to be used in the ad for Tom's Tourney 2019. I can guarantee you that.
Wow. So things are off to a pretty hot start here, Lorcan, as Chalk bring out their O-line for the second time this game.
And after what has been an incredibly warm weekend, things still finding a way to heat up in the closing exchanges. As here comes Espida. And that initial poachy, zone-ish look from Frisbees in an attempt to limit the immediate lethality of this Shack offense. You can see Bosse back there on the O-line. As now they're looking around for options. It's a beautiful
Chat's
play.
very quiet this
Sikorski
game.
on the sideline.
Got like 70 people
Trying to get
watching,
back
no one's
into the
saying
middle. They do
anything.
it in the form of Espida. A Belgian
Send
himself.
us some questions in the chat if you're watching.
In this instance.
All the Frisbees boys are watching together, so
Eventually
probably
get it to the far
conversing
sideline.
in there.
Trying to play it back into the middle.
Their own chat.
Becca and Espida both there. Espida lashes one. We know that's what he wants to do. Sokolski, can he make it 2 for 2? He does.
That one a bit easier there for Sasha Sokolski. Such a good player, and Espida putting the throws like he likes to do. What a good O-line. I really love the O-line stuff I've been seeing out of Chalk. They were very, very efficient against Chevron last night.
Sasha was
as
really
well,
good this
moving
game,
the
too.
disc extremely quickly, hitting those big throws from Espida to open things up.
Yeah,
But
he's
the
a-
problem
he's
they
an-
had against
an-
Chevron
he is an
were
amazing
some mental
player. Yeah.
mistakes. It was Becker last night that had a couple
We did
throwaways
some,
and a drop that maybe allowed
Reviews
Chevron to
because we
get some
played
breaks.
them in
Here you see the
Cincinnati
throw again
so
into the
we
hands
analyzed
of
the whole
Sokolski.
game, and
The question
he
is,
was like
they have
one
the
of the
movement,
main guys
they have the
who
players,
always
but
was
can they
involved
keep the mental
into
focus throughout this whole
their
game? That is
offensive
the difference that they
line.
need to do.
It was the last game of, it was the 5th game of the day as well. The
Yeah,
last game
he's a
of
great
Saturday.
cutter. so it's free downfield.
It was so close for the majority of it before it slipped away. We've seen their mental
I
fortitude.
don't know how well I don't like watching the AUDL that much, so I didn't see how well he did with the Royale this year.
The semi-final that I watched, Frisbees were able to get
I think he probably did quite okay.
They did it scoring to win the game and make it 11-10.
We could talk a little bit about
I
more.
thought they'd have a bigger impact. I heard that like a French line going for a while.
Right now, Frisbees are getting their
yeah, they had like
here.
six French guys,
2018 Open
which I think were 6 of their best players.
And of course, they go to PJ straight away. Gello has got such a big task to try and shut down that man. Yonkers with the disc. Plays beautifully down the line, but there's a miscommunication. They were almost spared their blushes, but
I also know another guy who's really hard to defend.
So now, Shaq with another chance for a break.
From
pick it up.
Oh yeah?
Also, almost impossible to defend.
Can't quite get it off in time. Just about able to get it to the form of Bichon. So now Bichon.
He'd like to hear that. He has a big ego.
Sending. Slow. Stuck on that sideline, so they get it off to Gello. And Gello goes for a big leaping inside break, but it's not good enough. Frisbee's able to steal in and maintain their offense. Chance now for the hold. As Dumoulin working with Yonkers all the way down the pitch. They've
Ref
got a
and
few
PJ
options ahead
show.
of them. Eventually, they get it into the middle, and there's the break to Yonkers for the score. Nice transition offense to Valle. He's going to be important all game long, as are the two Yonker brothers and PJ. They took it on themselves and rushed it.
That's the second time that the Frisbees had turned the disc over.
How old is
often
Jonas?
this season did he...
was not able to capitalize. This was a story that was very similar in their semi-final.
He
They got a couple
is
Ds
at
against
this moment.
Frisbee, but were never able to capitalize until they brought in
He's
the
what?
power
Sorry?
line and threw in some of their O-line players.
Yonkers
like
is
the Becker
17
and
at this
Sokolski.
moment.
No, Jonas.
Finally,
Jonas.
ratchet in that break. Here we're going to see the D from
from
Loss.
94.
I thought it was going to be a catch your D situation where Frisbees were going to hold on to it, but all for naught. And now you see the quick move.
You had a question, Liam?
Were able to do after they get the disc back.
Yeah, I'm wondering in Cincinnati and maybe
and the Yonkers brothers as well
other
as
tournaments.
Jonas,
How often
just
did you bring players
no
onto
defense there.
the
They always
D-line,
found
like
the weak
yourself
spot and the
or
mismatch
ref?
into
Did
space
you
there
often
with the easy throw
transition
for the
players
score.
from offense to defense for trying to get a break?
for the
Did that
Beavers.
happen very often?
So still on hold.
Yeah, we try to
like you said,
minimize
both times
that
able to earn
to the
disc
maximum, but
Let's see if this
sometimes
Frisbees
we
D-line can wrestle
we
possession.
stepped over with
from Shaq.
myself,
Wait a moment. As that's
Jonas
going out
and
to the brick mark.
Uczynski.
Speed playing
Because
to the
we
crowd as he
thought
want to
those
do.
were the guys who could make
They love him and he loves
a
them.
difference.
We do see Bosse out here now
It
on the
really
O-line,
needs
so
to
things are
happen.
changing up. They change stuff up every game, it
but
seems. But
I think sometimes
you know they can do it on the
three
D-line
times
and on the O-line.
in a
Just
game.
probably depends on their matchup, and they liked him on O in this game.
Speeda.
But in Cincinnati we did it too often, and that wasn't
Key handler for the
didn't
Shaq
work
side.
out for us.
Certainly this weekend.
We only had
Bosse
8
right in the
players in
middle
the
of pitch
O-line,
and
so
floats one out
if
perfectly
you send
to
3
the end
guys out to
zone.
the D-line as
Taken
well,
in by Moy comfortably.
get tired.
They made that look easy.
That was incredibly easy. Great horizontal
That was
stack
the
offense.
biggest
One
thing we
isolated cut in the
learned
middle for
in our
Bosse, and he
adventure
immediately gets the
in
continuation
Cincinnati.
off Moray. Perfectly
That
timed,
our
perfectly
offensive
placed.
line was way too
Frisbees
small.
had no answer there.
And,
And that is a little bit concerning.
we made some
they
mistakes
are coughing
there.
up the disc. They're getting it back. But they are committing turnovers. Whereas right now that Frisbee's
Well,
defense
Bad
doesn't
Skid
look
beat Clapham
like
with
it's
only
slowing
10
Shaq
players,
at all.
so
Yeah,
it's,
I totally agree
it's
with you,
another way to do
Here we're
it.
going to see just an easy isolated
Yeah,
cut
and
to Bosse.
obviously if you win
Gets
Tom's
the disc,
tourney, you think you're doing
immediately
it
launches
right.
to Morer.
So
Great timing. That is a
that was also
chemistry-laden
not
offensive
easy
line.
to see for us.
Espida, Bosse, Morer, score.
Do you think it was the shorter games at Tom's tourney that made it,
to get the break
like we were joking about earlier, but do you think that makes a difference when you have a team like yours?
That they committed.
Yeah,
More
definitely.
careless than they were down to the Frisbees being able to wrestle the disc back from.
Yeah, I was watching the game of Frisbees versus Free Speed a little while ago.
there the
and
Cacaws,
I think you guys were up most of the beginning of the game. Probably about 50 minutes was when
Shaq chasing down the
something
ball. A
went
huge
not so well.
layout D, straight out of the gates.
Yeah, I think that game was
Looking for
the
options,
best
waiting, taking their
Freeze
time.
Beast
Hasn't
ever
looked up yet.
played.
Beckett
Because
tries
we
to make
almost
something
had
able,
him, and
can't.
it wasn't just free speed, it was
Said they have to go back.
enforced free speed.
Now it waits in
So
the hands of Garros.
Mm-hmm.
Huge flick break.
yeah, in my
all the way
opinion,
across
we
to the
always
other
should
side.
have
The man
won
who got
that
the
game.
D-Mel.
And indeed, at the end, something went
Waiting.
wrong.
Is Garros behind him in top position? Looking for somebody to get
They had
free.
an
Goes
American
for the
player
dinky
that called
little hammer.
a travel
And
call.
I believe that's Mel who got the point. Sorry.
I don't think we highlighted Boris' turnover enough.
Fantastic stuff. And what did it take?
Oh, Boris had a turnover? I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, PJ was furious.
Horrendous one. That's a bit concerning that your D-line players aren't able to score it.
What happened? You rewatched the Boris rewinded back.
Yeah. So we probably show it. And I was like, okay, he's free, and in the stream you can see that Ben just taking a step back when receiving the disc as to like turn away from it and easily be able to throw it to the middle. But that step back just gave room for the defender to jump into.
From Becker, you see that the defender
So
off of that
kind of,
shock receiver comes off to help on that cut, and that leaves
It's not entirely my fault, but I should have thrown it. Right. It's definitely mostly your fault anyway.
Yeah,
okay. I'll take it, Liam. I'll take it. If only that.
You
had one job. You had one job, Boris.
Catch the ball.
I have two, actually.
The game is
2
60 minutes in
jobs.
after
Two jobs.
Cap +2. Frisbee is going to have to answer after that first crazy D from Bichon.
Beautiful leading pass, just too far ahead of Yonkers. I thought he had that all day, but instead it drifts.
Oh man, we have a
outside
lot
his
of
fingertips.
turnovers.
Shaq looking to punish.
I don't think there's many points that we didn't have.
Back in. And they're keeping it
Especially
going
in
very
We didn't
quickly.
got broken that much.
Goes with a big hammer himself. Taken down, and the boys are rolling. Roblé didn't even have to work for it.
Great work there by Roblé. That's 2 breaks in a row off of 2, I believe, first throw turnovers.
It's like Ravi
Frisbees.
says,
They got to
always
be a little
change the
shaken,
pool.
but at least they were short points and they can still roll their
The
O-line back out there, because
second turnover
one thing about
on a
Frisbees
guy
is that
who's
they
chasing
have a
the pool.
bit of a level difference between their O-line and their D-line, and if they get their O-line guys tired when they need them, that is going to be something very hard for the Frisbees.
Yeah, I think we
right
took
now,
a timeout
Chuck
then.
took a bit of a lead. I'm curious if Frisbees is going to call a timeout here. I see the teams huddling up a bit. I believe they are. After you get broken twice, you need to rest your O-line players, get some confidence. Lorcan, what do you tell Frisbees if you're in their huddle?
I tell them exactly what I just saw them tell.
You guys played Shaq
Discounts
again
who walked down
in
on this near
Cincinnati.
sideline. You could see the
They
frustration
had
he was
like
going through with
Steph
that
Bonneau and
turnover,
Quentin
trying to get
Bonneau.
the
Did that make a big
Two
difference,
Yonkers.
or was it also just a longer
You had
game?
as you can see,
Yeah, it was a
Freeze
totally
Michael being
different
chucked
game.
onto the pitch. Somebody
We
had to get
analyzed
hurt.
this one. We thought we were ready to
Robbing
take
a
them
child.
on, but it was a
That's
whole other
bad
level.
form.
We didn't saw it
But you could
before.
see
It was
they were
amazing.
just
and they kind of
saying,
crashed
don't worry
us.
about it, shake it
What
up.
was it? Was it
Use
just
the
like
offense, can't
Cincinnati?
let this get you down.
athletic dominance,
They
or
are
was
gonna
it
have to
what was
draw punches
what
like
was
the crowd.
overwhelming about their
Maybe
play?
it's influencing them ever so slightly. They looked fairly strong.
Yeah, you
until
couldn't
those
compare
two
it with
turnovers,
the
one of
level
which was
they are
absolutely earned
showing
by Bichon.
here.
But the other one was
We
just
thought we
careless throwaway.
could play on the
Gotta
same
clean
level,
things up, gotta clean things
but
up.
they
you
were
saw in the
indeed
early points
their
that they can play good offense
defensive
against the
line
Shaq
was really
defense.
strong. Their
But
offense didn't make
in
any
these types of
mistake,
games,
and
going down in a big hole makes it really hard because
was
they're
also
gonna have to
really
get a
good.
number of breaks off of that chalk O-line.
Yeah, it was
to get that break.
a big
One
performance,
time.
and at the end
First
they
things
became
first,
7th
They
of
got to
the
get their
world, I think. So.
Yeah, first things first, let's score an O point.
Yeah, they
It's
had
been
a
a
really
little
good
while.
run there.
Pull together. Don't let the moment drown you. Don't get lost in it.
They got a little lucky, but
Espita
they
is
did
an
play well.
absolute epitome of that
Yeah.
mentality.
They played.
I think they
say,
won.
oh, there's going to be a
They
little
were-
bit of a
came
stage. He
second in
will
our pool.
perform, and right now I'm worried maybe Frisbees are shrinking a little
They
bit under
almost won
the
against
ultralight beams
Cologne, I think.
of the show pitch.
Yeah, that was a really good.
the
They should have
They are
won
the
that game
hosting
actually.
team.
They
This
had
is
the
their
early
city.
lead.
All their family, all their friends are
But then they got to
supporting
play
them,
against
along with
General Strike in the
1,000+
pre-quarters. They won that on
Frisbee players
Universe,
here
and
at
they
Tom's Tourney. So
General
they got a lot
Strike
of
didn't have
support.
Mark Lloyd,
Hopefully
so
they
they
can
were a
use
little
that
lucky
support
that
to get
like
themselves
a
back
team
in this
lost
game.
their best player right before they had to play them at pre-quarters. That was a little jump, but no, they played really well at Cincinnati, and they had a terrible windmill too. So it's interesting to see them finally put it together at the right time.
Did we play against them on Windmill?
Centers to Yonkers. And they're deep in their
I
own
don't know,
end,
sure.
looking for options.
I know they lost to
didn't do that.
Ranelagh
They
like
were
15-5 or something at Windmill, didn't they, Liam? Something like that.
Yeah, they finished like 15th or 16th, so I don't think
Puts that one up in front of Yonkers. It's
really
beautiful leading
you saw
pass.
them at all. Yeah,
thinks about
Ranelagh
sending
beat
it deep
them
to PJ and doesn't, which is,
15-4 or 5 or something,
Instead
and
going for the under.
how the algorithm works that pushed them down really low.
Gello staying as tight to him as he can.
They finished
Such
below
difficult
is no
challenge.
good.
A huge bid from Bichon, but he doesn't get the disc this time.
I think they even lost to Is No Good at
Find
Windmill
it in the
too.
middle and back to Van der Lock. Thinks about the flick break, decides against it. Goes back into the middle. Waiting, gets to Yonkers. And there's just no movement downfield right now from Frisbees. Just take their time.
I think
the
we
Valley
played
gets it eventually.
Is No Good 7 times that
Able to put it
season.
into the middle.
Finally left Yonkers.
We only
against
lost the
was
first
wondering where
one.
he was this whole point. He's looking to stay involved now, working with Van der Lock, getting it back immediately.
He has PJ directly in front of him, puts it low. PJ responds, bending over to scoop it up. Thinks about maybe throwing the blade. Instead goes for the nice up the line backhand, and that's where Yonkers is, Ravi.
He was hiding a bit. Like you said, they were not getting easy options. Great shutdown cutter defense by Chalk in the beginning sections of that point. But eventually they found Yonkers, and that was able to break open the offense with little give-go movements with PJ and Ref Yonkers. So they bring the score to 4-5, and now...
How is Ref doing now? Is he totally recovered?
The question is, are they going to throw a power line on yet, or do they still hold on to their traditional D-lines for a
I
bit?
guess.
What do you do, Lorcan?
Yes.
Throw one out, because there's a half which you haven't been used to. At least throw one player.
Yeah, I was saying maybe one silver lining if Worlds is next year is that there were a lot of players that were injured, and probably no one's going to get injured this year. So maybe more teams will have complete teams next year. With, everybody has a year to recover.
Down by a break, because that immediately
yeah,
gives
that could be a really
on the
good
offense
job.
when they come out in the second half. You need to
but
equalize
in Belgium,
now.
I think
You've got 10
everyone
minutes.
was getting there. We were
when the iron is hot, that's when you strike.
Looking out there, they seem to disagree with you, Lorcan. I see a pretty regular Frisbees
Hopefully we
D-line.
can
None of the
reach it
O-line stars
until
out there
next
right
summer.
now, right yet. Maybe saving it one more point, but we're going to see what Chalk does on this offensive point.
So now here, Espida. Can they score within 2 throws as they did the last time? The pull staying in bounds, a big part of that allows...
Here we are trying to shut down their midfield horizontal cutters.
with the disc. Beautifully down to Bosse.
Because all the danger is
coming
coming from there.
Thinking about popping it back to Espida, but couldn't get there in time. Instead, opts to give it to Beche. Beche still searching.
You never actually play a zone though, do you? Kind of just
very well.
poachy person defense, but no, never really play a zone though.
Dump. Handler has to go downfield, get a
No.
little bit. Bosse swings it to Beche.
TournE we didn't.
Far
No.
sideline, he puts a big one up, but the only person back there is number 96. Gets a huge D. Perhaps a little bit unnecessary, as there was no one really that close to him.
That was Bruce Kotzin there with
what
the
I
D,
remember was
but you
that
saw
the
Sokolsky
weather
coming and
conditions
backing that
were
up.
like
I thought he wouldn't get there, but
in
he was
final.
great presence of mind for
So
him to
there
get
was
that
not
D,
too
because
many
Sokolsky will
wind.
come down with that if you give him even the
So
slightest
your zone needs
of
to
a
be
chance.
really good, and we don't
So,
have
a little bit of a questionable
at the
decision.
moment we didn't have
Misread the
a
cut from
good
Sokolsky,
zone.
who turned to go under just as the disc was put up into the air. He really made up a lot of ground.
So we were doing some
question
junky
here
shit
is,
on
Lorcan,
the
can
handlers,
this
and then
Frisbees
try to go
D-line
man on the
a D, get a break now that they
cutters.
have this opportunity. This is a very, very athletic Chalk O-line that also is very good at defense. We'll see here.
Feller starting off with the disc, and immediately they go for the hook. That's how
the
you play
same
defensive
play
offense.
every time. One from the back, open with the back, break, and then the third guy just goes deep.
Put your body on the line. But unfortunately,
That was your whole D-line offense at this tournament anyway. It was like one play.
D here because he's going to have to make up for that. Camera's on, buddy. Go make a play.
This is the thing. Are you going to rise to the occasion? Or are you going to shrink?
That's a side stack? Split stack?
Split stack. Split stack. This is a classic French thing, so I'm guessing Bosse is going to go into the middle and then deep, and then Morer is going to come under. Yeah, this is like every French team does that same exact play.
How accurate are these throws? So difficult. As now they quickly, Frisbees try to scramble and back into defensive coverage. Shaq smooth. Oh, he plays it into the middle. Sokolsky. He has the speeder, can't quite get it to him. Instead, puts it to Bosse. It goes high, but the man knows how to jump and takes that one down for the score.
That's what you want to do. Put it to Bosse, put it a little high, make sure there's no chance for somebody else to get a sneaky layout D. You know he can get up and get it. Great pass there from Sokolsky to Bosse, and Chalk saved themselves from their first turnover on their
EJ, do you remember playing in World Beach 2011?
The score is now 6-4 in favor of the boys from France.
We played against each other.
Conversation.
Very complicated. I like that look from the Frisbees D-line.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Do you remember that game against Italy? The Belgium-Italy?
Yeah, of course.
But at the end of the day, you've got Vets. He's very big. Don't want to waste too much time.
Hard
So you
loss.
just send him.
You got to be aggressive when
Especially
you're going to play against
because
you try and
there's a
play
whole story
lots
about
and lots
that
of short
game.
passes with that D-line against
Normally,
Chalk's O-line.
in the
Eventually, they're going
tournament,
to come through and get a D. So I totally agree with you there. You got to be aggressive on your offense. They tried it
one
there,
day
they were
that
close,
they only had
and now
one
that Chalk
game,
O-line, if they get it back, they're going to have to
we
respect that
asked the
deep option because they know that they
can
got a
we
little
have,
lucky there, and that'll maybe
that
open stuff
one
up later
game
for the rest of
day
this game.
on the first
That's an
day
excellent
because
point.
half of
Try
our
and get
squad
that
is
into their
going to a
heads.
wedding, and they
It's
are
so
only
difficult with
arriving
D-line. You're
the
not gonna touch
second
the disc
day.
that much to get that
And
offense going.
they said,
about
yeah,
that pull
okay,
from
it's
Roblé?
fine. And then they
Absolutely
changed the schedule
spectacular.
and they put us against Italy on the first day.
One side.
And Italy was the organization.
Who immediately launches that one deep to PJ. That's what you gotta do. Set the
kind
big
of
man
felt
loose. And you see Davale
screwed.
working hard. Try and get
And now
free.
we lost by 1 or something.
And is there going to be a call on that one? I believe there is.
Yeah.
Coming
Well,
around.
you learned your lesson. Don't tell.
I love going for those handbacks.
A couple of them successful this weekend, but that one, I believe, was a strip.
And everybody on the pitch agrees with you. Davale instead going for the dump.
Yeah, you were up in that game. Italy actually beat USA in that tournament.
Sideline. Goes for the big arcing pass all the way around to his brother. And how about that for a little bit of a familial connection?
There, ref Yonkers showing he can make the throws. He threw that deep one.
Yeah, we actually played against each other and marked each other. 2011.
In the other games,
I've only been playing like 6 months.
Receiver, but now showing that
7
dangerous
months.
on both sides of the disc.
How'd you do against PJ, Liam?
Pretty good. I remember him pulling me. He pulled me at one stage. And you gave me an MVP award at the end.
And they were even bigger.
You remember?
Really?
Wasn't playing
We
very
were
much.
a terrible team. Oh, I was great. Everyone else was terrible.
He wants to come out and win this tournament.
But I remember you being good.
He was taking a bit
I think
off. Brothers had to fill in big
who
shoes.
else was on that team?
Great play by the.
What's the other TD's name? Sorry, what is it?
Frisbees for Worlds.
Glenn?
Benjamin.
Yeah, Glenn was on the team.
Two younger brothers.
And he just threw like
I think
big.
that's what it should be.
Yeah, the older brother.
Normally I see Benjamin
Glenn just threw like
handling role and
big flick arounds to you. I remember it.
So very true, and you could see he set up that beautiful hook to PJ.
Yeah, that was a lot of
uppercut
fun.
First, which is what you love to see.
Yeah, that was a fun tournament. It was so hot, eh? I remember being hot.
Well,
Yeah.
just another example of me being wrong.
almost hit a big
Where was that one?
Be careful.
That wasn't the one in Brazil, was
Lignano
it?
Sampdoria,
Lignano, okay.
Italy.
So that is going to be a short.
The funniest thing I've ever seen was we were playing
Jack.
Philippines and it was so hot, and we were so disorientated. We stacked the wrong direction by accident, so
far down.
we were so like heat exhausted we forgot which way we were playing and set up a vertical stack, going towards our own end zone. And our captain was so angry and annoyed he couldn't say anything, and we're just like, he's like, "You played the wrong direction."
Okay, with his feet up in the middle.
Yet to see anyone do that
He
since.
immediately starts moving. They know exactly what they want. They want to center that disc, get it off the sideline. Tempts us with the hammer. You know we want it, Moe. Beautiful drop down flick. Sokolski. No one able to get free from him on the open side, so he goes back in the middle. Ulan. And he just kind of flips that one up. Bequet has his speeder. Tasty little dish. Sides again, throwing it to Bosse, and those fakes, so believable, so convincing. He could be a lawyer. Moe, right in the front, maybe a little bit of a physical mark, which I know you don't appreciate, but I do.
You do see something a bit interesting here. I overheard Frisbees in their huddle saying, we need to force forehand the whole time. And apparently it bothered Espida, because when he gets forced backhand, he loves that IO scoober, and that's one of his favorite throws. If you force him forehand, you don't give him that break option. And they said that is what killed Chevron in their games, what we've seen them do over and over again, so we got to force forehand the whole game.
Which is, I think, personally, a very good decision. Take away one of the things he is absolutely best at.
He has a good hammer too, though. We'll see if he's going to whip that one out later on in this game.
So now, Moe, front of the end zone. He's got a beautiful inside flick break. Able to hold it. And Espida, there's that scooper we were talking about, but nobody has the heads up to try and go get it. So now, Frisbees with the opportunity for a break, and this time they're moving a little bit more
Classic
fluidly,
Moby.
a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah.
They're able to get a couple of throws off early, calm down their nerves. Vets with the disc.
Nobody there. That's
Little
to the
bit
open
relaxed,
side as well.
Looking around for some options. Bosse shutting down the downfield choices as they're forced to just keep swinging it back and forth. Lenoir puts that one out. Well taken in by De Rijk. De Rijk, a real leader of this D-line. Decides against taking the incredibly open man. And the second very open man as Espida is.
It's a foul.
Yeah, so
Oh.
De Rijk first put a hand on Espida and then kind of pushed him away with the disc. I do think I understand Espida's call here. I think Espida was in a legal marking position, and it looked like De Rijk was trying to get a bit of extra cushion there. But he is contesting the call.
The Michael Jordan push-off. As De Rijk.
That's a fair push. That's a fair push.
Somehow miraculously gets it to the hands of Lenoir. Lenoir thinks about sending it, but I'd really like to see them get 2 quick passes in a row. Try and get some kind of swing into the middle and continue.
Usually you throw it to the end zone by now, the D-line. I don't think I've seen them put so many passes together.
Wait for it, Liam, it's coming.
Once or twice, but aside from that,
I'm sure the sideline is stop playing frisbee, just throw it to the end zone.
Utilize this opportunity to get
He's
themselves back in this
coming.
game.
Lenoir seemed like he was going to huck it. He has to huck
Boris,
it again.
Glenn's asking to
He's got a
turn
lot
down the
of
game
options
audio a
underneath.
little bit
And
because it's hard to understand us,
magnificent
apparently.
grab for the break. Jasper Luntiens gets up huge and
Lorcan's
talking
loud
about you,
commentary
Glenn.
just comes.
You can't turn Lorcan down. You can try, but it's down as low as it goes.
Game at 6-6. They are not giving up yet. They want to win this in front of their home crowd.
And you can really feel the spirits rise on the sideline first with that D. You see Lenoir wants to throw the deep. He's like, Gee, you're right there. You're right there. I'm throwing it. I'm throwing it. I know how tall you are. I train with you. I know you can go get
That's
that.
not even a cut. He just threw it to him. Like, game of 500.
Position and just goes up strong. Great
D-line.
And that's an equalizer, Lorcan.
Classic D-line offense.
They need another break. That is true. They need another break. And the time is 30 minutes. So at the end of this point, we will have half.
Oh, this will be a crucial point then.
So, with tensions rising, time expiring, and a crowd raising their voices.
So ref is on the D-line now?
This hometown.
Or is this the O-line playing defense?
Well, the D-line just got a break, so I guess.
Yeah.
Working.
Yeah, I think we put up power line there.
Stop one. Basse free on the open side. Takes it out. And you can see Dumoulin has come down on
So the power line is O-line without Boris, is it?
And this is the time.
Without the handlers.
Yeah. Handlers only slow you down.
So they got our D-line has to do it once. Not going to win if our O-line's going to have to make all this room up. They got their first break with their D-line. Now some O-line stars out there, and that puts Frisbees in a great position right now to see what they can do with Dumoulin and Yonkers both on this point.
What was the order of Belgian teams at Nationals last year? Because I know the ex-UCF bids are probably going to be given based on that. Did Moon win?
Mooncatchers, then Helgtre, then Gentle, and then Jetset, I think.
Oh, Frisbees weren't in the top four?
No, Frisbees and Jetset weren't. So it was two Moons teams.
Two Moon teams.
Yeah, two Moon teams, Helgtre and Gentle.
Ulan's got a big ask, but he does it, reads it better than both of the Belgians, sweeps it and takes it away. Almost a no contest.
Neither of you wanted
that's a weird one.
There? Neither of them? No, after you. No, after you. So polite.
One another to get it, and eventually Chalk's able to come down with it.
Great work by Ulan, not giving up on that. Tearing straight at the disc, and that moment of indecision between the two Belgians cost them.
And here, get horizontal Bummy going out there with the spike ball set.
This is Bummy playing spike balls in the middle of the field.
Spike ball set, yeah.
Like kids were killing each other.
I never
bothered
about
about
the spike
dangerous.
ball set. But then I think it was during the final that Bummy like threw a spike ball set like 1 meter from our circle. And these kids were just like running all around us and we couldn't even understand each other anymore.
That's not a kid.
That man's not a kid. That's a grown man.
Like to give this give a big congratulations. Red Bull coming out of Bologna, winning Div 2 in the Open final.
Moby could play with them.
Almost under 20, under 17 players. Really impressive, absolutely brilliant. You can see
We asked this before. PJ, do you know where Moby's quarantined? If he's quarantined in France, he probably can't be eligible to play for Belgium next year.
And a result I don't think anyone expected.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think also he's in France.
You know,
getting a bit nervous now.
Well, Lorcan, for those of you who like our sounds, you can check
What are the rules?
No, I don't know the exact rules. You have to be like 75% of the last 4 years in the country or something. I don't know. And I don't remember the exact.
20 months uninterrupted.
I think it's 20 of the last 24.
Yeah,
I think.
Something like that. We checked it. We checked it before. For W. GC this year was okay, so it'll probably be okay next year too.
Yeah, especially if he just lies about it.
For 6 months.
Barely escaping the Valle. Plays it down the line, waiting for it. Mole. And that drop flick is just so precise. So
be unlike a Belgian team to abuse the rules there. Comes to eligibility.
Boss able to get it back into the middle. A little bit of clogging, although Mole goes deep. Nobody obliges.
They're trying to get Arvid's passport as we speak, I think.
Arvids is also living in Belgium during quarantine. You should have scored that point. It was a long point as well.
And that is halftime. A critical score.
So ref in the chat says Moon got first and third.
Yeah.
So I'm curious if Belgium got 2 bids, then you said Helchter got second? Or was it
Yes.
Gentle? Okay.
Helchter.
So Helchter might be at the ECF.
They might be, yeah.
Probably will.
Depends if Belgium gets 2 bids or not, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. If they say they will base it on previous UCF appearances.
Yeah, I said the last 4 years, but I don't know exactly what rules they'd use, so it could be... I don't think there's been 2 Belgian teams at a UCF in quite a long time.
No. No, it hasn't been.
But Moon did get third a little while ago, so...
I think their game plan is working out pretty well.
It's true.
They need to keep throwing those aggressive shots.
With some help from the Brook Luckers.
Sometimes it's not working out every time. Just put a little more focus.
How's that all gold outfit? That's pretty cool. I want that outfit.
And that's about it. I think
Let's make bets. I'm betting on girl in red shorts.
The blue shorts next to her, I think. Oh, they all got to face the other way. Blue shorts.
Yellow.
You're betting yellow. Okay. Definitely most fashionable. Let's go red. Let's go red.
Oh, red shorts is crushing it.
I actually didn't remember that at all. Nailed it. Oh, you knew, Bars. You remembered?
I knew, yeah. So I watched this game too many times.
I think she's faster than you, Bars. I think she's faster
Probably,
than you.
yeah.
I think she could catch the pull this year for you guys.
Probably wouldn't have gotten halfway to the spike ball set there.
This is madness from
There's so many little kids that are killing each other.
Oh, that kid cheated.
Look at this grown boy. Get out of there. He's not a kid.
If that is an adult, then that is incredible.
That's what Lorcan said. That is an adult. Oh, yeah, he gives the spike ball to the actual kid.
Yeah.
Justice is served. So now.
Nice camera work there in the spike ball race. Good work, Alti.tv. We got the replay.
Their original D-line for the most part. Adding Yonkers, though. Adding Yonkers just for that little bit of extra security.
Isn't he on the first team now, Boris, the kid?
Which one?
The one who lost?
No. I think it was his last year as an under-17 this year.
The World Championships in London, so he knows a lot of these top players as well, and he's definitely wants to win it. He told me yesterday after the Chevron game that they lost by a few points. That was just the show. We'll show you what we really got tomorrow.
So he's certainly showing us what he's got. Although I wouldn't mind a couple more scoobers, and maybe his cutters actually expect them.
PJ, how'd you get involved with Free Speed? Did you reach out to them, or did they invite you or something?
Well, I'm not sure this year. It's strange times.
No, I mean in the beginning. How did it start?
Sorry?
How did it start? Like the beginning? How did you get involved in the 2013, 2014? Did you ask them, or did they invite you, or how did that work?
No, actually, it started in Paganello. I was invited by Sixpensive to play with them. And it's expensive. Luca was playing, and afterwards he asked me if I would like to join Free Speed, and then I played Windmill with them. No, I played first EUCAF with them in Bordeaux in 2013, and then we managed to play the final there against Clapham, and that's how it all started. Yeah, first Windmill and then finals. Yeah.
Everyone in the chat is saying that the guy that you saw is the younger brother of Arne.
Yeah.
A lot of people are saying that. So.
So it started with this expensive adventure.
Ah.
In Europe. So that'll be an exciting clash of styles as Yonkers with the disc, middle of the pitch. Looking for an undercut. Devale goes to give him one. Turns out when he realizes he's not going to get there.
Did you ever win any tournaments with Expensive?
No, they never won Paganello. They won their own tournament in Copatanga the first time. But, I played finals once and then lost.
Were you on the team that got to the final against Scandal one year against the Chicago team?
No, I wasn't there yet. I always lost against UTI.
I remember that final. I was at Paganello and Sexpensive and Scandal was like dressed as like male models or something, and they came together like at the beginning of the game and then started like grinding and dancing with each other. It was super weird, super funny.
Who puts up a lovely floating backhand all the way to that corner and taken in from Yonkers. That's a response. Wow, wow, wow. Two really good insights.
Nice footwork there.
Extremely impressive. And
Ref is really good.
Under the pressure, Bichon, toe that line, catch that disc up high. Great play there from the Bees. Bringing the game back to within one. The score now 8-7 in favor of Chuck. But like you were saying, Ravi, the virtue of starting the second half with possession has returned.
I feel like Ravi, you're shouting 8-7 so that the person in charge of the scoreboard changes it.
Dude, all the time. All the time. It's the thing that we need to fix. Like with LTTV streams, it's the thing we are the worst at. It's the scoreboard. It's like, they're super good at camera work. We need to find a way to get that scoreboard better. There's mistakes in almost every game we play. Yeah, they still haven't fixed it.
It's very manual.
Put me in charge of it once.
How'd that go?
There's a delay, so I pressed it and like nothing happened, and I was like, "Oh, it must not be working." It takes like 10 seconds to change. So I pressed it like 2 or 3 more times, and then it went up like 3 or 4. I'm like, ah. And then I tried to put it down, and the same thing happened, and it went to like -4. And Mark looked over, and I've given that to them for so long for messing up the scoreboard. He's just looking at me, and I'm like, yeah, I messed it up. Seems so simple, but I had to score at like -4 at one stage, so I can't complain too much now.
Sokolski plays that down the line. And Shaq, Abida with the disc, pops it back into Sokolski. Immediately swings it to Bosse, and they keep it going all the way around to the opposite side of the pitch. Lots and lots of breaks. Moe then goes for the pop. Abida's underneath it, and he takes it down for the score. Nothing Durai could do but watch. Shock hold on to their 2-point lead there. Great movement.
When Shaq score, they score so easy. Like, all your offensive points look so hard. Their offensive points, for the most part, look really easy.
Eventually popping that disc in for the score. Great stuff from Shock. Doing a really good job of making it to the break side with bodies, with swing passes, lots of cutting. 4 different short passes to 4 different players. Got it all the way over there and set up that easy assist. As here we have another look at it. Bosse immediately pops it to Mole. Just waits. Break side, break side, break side, break side. I mean, we talked before. I remember when we did the EUCF last year.
It's interesting how Bosse plays on the D-line the whole semi-final for Shaq. And just marked Luca all game. And he only touched the disc once, and that was to score the winning goal.
Yeah.
And then just goes back to playing on the O-line then in this game. So interesting how they like had that strategy.
I think they wasted him in that game against Free Speed. Like he didn't do much to shut Luca down at all, so he wasn't doing anything for the team really.
Yeah.
As there goes the huck. Devali's chasing it down and speeding all the time.
Apart from scoring the game-winning goal. Oh,
this was a sick grab.
That's an easy point, Liam.
That's what we do all training.
Only 3 passes, man. Chuck at least gave 20.
I stand corrected, obviously. Again, looks so easy.
That's that fast backhand
Crowd
front
pleasing.
that you were talking about.
1, 2, 3.
All alone, tracking it down. Goes out, right hand.
Do you think he catches that if there's no crowd? Look at the Yaka. All the Yaka in the background.
It's because of all the girls.
All the French girls.
Now 9-7, Shock still with a 2-point lead.
Actually saw a slight version of that in the Div 2 final. The fantastic layout grab, but unfortunately, the Red Bulls players hand touched the ground out of bounds first.
What's the scoreboard saying now? Why is it 9-7?
It's supposed to be 9-8. It's definitely 9-8. I probably trying to scream it into the commentary.
Yeah, there it is.
He has an isolation downfield with a beta. Sides against it, goes back to Beckay. Beckay sprinting forward Molay, but he gets cut off by Espita, and Espita apologizes as he realizes that that dump pass cut off the under. Sokolski, middle of the pitch, Bosse tries to get free with a single cut. And in fairness to him, pretty much does. Beckay now at the disc.
Doing a great job of looking off Moby there for most of this point.
And there's Sokolski for the score. So difficult when they just don't stop moving. Sokolski just
It does look pretty easy, PJ, gotta say. Shock offense. Maybe a few more passes, but looks pretty good.
And I think it comes down to that system you're talking about. They have very defined roles. They know exactly what they're doing. Mentally, they are prepared, locked in when they go out into that pitch, and they are just executing perfectly right now.
That's why I will be curious.
Sokolski had a great game, eh?
We're going to see that excellent
Yeah.
go play. I'll be curious
He was pretty much free all the time.
big gunslinging stars from the AUDL.
PJ, how do you find it playing in front of a crowd? Is it easier or more difficult or more distracting, or can you just kind of tune it out?
For me personally, it doesn't change that much. But I think I get more adrenaline into my body, and yeah, it's always nice to play for a crowd. But I always give myself 100% if I'm fit. If there's a crowd or if there's no crowd, so I don't think my level doesn't change if there's a crowd or not.
Lovely pass down to Diwali, the man with that huge layout grab in the back corner on the previous offensive hold. Waiting for PJ to go deep and then just floats that one out for Benjamin Yonkers to come back and collect. And there's a beautiful scooper. It's all PJ and the Yonkers brothers right now as Boris Vanderlok comes and gets involved.
Thanks.
Spreads that one out wide. Nicely done. Well taken by Ochinsky.
Swing it already.
Ochinsky gets it down the line to Yonkers again. Ref. The older looking still with disc in hand. Stall count has to be getting high.
Jonas in the chat says that PJ, you freak out when you're handling if there's a crowd.
Not where I'd be accustomed to seeing.
If there's a crowd.
I don't, he just says he freaks out when he's handling, but I imagine it's because of our crowd discussion.
True. There on that point, he was very key, getting everything opened up. After you were saying Yonkers and PJ doing a lot
he has a point.
It was Ochinsky, I think, in that space to get that final score. Good stuff.
I remember there was some people smoking marijuana in the crowd, and a lot of Frisbees players started giving out because they said the smell was putting them off. Do you remember this?
Was that here?
Was it on Tom's TournE?
This game. I'm pretty sure during this game.
Some of those Mooncatchers went and joined Isno Good for Worlds, and
I don't remember.
I know who the people are, but I'm not going to say.
It is really
people smoking or the people who were complaining?
Weed all the time.
Yeah, I understand it. I just thought it was funny.
As for the rest of the Mooncatchers pickups, we will have to see.
We've had that at small tournament I run called Rising High. In the Netherlands, a lot of teams that come over to play a Dutch tournament, they get a bunch of weed, and we had some youth national teams there, and their coaches were complaining a lot when the Mooncatchers came over. The smell on the fields.
Stymie Jack somewhat, but like if you're going to give Espita that much space, he's going to throw whatever he wants, wherever he wants.
Yeah, that's the problem. I like doing a different look, but with
It's already 6 passes again.
Espita on the disc.
Too many.
And Becker as well.
I think they're trying to run down the clock, you know? They're ahead. They're trying to waste time.
Harry Strobont said it was him that was complaining. About the smell.
Shout out to Harry.
Just as we were decrying their zone choice, switching to man.
But we'll never know who the smoker was. The smoker is. We'll never ever know.
He does say sorry,
Actually,
Liam.
there is a weed ban. You can't smoke drugs in Tom's Tourney.
It's illegal, yeah.
And there are security guys running around.
Okay, well, I definitely had nothing to do with any of that kind of stuff. That's for sure.
Moret was also really, really good in the semifinal, but I agree with you. He's playing extremely well.
See, we all learned something today on the stream. Yeah.
I know what I want. He goes for the easy under.
Message today is don't do drugs and don't take too many passes.
This is our game-winning defense from Emil. Thanks, Emil.
Was it a foul? Lorcan was saying it was a foul.
No, it's a clear one.
Is that Emil de Reek? Yeah.
Yes.
He's a great player. I played with him at Dublin's Golden Cup. We played with a really terrible team, but he was great. Really good pulls.
Classic D-line offense there.
Benjamin Yonkers, they're both number 12 here. This is Tim Desmond with the actual Frisbees jersey, making work.
Desmond. I know you call him Desmond the whole tournament.
But Desmond there, earning a spot on the live stream, getting a huge play, equalizing the game here, 10 apiece for Frisbees and Shock.
Emil says you're welcome.
Emil,
on the chat.
Yeah, Emil's a really good player. I was really impressed with him. We were on such a not so good team, and I was very glad he was there. He gets a really good flick hawk as well, and he does a lot of layout Ds like that. So
huge play to open that play up, and I can't wait to watch the replay. Here comes the huck. First that upline pass.
Nice, comfortable.
It's only 3 passes again, guys.
Again, they're not really getting off it. So rather than waste any time.
That's nice throw.
This is the same guy who threw it on the Universe point against Devon.
Mike Palmer is recommending that on Universe at least we put on the real commentary because Lorcan's commentary is crazy and we shut up just for the last point. So when it gets to Universe, maybe do that. Just hear Lorcan go crazy.
I think maybe kind of a smidge too far.
I'm surprised he has his voice by now. Usually, like, he's sounds like a radiator overheating towards the end of a tournament. Kind of a clanging metal sound.
It's that Brooks Azot lubricating his vocal cords. That's the key.
Sure.
That's what it looks like. We'll see if they change things up. We have Yonkers defending Beaucaire. I like that matchup.
Jumping back and forth, juking around. I'll say eventually able to get up, kicking up dust. Launches that one deep to Beckay. Couple of Belgians coming in to try and sneak it, but can't get there in time. And once again, a brick leads to a 2.
There's Eric Becker.
For Shaq.
Usually it's the other way around, Beckay to Beaucaire, but they're showing, yeah, if you're going to give us that under, give me that deep. They can do it both sides. That's good. That will open up options later on so that they know that these are not.
Is he your inspiration for the mustache, PJ?
No.
And this is what makes Bosse such a valuable mid.
So why the mustache?
Actually, it's because I got corona and I'm already 3 weeks in quarantine. So I need to do something funny.
Okay,
and on
that
Monday
makes
I need
sense.
to go to work again. Sorry?
I'm just trying to figure out your logic, but go on, tell me more.
Out to the pitches from Bruges to cheer on their Frisbees.
Is
If
it
you're
to
sick
scare
and you're at
people away
home,
from you?
yeah, I don't see anybody. So
start here with a hold as we see them bring their O-line up on the field.
As Yonkers scoops down to pick it up.
I think it looks good.
Frisbees maybe taking a page out of
How was the corona? Did it hit you pretty hard?
no, it was quite okay.
Is from Goulet. Devale. Looking for options, gets one into camp.
I'm gonna move over to this side of my my screen. We're a bit close. This way. There we go.
No, too much muscle.
safer over here. Shove over, Abby.
Get as far away from PJ as possible.
O-line, D-line's offensive line do here. They're going into that split stack, isolating Wolosk in the middle, but he is guarded by PJ.
So here we wait, see what the Shack D-line can do. Get it down. It's been a while since they've had a touch of the disc. Chevalier. Looking to the middle, brilliant, tireless dump cutting from Garot. Gets him free. Love the hat as well. Substance and style from the Frenchman. He centers it into the middle. And his, well, to be perfectly fair, his incredibly dirty teammate Bichon, showing you just how much he has been laying out. A big arcing pass over the top. And for a moment it looked like it had been misread.
So how much Ultimate did you watch in isolation, PJ?
But he drops it. A little bit of a bobble. Couldn't read it.
There putting
None.
pressure to get that disc
Sorry,
back.
guys.
None. What did you watch?
Another chance here with their O-line.
Getting away with
The Last Dance.
slightly, I believe.
But
From
I think
Michael Jordan.
yes.
stall count bailout throw.
It's really good.
Bailout throws are usually pretty good.
I've seen 2 episodes so far.
I saw him
There've been 4,
work off a few
I think.
dump options. The dump defense was covered there completely by the Frisbees and had to put that one out there. But
Decon, front corner, and there's 5 minutes left in time. Decon to Yonkers. And a beautiful.
Ooh.
Nope, there's going to be a bit of talk. Roble, I thought maybe he got the layout on it, but Yonkers is saying, no, you fouled me as I went to throw the disc.
Surely you watch some other TV shows, PJ.
I mean, that's only 4 hours. That can't have lasted you 3 weeks.
It happens very quickly.
Contact happened after he lost the disc.
Yeah, but that's not interesting, guys.
Not sure if it's contested or not contested.
It's uncontested as Roble seemed to be holding up a 0. A bit too eager to start playing. A couple of chuckles coming from the stack.
Do you have a guess on how many passes?
To somehow find a way to shut down Dumoulin-Hour.
It's the O-line.
Now it's solid offense, Liam.
Yeah.
Available, but not enough to satisfy Decon. And a huge layout bid from Wallace, but not enough to stop PJ getting the disc. Determined. Decon. And it was a beautiful break as well as he was running out of time. You see Yonkers, Benjamin leading his brother to the sideline. Raf Yonkers back in. And that brotherly love in full display. Decon. Look around, he has Derek coming on the break side. And then sweeping across, but doesn't like it. Pops in the middle to Yonkers. And there it goes, swinging all the way around. A fantastic cut in the end zone from his older brother. And you're right, earlier on it was the older to the younger, now the younger to the older. Either way, they can do it.
11-11, this game is still tight. It's still going to come down to mental fortitude.
Do the Yonkers have any more siblings, or is just the 2 of them? Just the 2 of them, yeah.
They have a small dog.
You?
Errors here as we see the Frisbees offense, point after point, pass after pass, playing extremely well this game.
Who's the next superstar out of Belgium?
Popping it through to Yonkers, beautiful up the line cut.
One thing I would have liked to see there is you see
Tobe de Kranen.
De Rijke's defender come and try and take Yonkers and
Which club is he playing on?
run deep and try to punish that. That happened
Gentle.
Is that the dog, is it?
It's a nephew from Jelle van Quali.
Oh, cool.
Famous Jelle.
The gentle giant.
And his brother.
I would like to see that change later on
He's under
But right
17.
now, we will see the chalk O-line
Crazy
out there
dude.
and see if Frisbees can force them into another mistake.
I'll be right back.
Or if they're just going to score it nice and easy.
All right.
depends entirely, I think, on the pull, because if it's another break,
Okay, let's talk shit about Ravi now. So I think the podcast should be me and Lorcan. What are your thoughts?
I would love to hear that. Yeah, set it up, please.
Dump it to Beche. Beche out wide, waiting for it. Abida.
We would just get drunk and not record anything. That would be the problem.
Going to do something rather special. You know he's thinking about it. And the stall count getting high, but in the end, bit of a mental lapse downfield by the wing, allowing Abida to come back in and get the easy score, or sorry, the easy pass. Back to Beche. Beche to Espida. And now the change has been made to man as he chases it down. And Mole, after we've been singing his praises, goes out of tune and drops that one.
That was just a bit too casual going up with that right hand. I would have gone for that with the left hand. I think we'd had a better shot at it.
I'll just give Lorcan the stage a little bit.
Freezebees a chance to get a break. This will be a Freezebees lead if they can do this. I believe the first time they
Why
would have led all
doesn't Demir
game,
pick up
but
the
it
disc
takes
and just throw a flick hook?
work here. Let's see if they can, Lorcan.
Technically, they were in the lead for 0 seconds in their semi-final. And unfortunately, that one just a little bit too eager, trying to force it downfield as it comes out of the hands. We saw Luntians.
1 minute left in the
game.
game.
To be on the other side of that.
When time runs out, there's going to be a finish the point cap +2 on this game.
So this isn't the worst place for the disc to have wound up. Freezebees can use their cup, try and trap them, although there's few men I can think of in Europe that I'd rather have in this position than Espida. And there you go. That's why. There's a little bit of a breeze, but just so casual. And Moe going for the big bladey flick. Unperturbed by the earlier drop. Now Ulan, conservative. I'm a huge fan of Ulan. He's not one of the stars. He's not so much of a standout player. He just does everything right. Moe thinking about going deep. Decides against it. Ulan is completely free directly in front of him. Just holds out his hand saying, throw me the disc. Collects it. Bosse trying to squirm his way free. The big layout comes up empty as Beche collects the disc. And the crowd shouting. Trying to raise the Freezebees. Bosse gets it. Abida comes under. Clears out. Moe makes sure this time. He's at the scene of the crime. Looking to rectify his mistakes. Goes with the pass to Espida. And now Espida with a big hammer, and Bosse's underneath it. And takes it for the score. And you can just tell when they score as the crowd is silenced once more.
That makes it 12-11. Chalk holding on to their lead. That deep look looked so good, Lorcan. The throw just a little too far for the Freezebees on that break opportunity. If they had completed that, that would have been their first lead of the game. We're just being told here that the game is now to 14. The cap has gone on in that point. The game is to 14.
Can't watch
up
too much.
12-11. Freezebees need a break to win, but it's going to have to start with a strong hold here. And you see them bringing out 3 Moons in Oczynski and the 2 Yonkers. Boris van der Loek. We got Peter Jan de Munara bringing out
France
the
versus
strong,
Philippines
strong O-line.
At World Beach. Bosse was insane.
The bronze game?
Yeah. He had some
Yeah,
insane
see that,
catches.
I'm out of the O-line.
This is Freezebees' first appearance in the final since the first Tom's Tourney back in 1992. It's the 26th year of Tom's Tourney. It's a historic tournament here in Europe. It's my first visit, and I have loved every second. Anybody watching at home, definitely advise you make this trip. A brilliant time in a beautiful country, and hopefully the weather's this nice when you're here as well. As now, Decan waits for it. He has Yonkers. Says he's going. That was a tough grab, but well taken by Oczynski. And sweeping that one to the older Yonker brother. As he searches, gets it down the line to Decan. And they really like being on this sideline, the Freezebees offense. He thought about sending that one to Yonkers, but decides against it. The stall count surely getting high as Gallo trying to ratchet up the pressure.
Uncontested foul there. He's going to get his stall count reset. Big, important position for Freezebees to get that stall again.
So now Descamps with a full 10 seconds, although he is rapidly running out of them. Eventually able to get the pass off to PJ. And de Moulin feeds that one fantastically. A big bit isn't enough to stop Yonkers from collecting the score.
PJ.
Although credit where credit is due, that was a hell of an effort from Sullivan Roble.
It is now 12-12, game to 14. A maximum of 3 points left in this
I
tournament.
feel like Garo wearing the French hat, like the little cap during the games.
Better or worse than Bosser's Gilligan hat?
Both of them kind of pull it off, I guess. They're both pretty good players. If you're gonna wear a silly hat, you gotta be pretty good.
We'll do an inappropriate hat competition.
Did you guys call the timeout, or did they call the timeout?
I'm not sure actually. Did we call it? Yeah, I think so, because
I think we did.
Yeah.
Probably to put a power line out, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I think so.
Is this Universe now, is it?
No, it's
Yes.
to 14.
No, it's to 14. There's
Really?
still 2 more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can go again, PJ. We'll call you when it's Universe. You can go for the walk. Go watch some more Michael Jordan.
You got to give credit to that D-line, and specifically on that D-line.
Who's the other good player with Michael Jordan? What's his name, Tinkerman or something?
Scottie
like that?
Pippen.
Pippen. He got done over, didn't he?
Yeah, but like there's a lot of talk. There's a lot of talk on it about how he made a shit ton of money right after that contract was up, though. So he's like, he still has like over $100 million. He's doing fine. Like, don't feel too bad. Don't feel too bad for him.
Justice for Pippen.
Like, he got screwed on that deal, but overall in his life, he's got a lot of money. So.
Looks like they took the strategy, Lorcan there, putting on the power line. Just do it now. You've only got 3 points left in the whole tournament, maximum, and minimum of 2. So why not? When else are you gonna do it? Well, you got a lot of frisbee.
Do you think any Ultimate players are gonna get fat during our lockdown?
Definitely.
Any bets on who's gonna get fat?
I'm betting on myself.
Moby.
Or isn't it allowed?
Are you still playing?
Come in! Down it comes. Huge D, absolutely massive athletic play by Robin De Sutter.
Robin De Sutter, another player who hasn't made too many plays yet this game, but coming up when his team needs him.
Robin, he's in the chat.
And now they have a powerful line. Can they
Big
get
play.
the lead for the first time in this game, Lorcan?
Popping it over the top, and there's Dumoulin now being marked by Bosse. And he immediately commits on that first throw. Yonkers collects it. My word, these Yonker brothers.
It's the last point, guys.
But there, as soon as I say it, he throws it
No.
away, and Espita with the presence of mind to call it.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
It might be,
Bosse,
yeah.
great heads up. Quick
Boris
reaction
Tesso.
there, catching that block.
Yeah.
Basically 1 meter away from the throw. That is a pity. It looked like they were looking so strong on that point, Lorcan. It looked like they were going to be able to get that final.
Mike Palmer's begging for Lorcan.
Yeah, put them on.
What do you think of that timeout call?
Well, first off, I question whether or not it's legit. And here we see that big hug. I thought Sokolsky so much separation, nobody near him. But look at Deruta just make up that distance, get in position, and take it away.
Great play there by Deruta.
Slamming the door shut.
What do you mean by it's not legit? I do believe I was told for the final they get 1 timeout per half. And I don't think the cap affects anything because they're not trying to not delay for the next round or anything like that.
I suppose the brutal efficiency with which this tournament is run is not so necessary anymore.
It is, actually.
I think some of those players don't really understand. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
How many kids is
So this idea of giving out swag, working out, kind of, get horizontal, showing their charity, but every now and again just a couple of fights happening, and maybe some of the adults coming and getting involved. Oh, and there you go. Inevitably a kid was going to take a hit.
Yes, Bommy. I'm betting that kid's going to get a spike ball set, though.
He's just giving them away. So, timeout over. Espita with the disc, middle of the pitch. Looking for options. Nice physical defense downfield from Yonkers, shutting them down. So he's forced to go backwards to Becquet. Back to Espita. Fakes the hammer. Puts hearts in mouths across the continent. Becquet
Waiting. Stolkamp getting higher. Still hasn't looked up.
See, this is why I wasn't so sure about that timeout called by Espida. Now they're in a short field, but you're allowing the defense to set up and clamp down, and that's what Frisbees have been able to do so far. This is a powerful defensive lineup, and so far, there's been no upfield options yet for Chalk.
And Bosse trying to get free on de Molinara, and he does, but that's a big part down to the throw. Sokolski, back to Espida. Espida sends it in with a lot of zip on it. Beke has it. Slightly less showy hammer fake, and then Sokolski has Espida directly in front of him, but throws it a bit too far ahead, and a momentary lapse in concentration cost them possession, opening the door once again for a Frisbees break.
That was a lapse in concentration, but I have to say, got to give some credit to that Frisbees defense. They were tenacious, blocking all the throws, putting a lot of pressure as they're sending it deep to Yonkers. And they take the lead, Larkin. 13.
No, they haven't. They're calling him. He's not in. So now Yonkers working in isolation. 1v1. A slight delay, and there's the lead, Ravi.
Oh,
huge.
My God. 13-12. They have never led up until this point. Up until this point. Shades of their semifinal, Lorcan, although they're doing it a point early here.
Maybe they're doing it a splash too early, Ravi.
Splash too early.
Just a smidge.
Now
we'll have to wait and see.
Here, Lorcan, do you throw out another power line or save them for Universe?
I think here, you save them for Universe. You give your original 7 who delivered you 2 out of 3 of your breaks. Go let them try and win the game for you, because they're going to be with you in Worlds.
Well, they seem to be doing exactly what you've said, that traditional D-line out there, saving their offensive players in case they have to go to Universe. Things are getting hot here, Lorcan. Things are getting heated.
And you can see out there on the line, Derek, marshalling them. Yonkers, hyping them up. What this means to them. The crowd.
Just quickly, before we get into this point, Lorcan, I want to say this tournament has shown how close the parity of European Ultimate is. There have been so many double game point games here, Lorcan. Both semifinals, this one coming down to the wire, and before that, also Chevron winning a few games on Universe against the likes of Ragnarok, other teams. The field is wide open in Europe right now in the fight for second place. If Clapham were here, they just win.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that does feel a little bit like it. But right now, we're getting to watch a fantastic battle between the best of the French against the best of the Belgians. As Shaq going to pick up the disc. And that's Gallo. Puts it into the middle. The waiting hands of Beke. Thinks about the deep shot, decides against it. He has Gallo, but instead puts it across to Sokolski. Bosse's going deep. Huge open space directly in front of Sokolski, waiting for somebody to fill it. Bosse obliges. Has a shot to the end zone, decides against it. It wasn't the most secure. Gallo just points, says, give it to me. They're giving me this much space. I'm going to use it. Smooth back. Gallo to Beke. And Beke's going to float that one out in front of Bosse. He's just going to chase it down and comfortably score, removing Desme from any relevance.
And we are going to Universe point. It's all coming down to this, Lorcan. I'm guessing we're going to get the best of Chalk out there against the best of Frisbees. This is going to be an epic point. Who do you favor right now?
I'm going to have to stick with my call. As much as I want to go with the homegrown heroes, I want Boris van der Lok, who's been an absolute angel to us and has organized this fantastic tournament. I want them to get this win. There's nothing better than winning your own tournament in front of your home fans. I've got to experience that before. It's absolutely fantastic. But, as I said on Eurozone, as we both said,
then even worse, he blocks the camera.
Chalk are going to win. They didn't win the showcase game last night, but showing here, winning when it counts. Maybe it's not over yet, but I think that the thing is,
I think he doesn't.
They're going to throw out a huge, powerful line here, and the Frisbees O-line hasn't seen that pressure yet. It's going to be a new thing to deal with. We'll have to see what's going on. We have seen all of the best players, the Yonkers, Peter Jans Molinara, Jonas de Vela, lots of amazing players for Frisbees. On Chalk side, we see Becker, we see Bosser, we see Merlin Wolost. We do not see Bichon. Interesting. I think if they wanted to just win this game, they would put him out there, but maybe since he's not coming to Worlds, they want to show that they can win without him here. And now, last point of the tournament, Lorcan. Let's get started.
De Valle gets the disc. Pressure mounting, but he wears it well. Yonkers, middle of the pitch. The young man, the younger brother, throws it to his family member. Yonkers, Raf with the disc and pops it back to Benjamin. And they're just taking their time, creating the space. And there's Peter Jan de Molinelli, the man who they follow into hell and right now trying to lead them to heaven. De Valle with the disc. He has Descan. Descan juking and jiving against Sokolski. Sokolski, like a statue, doesn't move. They're forced to go backwards. Descan waiting patiently. Davali providing him with an outlet. Who
forgot
launches
this
it deep?
moment.
There's no patience from him. Yonkers going for the win!
Oh!
And it bounces out of his fingertips. Beke putting him under just enough pressure. You gotta wonder about that throw.
I thought Yonkers had it.
I thought Yonkers had it, but it would have been a rescue.
No, but this is how Frisbees have scored many, many points. They win battles in the air. That's their play, and I trust Yonkers with that throw. It was well placed. Becker was there with pressure. Anyways, I mean, you're right to question it. It was a turnover, but I
now
say
you
gotta
can feel the clap. You can feel the voices rise. Belgian
so
screaming
exciting.
defense. As walking slowly, pensively to the front of his own end zone. Roble.
Sidestep here with Olas isolated.
Gets it to Beke straight away. Goulet. Wallace, that's out in front of him. He's able to collect it. For a moment, I thought maybe he couldn't. Goulet's actually got a bit of separation, but they go instead to Sokolski. Able to take it down. A big layout bid, but always behind him. Sometimes you think you just put on the force. That one! An errant pass behind the intended receiver, Clement Gelot. So Frisbees get to go again.
Interesting. Before on this point, Gelot on the first possession, Gelot was marking Beauserre. They have now switched. Sorry, Gelot was marching Pigeon. They've now switched, and they've gotten that back. They're putting Gelot on Pigeon instead of Beauserre. Interesting strategy.
And there's the huge throw from De Molinere. You said this is how they've been winning all day, and it's how they win the weekend. Yonkers with the score, Frisbees with the victory, and Bruges will be dancing tonight.
I cannot believe it. Look at the crowd, all the friends, all the family, everyone from Bruges storming the field as Yonkers collects it to win Tom's Tourney 2018. First time in the final since 1992. What a game, Lorcan.
What a tournament. Congratulations to Frisbees getting their just desserts. You can see how Shaq left it all out there on the pitch, collapsing from exhaustion, but certainly pride still in their hearts after that performance. There is a litany of locals following around that Frisbees team. A lot of them junior players.
This is the second big tournament where you and I have commentated on a final where the hometown heroes won. We commentated the Windmill Mixed final last year. Maybe we're some kind of good luck. Because, you know, so if you're going to run a tournament and you want to win your final, hire me and Logan to come do the commentary.
The first tournament I ever...
Free Speed would have called travel. Free Speed would have called travel.
Yeah. Help the Limerick team horrifically in that fight.
Oh, what a game. What a game.
Yeah. Still gives me goosebumps.
Are you crying, PJ? Are you crying there again, PJ?
Every time I see it. And I saw it already like 100 times.
I just got another shot of that last throw, but from the sideline. It's probably one that most of you have seen already. Look at
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, what a
Oh,
moment.
nice. What was your thoughts? You threw that one, PJ. What were your thoughts like when you threw that? Any nerves at all? No hesitation? Just saw ref and go?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Trust the receiver and just go with it. I remember I said in the interview after the game, I was just too tired to run anymore. And just I just threw it to one of the best receivers in Belgium. So
Is that your
safe
biggest
option.
win? You said that's your biggest win of your career, this one here?
Yeah, yes. I never won something else, so didn't win windmill or final. So it's yeah, especially because it's with my home club and with my teammates and friends. This one was really special, and will be I will be remembering this for a long time.
Did ref ever talk about that drop on your wrist point, like how he felt? Did he think he'd blown it, messed up? I know it wasn't you, but I wonder how he felt then scoring the game winner after dropping it.
No, I think we didn't talk about it because everything went fine. And always, when I see the movie again, it's like, oh, crazy. The pass to Ref from Jonas, but actually the pass is good and it was a good option. So it's strange that it wasn't the point, but at the end everything went fine. So I'm really happy that it turned out this way. Otherwise, we could have cried over it for hours. But,
yeah, that's the only time I've never seen him come down with something like that. He's always so safe, so solid, so rare that he didn't catch that one.
Yeah, it's reminiscent of the EUC final with Holger dropping that pass at for Germany. It's similar. Like everybody thought he was going to catch that one, and then he didn't come down with it.
Except that was lost.
Brutal.
That's key difference, yeah.
Yeah, it was a lot more brutal. So what training are you doing now, PJ? Can you still do exercises, or what is the Belgium team doing? Do you have any fitness plans, or what is everybody doing?
We had a quite good training program. We had a physical coach. We had everything. Everyone was running, doing fitness in the gym. But then Corona came, and now few guys are still running, doing exercises at home. But our perspectives are gone, so it's hard. And for me personally, I was getting into shape again. But then Corona hit me, so it's not that nice anymore now.
Well, you got a year to get back, so.
Yes, still have time.
Are the bowling alleys open in Belgium at the moment, or?
No, they're closed. Do you want to go bowling with me, Liam?
I would love. More than anything, I will buy the beers and pay for bowling if we can go bowling sometime.
Okay, let's do that next year.
Maybe we can live stream it. Live stream bowling competition.
I'll get Mike to come over then. All right. Then we got a little announcement to make, I think. Next year. So we're getting pumped already for next year. So
not on the May 1st weekend. It's a week late.
No.
What's that? Yeah. What's that about?
Because I think May the 1st is a Sunday. And we used to take the whole full weekend, first full weekend of May. Well, yeah, it's a bit of a situation, but we kind of moved 1 week later, yeah. Like the Friday
just
also
to be
has
sure.
to be in May. Yeah.
1 week more of less quarantine, I get you. It's safer. Further away, it's more likely to happen.
Yeah.
Mike Palmer in the chat says he's in for bowling.
Of course he is.
I think they have their own scoreboards as well, so that won't be a problem.
All right, thank you, PJ, for coming over and
it's a pleasure
sharing this time with us. Yeah, and I hope you get better soon, and then we can go on.
Thanks,
we can all go out, have some throws on the fields. That would be great. If you can still have something. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me, Liam, Ravi. Thanks for doing this.
No problem.
Boys.
Yeah, it's great talking to you.
PJ.
See you
soon, man.
Bye.
Cheers. Right, Liam, I promise you my cat cam.
Yay!
he's
right, that's not. That's not live. I want live cat. Get him calm there.
That's a bit difficult, right? So we're gonna move out of this video. Like this is actual.
Are these for the UCF performance? Yeah.
I've been on my own for long enough. Maybe you can show me how to love. Maybe I'm going through a drought. You don't even have to do too much. You can turn me on with just a touch, baby. I look around since city's cold and empty. No one's around to judge me. I can see clearly when you're gone. And I said, ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. I said, ooh, I'm drowning in the night. Oh, when I'm like this, you're the one I trust. Hey, hey, I'm running out of time, 'cause I can see the sun light up the sky. So I hit the road in overdrive, baby. Oh, the city's cold and empty. No one's around to judge me. I can see clearly when you're gone. And I said, ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. I said, ooh, I'm drowning in the night. Oh, when I'm like this, you're the one I trust. I'm just coming back to let you know I can never say it on the phone. They'll never let you go this time. I said, ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. Hey, I said, ooh, I'm blinded by the lights.
Here's to Mike Palmer. He's still watching at 2:30 a.m. in Australia.
Till I feel your touch.
All right, so I guess that's basically it. I had a very fun afternoon, and thanks a lot to Ravi and Liam for sitting with me here. Thanks a lot to everyone who joined in on the stream. It was great to have you. There's Liam's
For the
shark.
shark footage. Yeah. The video?
Crazy.
Do you play the video? Where we go? There we go. This is my housemate Tom swimming this morning. This is such a bad way of showing footage, but it's also so good. Oh. Yeah. You see that?
Definitely.
Jesus, Liam.
They're pretty cool, eh? They're so big. Yeah, so that was my morning. That's why I missed the ski game.
Seems worth it.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'll leave
Thanks
you
for
here.
having us, Boris. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm going for some waffles
What
now.
is? Yeah, waffles.
Yeah, waffles. I'm gonna relive the experience a little bit. So, thank you all. It was great. Enjoy the rest of your free weekend. And yeah, let's see each other in real life next time's tourney.
Ik heb dat getoond.
For sure. Hope ex-UCF. Let's hopefully a little earlier.
Yeah, ex-UCF, of course. All right.
Thanks, Boris.
Cheers.
Legend. Thanks, everyone, for
It
watching.
was great, Boris. Thanks for everyone. Yeah. Check out Eurozone.
Are we still on?